Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for being here for the Fall 2025 Student Innovation Project Showcase. I'm Professor Valenzuela with the University of Advancing Technology, and I'd like to welcome all the parents, friends, colleagues, faculty, staff, students for all of your participation and support this semester. Hi. So before we get started, I'd like to share a little bit with you about the Student Innovation Project Showcase for those that are unfamiliar. What the students have embarked on for the last several weeks, months, and years is to pitch a innovative product or service to their subject matter experts. Now, in order to do this, the student has to identify a problem, a gap in the marketplace, an insufficient process, an ineffective tool, something that is too expensive, broken, and they need to propose that idea to their subject matter experts that may completely disrupt an antiquated marketplace. And they do this so that way they can identify a product or service that meets that gap or need. When they do this, they communicate and present this in a series of rounds to their subject matter experts, and these are the full-time professors within their respective majors. So the majority of the presentations that you're about to see are projects that the students pitch to their SMEs, which we call subject matter experts, and during the series of rounds, it has to gain approval. Once the idea is approved, then the student proceeds to research, document, and execute a minimal viable prototype. So that's what you'll be seeing today is these MVPs with their conceptual or functionality, so that way they can essentially prove that they've met their innovative claim. So it's an arduous process because it requires the student to identify something that is lacking in the marketplace to justify the need to research, document, and build this MVP in a way that proves its functionality or utility, or even aesthetically, because some of these ideas are pretty large in scale, and we welcome that, in fact, because if these ideas prove to warrant a team, then the student can pitch that idea to production studios, which is another class that we offer here at UAT, where then the student gathers designers, programmers, researchers, business, marketers, cyber, anybody that is needed to prove and create that MVP. So these ideas can surpass the Student Innovation Project course, go into production studios for several semesters, so that way they can build a beta that can actually be produced out into the marketplace. So our hope is that students take this process seriously, because in the event that they want to pursue this idea post-graduation, they can technically go to investors and show the conceptual model that would warrant capital for them to seek this outside of the university. So it's very exciting. Some of these students do proceed with, getting a patent for their idea, capital, investment, and also trademark, trade name, as well as like actually incorporating their business. So it's very exciting, and I'm very grateful and honored to be part of that. So thank you to all the subject matter experts. Thank you for all of your time. A lot of the parents and students realize that in order for the SMEs to be available, it's not just when the class is in session. This communication is through all the channels that we offer, through our, instant communication, email, through, the faculty being present here on campus, so that way the student can get the guidance that they need. So this is like round the clock, morning, weekends, evenings, when they operate the best, right? Weekends and evenings. So again, thank you, students, for all of your hard work this semester. And before we get started also with all of the presentations, I'd like to give a few shout outs to all the people that make this event happen. Thank you to the cafe. They'll be providing hors d'oeuvres and refreshments during our lunch break. This is our way of saying thank you to all the students for all of your hard work as well. I'd like to thank Dr. Bowman, the entire executive and leadership team for all of their support, to the marketing team, to making sure that we have exposure for these students who'd like to pursue this idea of post-graduation, and also to honor their, innovative works. Come on in. I'd also like to thank the SIP committee, to Professor Bellinger, to all of the faculty that assist with the process of the SIP process. Sorry, said that right. And then I'd also like to thank Professor Sharon Bowman. She is the SIP instructor for our online students, and our online students will be joining our on-ground students in presenting today's MVPs. So it's a collaborative process between Professor Bowman and myself in order to prepare the students for today's presentations. And I'd also like to thank all the parents for your support. I know that that is an ongoing endeavor to make sure that their students and your child is ready for the real world. And then also, of course, students, for all of my messaging and for responding so quickly and being prepared for today. So before we get started, I'd like to ask if you can check your cell phones, make sure that your cell phones are on silent. Or your computers. If you need to step out and take a call. Hello. Oh. So for those of you joining us via Zoom, welcome. Please make sure that when you join, you are muted in order to ensure that the student is focused on their presentation. So thank you to all the parents, to all of the thought leaders, colleagues, tech community members that are joining us virtually via Zoom. There is a chat feature in Zoom. So those that are joining, if we have time, we're able to look at your questions and administer those during the event. But one of the things that I want to emphasize is because we have such a tight schedule, we have 32 students presenting all the way from 10:30 to 4:30 p.m. So it's a long day. We want to make sure that the questions are only allowed by the subject matter experts. These are the professors that helped guide each of these presentations. If there is time, we'll welcome the questions from the audience, but again, it's primarily from the space. What you see here is the agenda that gives you a rundown of all the presentations. You're able to pick up a copy outside of these two doors in order for you to see the order in which every student is presenting. But if you do need to take a phone call, please make sure that you wait until the student has no longer been standing here, just so that way, it's not as distracting. As you can imagine, public speaking is not the most favorite thing for most people. So we want to make sure that these students remain focused. Other than that, there is one more very important announcement. This Friday, here in the theater and via Teams, not Zoom, if you'd like to join us for our semester award ceremony, that's what we'll be announcing the 5 SIP winners. So all of the presentations that you'll be seeing today will be up for consideration for Best SIP Pitch, Most Market Ready, People's Choice, and Most Creative or Innovative. And the SIP committee decides who those winners are, with the exception to one very special award, which is a People's Choice Award. So you, the audience, are able to vote. We'll be showing you a Socrative link so you can scan that QR code, and that QR code will allow you to vote for People's Choice. But I ask very humbly that you refrain from voting until you've seen all the presentations, because of course, how can you know who your favorite is if you have not seen all the presentations? Now, if you are able to join us for the entirety of the day, thank you in advance. If not, you're able to join us via Zoom, and that's a way for you to continue to participate in today's event. Other than my big thank yous to everyone for being here, for supporting, to Professor Bowman, to the SIP committee, to faculty, to students, to the cafe, everyone involved in this event, I truly appreciate your efforts. And also, last but certainly not least, is Professor Derek Clark, who's administering the entire event virtually via Zoom. So big round of applause for Derek. He's administering Zoom, and we've been working on this for the last 48 to 72 hours with very little sleep, but with a lot of energy and a lot of excitement around all the presentations for today. So again, welcome to the Fall 2025 SIP Showcase, and we'll begin with the game programs. That includes game design, game art, and game programming, game art, game design. And we'll start our presentation with Bailey Balsimo-Kettlenut. She's a triple major in all 3 of those programs, and she pitched her idea to game design with Somnia.
Hey everyone, and welcome to your first tutorial on becoming an intergalactic live streamer. This lifestyle isn't for the faint of heart and requires lots of personality, so you're in for a fun ride. Today, we're going to be exploring the distant planet known as Somnia. My name is Bailey Balsimo-Kettlenut. Let's dive in. Somnia is a game where you play as a live streamer exploring a new planet in search of unique content to entertain your virtual community. Your goal is to make choices during gameplay to fulfill the requests of your viewers that you wish to keep in your chat. Somnia is the perfect place for you to practice your live streaming techniques. It takes the thrill of adventure games and adds the challenge of needing to stay relevant on social media. The main difference between this game and other games is that chatters will request you to engage with interactions, obstacles, and the world. It's your job, as a streamer, to choose how you wish to behave based on those requests. Now that we know how this works, let's bring it into practice. Our chat companion, Busy Bee, and I will guide you for your first stream. Let's try to bring in our first chatter. Take a look at the color of the chatter's names and how they talk. See the difference? Some chatters are blue and others are orange. Both behave differently, and if you choose to follow either request, then you will attract more chatters of that type. Now let's travel this way so we can cater to the blue chatters. They seem to act a little more civil than the orange ones. See the view count in the top left corner? Make sure you keep your audience entertained to avoid losing the game. You can do so by collecting stars, jumping platforms, and approaching scenic views. It looks like your chat wants to stop over here. Let's check it out. Wow, that's really pretty. It looks like we leveled up our view count too, and it formed a unique audience. Just look at how much your views are going up from the scenic view. Well, you little streamer you, now I think you're ready to build a community that reflects your choices and actions. Scan the QR code to try the Somnia demo out yourself, or even better, keep an eye on the development of Somnia to become an intergalactic live streamer in the full game. I wanted to take a second to thank all of the following chatters for helping me bring this project to life. Somnia has gone through many iterations, and I couldn't have done it without the support of everyone here. Special thanks to Matthew Marquette for keeping my head on straight during my time at UAT, and Tommy Eister for helping me compose the prototype and the pitch for Somnia.
Wonderful job, Bailey. Okay, question for Bailey. Professor Marquette.
So apparently I'm McQueen McQuitter. Got it. No, I mean, so again, after seeing this, we understand why you're a triple, right? You have so much polish. I mean, very few final presentations are going to look this good overall because everything that you do between the art, programming, the design. I've seen you through the whole process. We've had a lot of conversations. Sometimes it's difficult when we get to this point where I'm like, okay, I need to say something or what. I mean, most of the stuff I've already said, right? 1,000 times over. Obviously, it's amazing. I'm sure everybody else agrees with that, right? But I guess the question I'll ask you, if you didn't put that in there, is how do you come up with this idea? Like, where did it come from? And all the things that you could do, why did we, aim onto this particular idea?
Wow, that's a crazy question. So Somnia is actually something that I've been iterating years and years and years and years. I used to be a Twitch streamer, and so it's something I'm really passionate about. And when I was at GDC this year, I was like, I really need this to be more innovative than it already is. And I was like, wait a second. What if you play as an IRL streamer in an adventure game? And that's where it came from. It was at GDC, and it's iterated more and more since.
Do you have any future plans for this? This kind of like, okay, did it, done. We're like, I'm going to go much further with this. What is your thoughts?
I want to do a full release of this, do a full adventure game. I'm going to be working on it throughout next year as like my passion project. So
Amazing. I mean, seriously, awesome job.
Other questions? Professor Prater.
First of all, it was beautiful. Just, I mean, that's enough to pass your set. I mean, I'm a head roboticist, but it looked fantastic, and everywhere you turn, you got another innovative angle, with the Twitch streaming or with the streaming and all that. But my question is, and your answer is still fantastic. When you did the replies, the post, the chat post, are those hardwired in, or did you use an LLM to generate them?
I didn't do either. So they're somewhat hard coded. I have several different arrays and lists.
Okay.
For different sentences. So there's two different types of chatters right now. There's chill chatters and chaotic chatters. Yeah, as you can see. And there's sentence structures. So there's like beginning of the sentence, there's adjectives, there's nouns. And in Unreal, what I did is I used brackets so that it tracks those. So I'll come up with a sentence structure and then it'll replace the words, the adjective, the nouns, the verbs, things like that. And same with the usernames, those are completely randomly generated. I had a lot of fun with that whole mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, and once again, more innovation because you came from a different idea than what I was thinking. If you wanna add to your resume though, throw in an LLM for AI and have AI generate some things, and then not that would make it any better, because I think it's fantastic already, but then you can put on your resume that you have an AI experience as well.
Another question?
Are you planning on adding more types of chatters?
Yes, absolutely. There's going to be chaotic, chill. I'm going to add haters as well. So those will kind of be the enemies that you have to fight in the game.
IRL, so you have
Exactly. So there's a ton of ideas that I had. I just had to keep the scope down for Civ, but yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Hill?
How do you feel that real streamers are going to interact with this game process when they go to play it on their streams, right?
So I talked to Derek about this a little bit, and through my own experience, I honestly think they're gonna love it. I want to make it so that they can connect their streams and import their own emotes, like their own Twitch emotes, so that it can feel more personalized to them. I want you to feel like this is your stream the entire time. I don't want you to feel like you're playing a character. I want you to be the character. So
I do have a quick question for you, Bailey. Given that your project is, asset heavy, how did you maintain your creative motivation? Because you're tapping into all of the different facets of programming, design, and art, which requires you to continuously come up with creative ideas. What did you use to help stimulate those?
honestly, doing so much. I've been bouncing between project after project after project, doing the triple major and leading other projects. That I was kind of able to vent all of my hard work on those things and have this as my creative outlet. If that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Any other questions? Congratulations, Bailey. Well done. Okay, next up, we have Brandon Blue Lavoy, double major game design digital marketing, who pitched his idea to game design with Last Heart Tourney.
Hello, my name is Blue Lavoy, and I am presenting Last Heart Tourney. You may know survivors outwit, outplay, outlast, and think, I wish I could be there. You may also be a highly competitive board game enjoyer like myself. Last Heart Tourney takes those reality TV experiences with strategic board games and puts them into a nice box. What is Last Heart Tourney? Last Heart Tourney is a series of games and a dedicated system meant to induce a semi-cooperative experience for your games. The system introduces hearts for longer gameplay, giving more incentive to win or lose games and to work with one another. This pits 4 to 10 players, ages 10 and up, against one another in a competitive experience. How is the system used? The system is built to make games require more cooperation than normal. Each game condition has a special end goal that allows multiple winners and multiple losers, and special points for each of those. This can be used with the included 6 games, or with alternatives as added in the extra booklets. Additionally, there are multiple game modes that can be played based on the challenge of the player's goal. Now, what are the microgames? Microgames are 10 to 20 minute games that act as mini versions of their respective genres. For example, we have negotiation games such as Bank or Bust. Each is meant to give strategic reasons to work with and betray others in a short format. This will create opportunities for alliances or betrayal based on how you want to play. what are the hearts in the cards? Hearts are a bargaining chip and a tool for your survival. You receive these for winning your games and losing them, and in the challenging version of the game, will determine if you are still in the competition. The cards, there are over 100 cards with colors for each player, and this demonstration will show how they will be used. In an example setup for the game Bank or Bust, players will put 3 of these cards down into various banks. Typically they are included in one another, but for this example they are by each other. We will reveal each of these ones and add up their totals. In this case, it is only 10, and see if they go over the total for the bank. If they stay under, every player will get rewarded based on their totals, but if they pop it, they all receive nothing. Now, this project, with all 100 cards, they are compatible with all 6 games and are usually used for all of them as well. For example, these gems are used for a set collection game that we have available, whereas the steel and gifts are for more nefarious purposes. Some of the games that I've seen before include the Survivor board game edition, Love Struck, Devil's Plan, and the Squid Game board game. Each of these have some of the similar mechanics and are some of the bigger inspirations for this project. But my target market is for those who like competitive reality TV or highly strategic games. If they like either of those, they'll like this game. It also benefits for large parties, as it supports up to 10 different players. With those 3 markets, I intend to focus on those while I fully develop these projects. What is the future? First, I intend to update all of the card art. This includes better backgrounds, better tokens, and everything in between, including an updated rulebook. As I do this, I will hopefully increase my marketing and start displaying what the acts of the board game are. Additionally, I intend to make 2 new games to make a total of 8 games for the final product. With that, I am Blue Lavoie, and this is Last Art Journey.
Questions for Blue? Professor Raymond?
How are you doing, Brandon? That looks awesome, by the way. I'll ask the big thing that's on everybody's mind. When's the physical release?
I'm actually hoping to do it this next year. This has been in the works for about 2 years now. I had a digital version that lasted about 4 months of gameplay. The current one now has been worked on for about 8 months now. So my goal, I have some artists that I'm trying to hire, update the cards, and then I have 2 new games I want to make within the next 4 months. So my goal, summer 2026.
Professor Margaret?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, I know you've been working on this well before SIP, right? You had this idea and you've done a lot. And honestly, your video is like just the obviously tip of the iceberg of all the stuff you created for this. So what is your process for taking that much content, bringing it together, getting it to work, right? How mechanics between games all feel cohesive in a larger experience. What is kind of your process to figuring those things out and making all your mechanics work together?
So with the core focus being that semi-cooperative element, I'm kind of taking each of those individual genres and seeing how I can tweak them to make it that way. With the example game Bank or Bust, it is a negotiation style game. If you were to play that completely competitively, you would probably throw out big numbers all the time, purposely screw everybody over. That's not going to get you to win. If you want to actually win with the semi-cooperative format, you're going to have to get an ally or two and say, hey, let's put a bunch in this one, put a little in this, but we score. And so bringing that mindset of like, how can I make players work together enough for everything is a lot of that core.
How much play testing have you done on your game so far?
Not as much as I'd like. The digital format that we had about 6 months of play testing. The board game format, we've only had a few here and there. And then I've had my simulations that I've ran with myself. But those are what I consider my not literal AI player models, where I code kind of ideas of how they work around.
All right, we'll keep working on it, make it awesome, because it already is, but it'll get only better from here. Good job.
Thank you.
Dr. Henry?
Yeah, you mentioned that winning one of the smaller games provides you with hearts that come back into play in the final game. Do you think you have details as to how do they come back into play? How do those games interact with one another?
Sure. So the hearts, for each competition, you'll get a number of anywhere from 3 to -3 hearts. Generally, players start at, I believe, 1, and the intro game gives them a soul net gain. In the future games, you will have those values increase and decrease, and if you are generally trying to have the most hearts, with the alliances, with those different things, you want to use those to kind of say, hey, I might win this game better than you, but if you help me, I'll give you one of those rewards. So you can say, well, you can be a little tricky, you can be truthful, and you can actually give that reward, or you can screw somebody over and say, I'm not giving it to you. There's no binding thing. So making sure that balance, like, am I using it as a chip for myself, or am I using it as a chip for others? And then in the finale game, there's meant to be a boost effect. So let's say you have 7 hearts to end out of all competitions. So you'll get 7 extra points, 7 extra bonuses, and you'll be able to one-up the other players. In the quote-unquote hardcore mode, if you ever reach 0 hearts, you're just straight out of the game. But I was told from other people that that was a little too much. So I created a couple different game modes to make sure that it was a little fair.
The questions for Blue? That's Peter?
So, the virtual game you showed, you demonstrated, was that one of the mini games, or was that a major game, or what?
Yes, so that is one of the micro games called Bank or Bust. There is currently 6 of those total, with the 6th one being the finale. With that, it's just simple cards, throw things down, try to mess with the odds.
All right, thank you very much, Blue. Well done. Next up, we have Christopher Enchines, game design major with Project Outlook.
Have you ever played a horror game and start to get disappointed that they just rely on the same kind of horror tropes seen in movies, or even just cheap jump scares that can be found in countless other horror games? Did you ever wish that developers would come to a solution to make the player feel scared without just lazily slapping an invisible monster that sounds scary or a jump scare that's loud into the game?
Oh boy. But wait, I also get invisible assassins to deal with. Yeah, this is great. Don't you love it when you have invisible enemies in a game? Everybody loves that, right?
Hi, my name is Christopher Etchenese, and the project I have been working on to answer those questions is called Project Outlook. Project Outlook's main gameplay mechanic was made to showcase a creative solution by making a game focused around the game mechanic using a very popular industry game engine, Unreal Engine 5, to showcase its potential to other developers to offer a creative solution to the questions asked. I created a horror game with the mechanics for the player to be able to press a button to give them information about things in their environment that they can't normally see, like if a wall in the game is fake, or where an enemy is even if they can't normally see it, as you could see in the prototype clips here. Specifically, this mechanic is the phone. You could see in the test build footage here that gives the player a phone camera to see out of to help show the player the difference between what they see versus the reality of the situation before them. You may ask how I was able to pull this off, and sometimes the simplest solutions are some of the best. I just attached an extra camera on the player that displays the phone 3D model that I got off the Unreal Engine store that can be hidden with a button press using some simple coding and modifying some of the settings of the world objects. to not show any game camera but the phone specifically. To sum it up, I just used some basic coding and Unreal Engine camera tricks and put a whole lot of polish on it to make it look much more presentable, such as the fake objects fading with texture animations before the player can fully walk through them, a cooldown on the phone mechanic to balance it out for gameplay wise, making fully functional levels, a pause menu function, and a goal so the player can beat the game. The game mechanic in my project was originally inspired by the horror game Cry of Fear, where the player in the introduction scene of the game uses a camera for a very short segment to reveal things to them in the dark environment. And I got the idea of taking it a step further. I asked myself, how can I take the player's perception of the game, but also not completely hinder the player? I wanted to make something so the player can have an enjoyable, fair, but also yet scary experience. And after watching and playing so many different horror games, I learned some of the most positive and scary moments of a horror game is when it catches the player off guard and throws their expectations off of what is established for the player. By making the player believe what they see, only to rip it out from under them, achieves this effect of making the player feel like they know what's ahead of them, only to be met with otherwise in a tense situation, by modifying the player's most critical sense, their sight, and replacing it with something false, making the players feel uneasy and not being able to fully trust their environment around them in the game. The project went through many different ideas before becoming what it is now, in its final state, with the main mechanic originally having the player operate static security cameras rather than wandering around with the portable phone. Some things also needed to be cut in order to meet deadlines, such as introduction scenes and more levels further showing the main mechanic's potential in gaming, but I think it turned out alright for what I was trying to achieve, without being too ambitious. Making this game, I really wanted to showcase how this mechanic can be used in games like horror games and even out of them, like solving puzzles or revealing hidden secrets in a unique way. I'm looking to hopefully inspire creators to adopt this simple mechanic in their own unique ways for something like an invisible enemy, a secret, or even a puzzle in their own game. This is my student innovation project, Project Outlook. Thank you for your time.
All right, Christopher, Professor Marklet.
Chris, good job. Obviously, there's a lot of cool stuff going on in there. Usually, especially as a game designer, right, we have to start finding other skill sets as we begin to, kind of create content. You've got a lot of stuff going on. What new skill sets and what new things that you have to learn specifically, and you did open up the door a little bit in the video about kind of your process, but what kind of new skill sets and things that you have to learn that you didn't learn in other classes just to do this step?
Some of the new skill sets that I learned was mainly a lot getting more in depth with the Unreal blueprint coding. That was a pretty big one, and also getting a little bit into some texturing coding too for the Unreal project. I had to learn a good amount of that on my own time outside of those classes.
So what do you continue to want to work on with this project? You want to kind of talk about how you want to hope that maybe other people kind of jump onto this and use it in there. Do you have any, because some of the stuff you're talking about, you found things on, say, the Unreal Marketplace that can help you. Are you going to maybe turn this into something that can be put on the marketplace as well, so they can potentially use that? Is that an idea, or what is your future thought process with how this is going to work out?
Yeah, that is a possibility I had in my head. I was thinking of maybe either further developing the project in some sort of way, or possibly putting out a template in a way for other people to use on the Unreal store.
I encourage you to do one or the other, or both, make it happen, because it's great when you guys do this stuff and, you see the value of what you're creating. Just keep working on it, just make it better and better. And to be fair, that goes for everybody working on their steps right now, but I'd love to see it, go further than it is now. So keep it up. Yeah.
Good question, Professor Prater?
So in the effort to cross-pollinate, this is something that I can see Dr. Smith asking. Have you thought about, because I saw a lot of monitors in there with blank screens or screens. Have you thought about maybe selling time on those monitors for corporations like UAT or someone else to put their splash screen on there so that people will pay to see that? Have you thought about that? Or
I haven't put too much thought into that, but it would be wonderful if somebody would like to sponsor something like that in a game of a project of mine.
That's a good suggestion. Any other questions?
How much play time, how much play testing have you put into it?
I don't have an exact number, but it is a pretty good amount with different people in my friend group. I've had play tested. I play tested myself a lot of the basic mechanics to make sure nothing goes wrong, make sure there's no error, everything works properly, and there will be no issues once you actually load up the project.
Christopher, I have one last question for you. Now that you've achieved this milestone, what would you consider the most difficult part of this entire process? And what did you learn from that?
Get to mark. Probably say the whole scope of the project was the most difficult. It was definitely a good amount making a full game compared to just a small little prototype concept.
Okay, I wanted to point out that that's a pretty, significant achievement is to showcase an entire game. So well done. Congratulations. Okay. Next up, we have Daniel Parker, an online game design major with Spectrum Battle System.
To quote Dr. Stephen Mark Shore, if you have met one person with autism, you have met one person with autism. Not every person with ASD has had the same experience as one you'd think. In a similar vein, many forms of media have attempted to explore mental conditions with varying degrees of care, with video games not being an exception. My name is Daniel, this being my final year as a game art and animation major, and this is my SIP, known as the Spectrum Battle System, which aims to translate the autism condition into a way that is both informative and interactive. Imagine a role-playing game battle screen through the lens of an autistic person. While the concept may sound absurd, it aims to translate these into a working prototype that requires players to adapt to the hands they've been dealt with. While autism simulators and experiences do exist out there, very few actually succeed in immersing the person within the mindset. This project aims to highlight this by translating certain conditions that some, not all people with ASD have likely experienced at some point in their life. Lots of time, trial, and error was sunk into this project as I wrestled with how to represent different aspects of ASD in a way that is not frustrating or unfair. And hopefully I've managed to do so with what we'll see next. Let's take a look, shall we? Upon booting up the game, you will notice two threats in front of you that must be eliminated, like your typical role-playing game. The twist comes in that you must wait for what's known as your focus bar to fill up before you can act. Be careful, as switching targets, whether by choice or by force, will result in a loss of progress. This mirrors how those with autism tend to have a one-track mind, tending to focus on one thing before moving on to the next. And upon being forced to do something else, it takes a little bit for them to adjust and follow the groove again. As you take damage, you'll slowly notice what's known as your stress meter go from green to red. You don't want this to completely fill, however, as once it does, your moves will either become hindered or greatly weakened. This mirrors a real-life condition known as sensory overload. When suffering extreme anxiety, whether from loud noises or being in big crowds, a person with ASD will tend to feel extreme anxiety and begin to close themselves off from others until they manage to calm down. There are ways to combat this game, as we'll get into in just a second. You have two main methods of dealing with your representations of fear and anxiety. First is your thought commands, which function like your typical mana systems of role-playing games. You have three abilities. First is Sharp Focus, which increases speed of your bars so you can act faster. Strong Mind, which increases your defense so you can take more damage. And lastly, Deep Breaths, which allows you to recover some of your stamina. Using all three of these, you may notice that you slowly build up your stress. This is intentional, as I added it so it's more risk and reward, as even with these calming rituals, sometimes they are not effective. Second, you have your bag command, which is another based on items. You have three items at your disposal, one of them being a simple snack of your choosing, which heals you, much like Deep Breaths. A weighted blanket that, while you're in your stress state, will completely cure you of it. It is a one-time use though, so do be cautious of that. And lastly, you have a stress ball, which reduces your stress meter while it's still building up. For your bags, all your items are limited, so once they're all gone, you'll have to rely on your own self to calm down. This simulator hopes to capture the ASD experience in a general sense of trying to adapt to the world around you and trying not to let it affect you to the point of bottling your emotions until you can't anymore. It can't be stressed enough how much ASD varies from person to person. Some people think they've seen it all or are quick to say people are faking it or are just dumb. It doesn't have to be this way, as this was made in the hopes for people to empathize with the condition more, not because the people need pity, but because they deserve to be treated as equals as the rest of mankind. With the intention of exploring elements of ASD with the Spectrum battle system, I implore each and everyone here to rethink how they see people with this condition. They are not dumb, they are not worthless. They do not need pity. They are still functioning members of society that offer a different perspective on life. To quote Dr. Stuart Duncan, autism is not a disability, it is a different ability. That's all. Thank you for watching.
Woo!
Okay, let's see if Daniel is joining us via Zoom. Daniel, are you there? Something to note is that our online students have completed the SIP process if they are able to join us. But since Daniel is not available via Zoom, are there any comments? Professor Marquette.
Work with Daniel. I'm actually kind of sad that he's actually graduating. He's been one of my favorite students for a while. He's one of those students where every time you tell him a suggestion to fix something, he does that and then comes back and does even more and it's even better. And I'm like shocked every time he does it. And the quality of that final video was amazing. The ideas were great. I was going to ask him what his creative process was, how he came up with each one of those ideas. But in general, I've seen him through my classes, and I always loved it. He was that student, when you teach online classes and they don't have to come. He was always there. He was always there, so I didn't have to talk to myself. So I appreciate that. So I love it. I love the idea. It was one of the best presentations I've ever seen. I should have paid for the Wonder Share so that you didn't have the stupid watermark in front of it the whole time. But it doesn't matter. It's still a great video. I loved everything about it. I'm super impressed with everything about the project. And just, Daniel in general, he's just an amazing student. So that was awesome.
Any other comments for Daniel?
Great.
Yeah.
First comment is that project is incredibly interesting. I haven't seen something of that quality, maybe ever. And then if I was, he was here to answer a question, I would ask, so just being in the field that I'm in, I know a lot of people that are on the autism spectrum, and it's a spectrum. So I would ask if, and maybe I missed this, if there was a plan or a mode in the game to kind of represent I guess the different levels of that spectrum. Because I know some people that really struggle with their autism, and then I know some people where if they didn't tell you they had autism, you wouldn't know. That'd be my question.
Yeah, so Daniel, when you watch this recording, that's a comment for you to ponder. And any other comments for Daniel? All right, thank you very much, Daniel. Okay, next up, we have Jensen Surley, online student, double major, game programming, game design with narrative conscience persistence through reframing safe load as a mechanically embedded, systematically causal, and progression critical player action in decision responsive game worlds.
Pause. When you press save, you're doing something quietly extraordinary. You're freezing an entire universe in place. Every object, every variable, every unfinished intention, perfectly suspended. And when you load that save, you're not simply returning to the past. You're replacing the present with a version that has no memory of what came after. But what happens when the world remembers? What if characters, systems, even the story itself responded not just to what you chose, but to the fact that you chose again? That question is the foundation of the system I, Jensen Searle, have been building. A system where saving and loading aren't external tools for player convenience, but laws of physics. In this system, the timeline isn't a straight line. It's a web woven out of your revisions. Each save stitches a new thread into that fabric. To understand why this matters, we need to look underneath. Most save systems flatten time. They take the entire world, the player, state of quests, variables scattered across the map, and serialize it into a snapshot. When you load, that snapshot overwrites the present. It's efficient, reliable, and perfectly usable for most games, and a total amnesia event for the world. This system works differently. It records not only how the world is, but how it became that way. Every save becomes a node in a branching structure, a graph of cause and consequence. It captures what led to the moment and what you chose to undo. Now the world can ask, how many times has this moment been visited? Which paths converge on the same decision? What keeps pulling the player back to this branch? For designers, this opens up a layer of interactivity that didn't exist before. You can query not just the state, but the player's intent. Maybe an NPC starts to notice you always return to them before something goes wrong. Maybe a puzzle restructures itself because you've solved it twice already. Maybe the timeline itself starts to strain under too many revisions. Technically, it works because every save produces a new node, never a replacement. Nodes carry metadata, their parent, the time of creation, even whether the save was quietly created by the system. The result is a causal map of the player's journey, a record of how they think. Designers can query this graph. How many times has this object been restored? Which saves share this piece of state? The innovation isn't persistence, it's context. For players, the effect is subtle but meaningful. Saving stops being a utility function and becomes a choice the world can react to. Instead of a world resetting politely around you, the game begins to acknowledge your habits. As you always reload before a bad outcome, the world starts to treat that pattern as part of who you are. Dialogue shifts. Systems detect patterns. Puzzles begin to depend on your personal history with them. The world doesn't let you rewrite history, but it remembers that you tried. In the prototype, this takes the form of these blue cubes. What you're seeing here as I push them around is the bare minimum needed to expose the underlying logic. Each cube has the ability to save its position and rotation to its own identity. When I nudge one, I'm altering its state, and when I create new saves, as represented in the zoomed-in portion of the UI, that state is captured in its own node. The moment I load this older node, the graph branches. The prototype quietly creates a new node to unify the timelines. A record that yes, the past was revisited, and yes, a new present was forged out of it. As I load these different nodes, every cube is restored exactly to the version that existed in that timeline. But the important part isn't that the cubes move. It's that the system knows which version of them you chose to return to. Even here, with just a handful of cubes, you can see how the world reverts itself while still permanently remembering that changes happened. This is the foundation a full game would build on. The mechanic isn't about resetting objects, it's about creating history. These simple shapes are placeholders for something larger. Characters, puzzles, relationships, entire narrative arcs, and anything else designers are free to dream of. And even in this stripped down form, you can already see the system doing what it's designed to do, treating every revision as part of the story, not an interruption. Most save systems are invisible. This one is meant to be seen by the player and by the world. And when you step into a world that remembers you, every choice becomes a mark the game carries forward. It's a way of letting players and designers explore stories that could only exist when memory itself becomes part of play. If every action you take becomes part of the story, the line between memory and consequence starts to blur.
Great job, Jensen. Questions for Jensen? Professor Markwitt.
I didn't even raise my house. I think I was like this. Like, oh, right. So, Jensen, that was awesome. I'm not gonna lie. As you're a programmer, right? So he's not like a triple major like some of the others. But the point is, I was actually really very amazed at how artistic your presentation was. Right? I think it was probably the most artistic, awesome, like being able to connect the dots kind of presentation I've seen from a programmer. Right? Not the programmers under the bus, but again, it's not a skill set they normally have. So I think that was actually awesome in that way. And I was talking to him because I'll admit I'm still too dumb to fully understand what he's doing here. Okay, and I'm the guy that's been working with him. All right, so as I told him to try to dumb it down so the rest of us can understand it, I think he did a pretty good job of that in general as far as the whole thing goes. So is this kind of how your brain works in real life? Or is this no? Actually, the real question is, it's like, so with the process of coming up with this idea, what led you to this idea? And again, because obviously lots of things in life will inspire us, but what led you into this and creating this, SIP from the first place?
Yeah, so the origin of kind of this whole mechanic came out 7-ish years ago. I was kind of just thinking about mechanics for the game that I wanted to create, and it morphed over time, and it kind of came into this kind of narrative simulation of a game where the player had the ability to go back to like previous parts of the simulation in the game and change the outcomes that affected it. And eventually that morphed into this system, which is kind of the generalization of that. It doesn't rely on a simulation narrative. It's just kind of the underlying mechanic, the system that any game could realistically build upon. And it doesn't need to use those specific mechanics from that game.
All right. Well, I definitely encourage you to keep working on this and do something else, combine with somebody else, and get this project to come out, because it's such a cool idea. I think it's one of those perfect, like, indie kind of, a twist that get people to go, oh, I want to try something like that. It looks so different, so interesting. And that's at the core of, STIP. I say this all the time. Other colleges do good portfolio pieces when the students graduate, but we focus on innovation here. This isn't part of that. And this is definitely truly ridiculously innovative. So amazing.
Thank you.
Dr. Bacodi?
I think this is incredibly clever. And while I appreciate Matt's insights in regards to 3D boxes, as a narrative simulation, this would be so super cool. Kudos, congratulations on the great project.
Thank you.
Sean?
Yeah, congrats, man. This is such a great idea. The first thing that it reminded me of was kind of like how Git works, right? And like how every commit has sort of a connection to its last commit. And so it tells the story of how the code got to be where it is now. And so you're kind of doing that with save points. Kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
The underlying system is effectively the same as Git. It is a directed acyclic graph.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah. But I mean, it's awesome. I think it's a great idea. I don't know about that word, but I can follow it now. then it's brilliant. And like some of the advantages that can come with, like you said, adding context to why you're here, you know. And and my next question was just like, is there any other game or anything that does something maybe even like a simplified version of this, or just something more than just the save, replace, reinstate, all state kind of a thing? Because that's how most games are. But is there anybody doing maybe something similar that you like have to keep your eye out for? Or no?
In my research and trying to find similar stuff, there was nothing that really captured what this is trying to do. You can see like some similarities from like Undertale-ish, where like there's some meta narrative with like save points, but it's not part of the progression. There's other games with, like time travel mechanics, but it's still not like what this is trying to do. So as far as I can tell, this is completely unique.
Very cool.
Just like you, Jen.
Professor Fareed?
Awesome job, Vincent. I think this is definitely one of the most innovative projects I've seen. I think it's super cool and definitely like redefine how you think about games. You know? So with that being said, we talked a lot about like the narrative possibilities, but what about like the mechanics? Like fight a boss and then like go back to a different, you know, it'd be like totally different setup, totally different mechanics, different kind of boss fight. Is that kind of
Absolutely. That is completely part of the design space of this. One of the examples that I listed was if you solve the puzzle twice the same way already, it'll rearrange itself the next time you go back to it so that it's a different puzzle. You have to solve it a different way. Or if you solved puzzle A and then puzzle B and you go back, you've now unlocked the ability in the past to do a puzzle you couldn't do before. So
another example like you that you said was, if I start to see that you save right before a hard boss or something like that, maybe I, like me being the whatever the brain in the game, reorient myself so that's harder for you to do. Because I see you're just making it easy for yourself so you can roll back, and I don't want you to do that. I want it to be hard for you. So I'll, you know, the game will change in a way to adapt to those kind of things. It's really cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Professor Watson Davis?
I'm an artist and I understood it, so thank you. I can't say the name enough, but honestly, I think your project's really awesome. I wanted to know what's probably like one of the biggest things you probably had to face when making this, because it does seem like I don't understand, of course, but yeah, it seemed like something that's kind of a struggle to implement, and especially making different saves sometimes. I know there's some stuff like that already, but I think yours is like a completely unique take on it. So what's one of the struggles you kind of had to go with?
The probably biggest struggle I had was getting the system to actually be stable over time. There are a lot of edge cases when saving and going back to previous saves and creating all these different branches that I have to account for. And it's not a manual like I can review that, of course. The system has to automatically do all that itself. And so I hit a few dead ends in my design where I was thinking about the system wrong, saving and loading stuff incorrectly. But it was really just kind of the iterative process of, okay, are all of these requirements met in the code, and does it actually like not crash, you know, as soon as I press start? That was definitely the longest of making sure that everything worked together.
Okay.
Not to put you on the spot, can you speak to the algorithms that you leverage?
Yes, so this uses quite a bit of graph theory in order to create the save system. There is a root node that player starts at, and when they save normally like in a normal game, they just create a chain of nodes along that. And when they return to a previous save, it'll reload most of the objects normally to that previous one, but objects can kind of decide whatever they want to do according to designer's intentions. And then create this invisible node that has parents back to both the one that they were just at and the one that they reloaded to, so that it has kind of that full history. And so there can be many leaks along this timeline. But it's basically like boils down to various implementations in graph theory.
Very cool. So to make that clear, graph theory is the same sort of concepts that are used in GPS modeling to make it clear where you're going, where you're coming from, and all the different locations. So very cool application.
Thank you.
Excellent work, Jensen. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Nathaniel Ander, Game Art and Animation major with Fight, Core, Destroy.
Let's go, Nate!
Fighting games are a popular genre of video games with a long-standing history. It has bred franchises such as Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Killer Instinct, and Tekken. They often have common elements: player versus player, combos, special attacks, parries, maybe even ultimates or unique meters. The players take and deal damage, maybe the outfits get damaged, but for the most part they retain their appearance unless they have a transformation of sorts. Something you don't see are losing limbs over time. Even in games such as Mortal Kombat, the characters will retain their limbs and overall appearance throughout the fights. Let's talk about themes. Typically, we see martial arts, superhero, anime, or crossovers. A theme that is not seen as often is the mecha robot genre. What if we introduced a new mechanic to the fighting game scene? One that could create unique interactions and dynamics, while also taking advantage of an underutilized theme. What if there's a traditional fighter that had a focus on robots and had land damage mechanics? Hi, my name is Nate Andert. I'm a game art and animation major at UAT, and today I bring to you my student innovation project, Fight Core Destroy. Fight Core Destroy is a 2D mecha robot themed fighting game with limb-based damage mechanics. The player can damage individual limbs of each other until it breaks. This could be done for one additional state in any combination of the player's choosing. Similar games to this include the Pacific Rim and Real Steel movie tie-in games. Pacific Rim has a focus of robot versus monster or robot versus robot gameplay and an energy drain mechanic. It is also an arena fighter. Real Steel is an arena fighter with a more boxing-focused gameplay, where players can target and cripple individual limbs, which slows the player. Where these games differ is that they are a movie tie-in game first that happens to be a fighting game. The mechanics reflect the respective movies that they're from. Fight Core Destroy aims for 2D traditional competitive gameplay with limb damage mechanics. Its focus is being a fighter with limb damage first, rather than a movie game that happens to feature limb damage. Let's go through some scenarios that the player can choose. You could go for an arm and break that off, then go for a leg and break that off. The same is true for the opposite side as well. Maybe you want to just focus on the legs? Well, you could do that and now the robot's flying. Or if you want, you could go for both arms and leave just the legs remaining. With this mechanic, the interactions are numerous and allow the player to freely choose where to damage, leading to many visual changes. The damage adds tension to the gameplay by providing a visual indicator of how close the player is to losing, aside from a simple round counter or UI element. When making this project, I went through various player appearances before choosing the final design. I looked into Construct 3 tutorials and found a start for implementing my main mechanic. At first, I wanted to go for Tekken-inspired animations that are 5 to 8 frames long, so I downloaded Tekken 8 again to record gameplay to refer back to. Along the way, I came across Mugen and decided to make animations based off that gameplay. To make the animations, my pipeline was posing my Gundam model as a reference. I then took this reference into Photoshop and used it to make my sketch. This was taken into Sprite, where I made my still frame sprite. To make the additional frames, I used onion skinning and an additional reference in Sprite. I then would take this into Construct 3 and start adding events. Eventually, it got so complex to the point where I had to buy the premium version of Construct 3, had a lot of bugs along the way, and to fix these issues, I turned to ChatGPT. Eventually, this all culminated in the final limb damage mechanic. I want to thank Professor George Portillo, Professor Raylan Watson Davis for approving my SIP and providing feedback along the way. I'd like to thank my family and my friends who have all helped push me and motivate me along the way. You have all been such a great help throughout this entire process, and I'm so grateful. And I'd like to thank everyone for attending my presentation.
Well done, Nathaniel. Questions for Nathaniel? Professor Raymond.
I've been watching this. I wish I was there at the very beginning, right? But George was there. Some guy.
Yeah, we're gonna have to Rebecca's name.
But I'm so glad I got to see just kind of how this came along through all of, like the ending parts of it. Just one of those maybe like really nice because you missed out on that. But either way, man, there's so much potential you can do with just kind of like how these limbs work, right? The different move sets, all sorts of things that can form with all that. I just want to ask, what was probably besides big construct thing, what's one thing that you wish could have you probably could have got implemented first before you kind of knew about it before? Something like that. I had the question better in my head. All right, what's a challenge you had that really took up a lot of your time?
Definitely managing the events and the event sheet for the main mechanic, especially because there's a lot of overlap for animation. So it's like if the robot gets punched, you have to make sure there's a flinch animation. So I had to do a lot of conditions where it's like this animation won't play during this state, and if you're in, let's say, one of the damaged states, make sure that it's the matching flinch state animation and such.
Professor Marcus?
Good job, Nate. Like overall, what's kind of funny is I find as being a game design to me, I feel like every art project, it's really just a game design project. Let's be honest, that was game design, whatever. No, but I do love all the art that you put into it, and I think that it worked out very well. I think it looks cool, and what's funny about sometimes innovation, we can kind of see in your process here, is that sometimes it feels like it's so simple, it's such a simple thing. And how come someone didn't think about it before? But that's the point. Some of these, the best ideas are the simple ideas that just come and work, and it just makes so much sense. Now, I was thinking we're going to do more of a Monty Python thing when you cut off his arms, he's on the ground. It's just a flesh wound, kind of thing. But I thought that was cool. The robot's floating now. It's like so. The interesting thing is, especially in game design, is we have these risk reward things. So I might take the legs out, but now they can fly. So now I can't hit them low anymore. And so that would change up gameplay. That actually can make the game very, very interesting. Keep thinking through this. So what other skill set? And actually, I also give you credit for saying, I actually got to pay for this engine, and I'm going to do it because I'm investing in myself. My students all the time are like, I'm like, just don't eat for a week. Come on, people. Invest in yourself. You did it. Good job. I love it. Yes, but I would say, what skill sets, right, did you gain that you didn't think you were going to have before you started this project? Because obviously, you had to do a lot more than art. That's why I was calling it more of a game design, but let's go into that.
I would say in regards to making sprites, because I had to look up how to use a sprite, because originally I was going to use Photoshop, but I found out that a sprite actually was much faster. In particular, when you would you can make a point and then shift click, and it just makes it in a pixel line, and in Photoshop it just makes it half transparent. Something like that. And I'd say definitely that, and just learning construct more, because my only exposure was the 105 class, I believe. And over the course, I think just practicing animation more, because I would say that's probably an area I'm not as familiar in.
But I think this is a great example, and especially for the students that haven't done SIP yet. Like sometimes we just rely on, well, my teacher didn't teach it to me, so I don't know it. You're like, I'm going to figure it out. And that's how you make the best stuff. You see the best tips of the students going out of their way to learn new things. Do it just like you did. So good job.
Any other questions?
Good.
Jerome, yeah.
Oh, hi, Jerome. Welcome.
Laser,
He's got his transformer.
Yeah. The symbol.
Very cool. Thank you, Nathaniel. Okay, next up we have Caleb Carroll, online game art animation major with BR Sword.
Walking into a virtual reality world, sword in hand, ready for battle. You strike your first enemy, the clash of steel echoing in your ears. You look down at your weapon and notice something unusual. The blade, once flawless, now shows a small chip, and after another skirmish, a faint rust stain appears along the edge. With every fight, your sword begins to tell a story. a history of the battles you fought. Most VR fighting games rely on physics or sound to provide feedback, but the weapons themselves remain pristine no matter how many blows they endure. In these games, your sword never ages, never tells a story, it's always just a tool. But what if your sword could evolve alongside you? What if it could speak of your journey through its wear, its scratches, its rust? That's exactly the question I set out to answer with my student innovation project. My name is Caleb Carroll, and I attend the University of Advancing Technology, where I'm studying virtual reality. For my student innovation project, I've been developing VR Sword, a system that enhances immersion in VR melee combat by making weapons virtually age and degrade in real time. Essentially, I'm trying to make your sword feel alive, a reflection of every fight, every victory, and every mistake. Let's talk about the problem. Current VR combat experiences, like Blade and Sorcery, do an incredible job simulating physics, where you swing a sword, it hits an enemy with realistic force when you throw it. It arcs through space naturally, but visually, the same sword will never wear down. You could fight hundreds of enemies, yet your weapon will always look brand new. This creates a gap in immersion. A sword is more than just a tool. It's a symbol of your journey. In a traditional RPG, a sword gaining scratches or rust can communicate history and stakes without a single line of dialogue. VR gives us the ability to physically hold and wield a weapon. So why shouldn't the sword virtually reflect your experience? The lack of physical degradation limits not only immersion, but also narrative potential in VR games. VR Sword is built in Unreal Engine 5 using the VR template as a base. I employed blueprint scripting to track durability in real time and dynamic materials to control the sword's visual appearance. As durability decreases, the sword's material instance updates instantly, showing scratches, chips, and rust developing naturally. But the system doesn't stop at visuals. You can layer in particle effects, sparks when the blade strikes metal, or dust when it hits the stone. The sound feedback that responds to damage level. All these elements work together to make the weapon feel alive and reactive to every player in action. How it works in practice. As you swing the sword in VR, the game tracks each hit and calculates where. Chips appear along edges, rust spreads based on exposure and environment, and scratches accumulate. Durability decreases with use and time, and the sword appearance changes dramatically. This gives the player visual feedback that mirrors real-world weapon use. It's more than cosmetic. Each scar, dent, or stain communicates information. In survival or training simulations, for example, this could indicate a lot when a tool becomes unsafe or unreliable. In gaming, it adds depth to the combat. Each strike has weight, each parry has consequences, and each battle leaves a mark, literally, on your weapon. So why should you care? This is about immersion and emotional investment. When a sword ages with you, combat feels significant. You start thinking about the consequences of each strike. Every decision is a battle between meaningful beyond gaming. This system has applications VR training simulation, military exercises, and even educational experiences, where understanding tool condition is crucial. Imagine using a virtual axe in a forestry simulation. It starts showing where you need it to know its maintenance. This is a realism that goes beyond graphics. It's experimental. Currently, the foundation of the VR sword is complete. The durability system works, and visual damage updates in real time. The next steps are to polish, smoothing damage traditions, improving material shaders, and refining durability tracking so it feels more realistic, and make it so it actually works. The end goal of the sword that not only responds to the player but tells a story that ages with you. When you wield a sword in VR, it shouldn't feel like a rigid, unchanged prop. It should feel like your sword. Every nick, every chip, every rust spot should reflect your journey. With VR Sword, combat becomes more of a series of swings, it becomes an odyssey. Every fight matters, every fight victory is earned, and every weapon carries a story. Just imagine it again, walking into a VR world, sword in hand, and seeing the tangible history of your battles etched on your blade. This is not just immersion. That's storytelling you can hold in your hands. That's the power of the VR Sword. Thank you very much.
We'll see if Caleb is joining us via Zoom. Caleb, are you there? Okay, comments for Caleb, for Sir Raylan.
Once again, I watched this project. You know, once again, I wish I was there at the start, but I still got to see this finished out, and I do remember I was talking a lot with just kind of how he's doing this project. I'm like, it seems so simple, but in terms of concept, you would never expect, like, you know, I swing my sword at something, it actually just breaks off at the tip because I just swung it really hard. You know, no one ever thinks about stuff like that, and I remember I really wanted to go for that chipping feel, and when he got it down, I was like, what? What? Because I didn't expect it to like just, you know, snap off, and then like pieces are on the ground and stuff. Like that's some high quality stuff, and I take it for art because it's not something you can do for a design or whatever. All right, it's art. It's all but man, this was really awesome to see, man. I'm glad you actually got to like put this all throughout fruition, and I can't wait to see this in like a game you do, man, or whatever you're gonna put this in, man. This is an awesome project. Great work.
Comment?
I would love to see like an implementation of like a repair element to it, maintenance. And I think, you know, you already have this base system that you can build off of. I'd love to see. I think it'd be really cool to develop that in the future.
Thank you. Professor Marquardt?
Yeah, I was gonna say, combined with Nate, and you guys have total destruction of everything, you know, between your two SIPs. No, Caleb, that was a good job. And I was actually, Tommy, I was gonna make a similar comment about, you know, because again, it's not necessarily art versus design. I teach in both degrees, so whatever. So, you know, I do both. But yeah, you can have, to me, it feels like almost like a tip of an iceberg of a much larger experience, right? You're in a battle between, you know, two different medieval, you know, things, and your armor breaks down, your sword, but so does theirs. And so what do you do to fix it and do whatever, and you're fighting? And so that could be a very interesting, much larger scale. A lot of these ideas can start simple. And like I tell students very often, the best ideas start simple and you just layer things on top of them that support the idea. Eventually that feels complex, but the core is very simple. And that's what we're seeing a lot with the SIP is that the core is simple, but these students have done a great job, including Caleb, at the beginning to start layering things that make it feel a lot more complex. But that is at the core of good innovation. And so far we've been, you know, seen a lot of awesome stuff just in this beginning one. I'm shocked at how amazing all these events so far.
Good point. Professor Rodriguez?
I'm trying to close it up and not take long. I think it's a fantastic idea. I think I would like this to transfer into other games, which seems like Call of Duty, for instance. Anybody who knows a firearm, you can't fire endlessly without it starting to fall apart on you, damage itself, doesn't fire straight anymore, things like that. So having that kind of idea put into a game where like all of your equipment eventually degrades, I really do like that. It brings a lot more fun to it.
To another layer could add on to this is something called edge alignment. For those who don't know, edge alignment is the angle your blade hits a target. If your angle is off, it will either bounce or won't cut through. But if it's right, then it will do like it'll pretty much kill you. That's how you get sword that cut through people. The edge alignment is perfect and the blade is pristine and just cuts through meat like butter. So edge alignment is another thing you can implement in this game.
That's a weird experience in the background there. I'm just kidding.
Actually, Professor Rodriguez actually kind of covered what I wanted to say. So yeah, like actually having this implemented in other games would be really cool. Like I'm a big Counter-Strike player and can't touch that one too much, but implementing something like that, like with the different guns and knives would be cool. And then maybe even, and I could have missed this, even accounting for I guess the type of material. So I'm not sure exactly, they're all metal, but the different types of metals and swords and whatnot, and how they break differently and whatnot. But,
I would just like to add a different perspective because I think it's super cool that things would degrade and all that, but I'm actually on the opposite side of the spectrum of thinking it's always cool the more realistic it is, because I like to jump into a game knowing that I'm not dealing with real world consequences. I'm in a fantasy world. Some things I get for free that I know in the real world I don't get for free. And like a lifetime gun that just always works forever that I don't have to keep maintaining is actually an appeal to me. So I think the idea is awesome, and I think a certain amount in games, like if it's balanced well, I think you can really, really do a great job. But making real life consequences, you know, of like little things like that, and to me, it's like, okay, now this is kind of just being real world. And I got into I started playing video games to kind of get away from that. And I want to enjoy the fantasy world where things are easier and, you know, like resources are more abundant, etc. And so it's just, I would just say, like, be careful in how you balance it, because I think you could go too far. And it makes it like, you know, real life jumping into more real life is not fun. You know, like I go to escape when I play. I don't play games often, but I go to escape and kind of like have an easier, more fun, relaxed, you know, environment than what the real world is crushing me with. You know?
Definitely don't go to UAT to escape though. Reality is strong. No, I get you.
I got a rebuttal. Imagine yourself slaughtering orcs and goblins with like your broken sword, like some kind of like James Bond type of situation.
Yeah, my point is
just
keep it balanced, because there's certainly, I can totally see how this can add certain value with certain things. But if, let's say, every micro object in the game is, you know, almost fully simulated to how it would decay in the world, then I have a maintenance nightmare just to like get across town. You know, and that's exactly what we try to escape in our real lives. So it's just, as long as there's, you know, the right elements in the game, the important things and all that are, you know, maybe behave that way and some other things don't, then I can see it having a nice clean balance. Like, it's fun. And part of a fun gameplay is like, okay, my sword's degrading. I have to go to the blacksmith and get it repaired, whatever. That's all fine and good. So I'm just saying, just be cautious about how it's balanced in the game, because a little bit too much of that, and it can be like, well, then I don't want to play because this is just a bunch of chore work.
It's a target audience thing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Or know who you're appealing to.
There's like the medieval gladiator games, you know, the ones where they just slaughter a bunch of people. Yeah, one of those things.
But to your point, Sean, it's true.
Right, exactly. Then you get the bill, and then you can't afford the bill, so now you got a broken sword, and then it's like, what now? Now what do I freaking, you know? But it's like, that's the kind of stuff I like want to get away from. I love that the local gardens don't have those. You know, the world's not set up that way.
But to your point, it's important to identify the audience. When I was doing VR development in 2019, when we were doing VR experiences, it was heavily weighted on the target audience because we were doing VR experiences for children for education. And then when we had the adult learners, big discrepancies between what they preferred. The child wanted more realism, where the adult wanted more fantasy. And so there's a delicate balance, as you noted. And fun fact, UAT was the first in the nation to offer a fully accredited bachelor's degree in VR. So we've been doing VR for quite some time. So Caleb, a lot of comments for you to consider. Congratulations on your project. Okay, last project before we go on our lunch break, we have Yenleen Nugent, online game art and animation major with the Genesis Records.
Media and entertainment are labeled as the primary focus of engagement. With a mixture of high quality and excitement build-ups, audiences are likely to get engaged. Or not. Many went for intense quality, suspense, and explosions. Their response will always be, "It's very good," or "It's the best one of all time." Some audience can choose not to like them, because their engagement level is determined on any specific premises rather than just one. A very obvious example is not liking the high realistic quality, thus they prefer only liking the cartoonish styles. Categories that belong to media and entertainment, films, television series, art, and video games, carry the same level of needs with engagement. Art games or games with primary focus art qualities almost have these such standards, but the way how it's achieved and defined is completely different. Well-crafted, immersive quality without realism, gimmicks that can interact with the world, and actions creating great achievements and impacts by simple performance. Hello, my name's Nguyen, and I designed the Genesis Records, a project with only two main gimmicks as general gameplay use and player response. Applying with the methods of minimalism, players will quickly learn how to use these gimmicks in order to solve puzzles, engage world interactions, and combat. No need for upgrades, it's simple and straightforward. Players will play as one of the two protagonists in the Genesis Records. By exploring worlds, players will stumble upon puzzles, battles, and NPCs to interact through a visual and wordless tale. To pursue the main goal of this game, players must help the writer and the artist to unleash the power of the swords, as well as guiding their path through the strange, twisted, and colorful worlds. Living species are called beings, and monsters adapting the environment are called creatures. Writer is a being, and the first protagonist who uses a pen-like tool to create words or phrases. Artist is the second, who instead uses a brush tool to draw a variety of patterns to spawn certain effects. Throughout the game, players control either the writer or the artist of their choice using one button command. Upon moving around our world exploration, players will have many visual encounters with NPCs, objects to interact, and much more. Stories and world-building content are the main drive and engagement, from great emotional and memorable impact on the audience to well-driven, rich flavor writing that connects the player, the characters, and the world. The story inside the Genesis records will be told through without words, only hand-drawing, colorful, and rich flavored characters. Excluding the text and introduction, there will be no words spoken to communicate or to interact, only by body language. A pen is always mightier, so does the brush. Before the first world, the writer and the artist are immediately gifted with special tools called swords that possess a powerful ability to change everything inside the creations, the name for world levels of the Genesis records. Another yet a different type is called the creators, tall giant beings who are born to craft creations, the storybooks that craft tales of many. To pursue the main objective from the creator of the first world, players must use the sword to solve puzzles that are scattered all around. Some will need the writer or the artist to solve. Some puzzles require not just one, but two swords at once. And some cannot be solved without one of the two. Using a special gimmick, players will be able to change everything without the elements of locking skills and upgrades. They will have a quick, easier access to these skills. Drawing a line to create a log bridge, selecting one of the two words to make platforms move, and summon a giant wave that destroys a wave of enemies. Between puzzles and world interactions, players will approach certain stages that mainly involve combat. Most games achieve performance by skill sets, inflicting combos, and large mashup of button commands to apply the best amount of damage. With simplicity, players will have no issues to remember the combos. All they have to do is select and activate a skill that instantly destroys hordes of enemies with one or two button commands to attack. The Genesis Records is built with the Golden 3 engine. There are many plans to soft launch this game, or this project, through Steam, itch.io, GameJolt, or Windows executable. To tackle problems or issues involving the use of complexity into great quality as the result, players will quickly acknowledge the basics over simplicity. With the method of minimalism applied, players will gain easier access to develop strong familiar connections with puzzle solving and combat. Through the safe touch of fantasy and immersive 2D art quality, players are likely to fully engage both gameplay and story from their experimental use with the sword's gimmick. A pen is always mightier, so does the brush. The mightiest power of the words and the mighty power to create and change everything. Let creations flow, and see how two protagonists will turn the page as they dive deep into the cycles of creations. Your experience will unfold messages, means to them. Explore and create as new elements with simplicity will be introduced. Thank you.
We're fortunate to have Yan-Ling joining us via Zoom. Welcome. All right, Dr.
Doctor.
Professor Marquardt.
Credit.
Professor Marquardt.
All right. Yeah, Yenlin, it's been a long time since I've had you in a class. Your art's still just as amazing as it was before. I think that's really awesome. And again, very game design centric. I love it. Actually, you're clearly using inspiration, obviously, from Okami and Hollow Knight, two of my favorite games of all time. That's really impressive, all the stuff. You said you're using Godot. Is that the engine you were saying you're using?
Yes, I am using Godot as the engine or tool that I use to make this project into reality.
So have you had to learn how to program and put in there? Like, again, as an artist, I'm like, this is programming. Like what kind of skills have you had to learn to get into, using Godot?
So programming is, of course, is not that easy to begin with, but once I realized, like, oh, if I grasp this knowledge by a bit like step by step though, then it'll be like, oh, it's honestly not that bad. Once I know what to do with the programming. So like for example, the words is inputting the words into action is definitely the most difficult part for me to when it comes to programming. So I have like many issues inputting words like when you approach a certain spot though, the writer will activate their skill in order to bring up the a a dialog box that says of moving a the platforms up and down. So when you press each of the buttons though says it's up or down though, then the platforms will respond as well. Using the buttons in order to make the objects move is one of the hardest part for me though because I have I have so many issues and problems that like there are cases where pressing up will make the platform go down instead, and there are cases where if if one of the two playable characters or both are on the platforms, sometimes the platform just doesn't move up.
Yeah, that's typical. That's just typical game development. I think you did a great job. I mean, art wise, I wouldn't have realized you had that many problems, if you hadn't said so, because the end result was very polished, very fun looking. So awesome work.
Thank you.
Professor Raylan?
Awesome work with this game. I remember you were really pushing the art style for this, and I think you pretty nailed it with the marketable. See, I think you saw some comment down there about the marketable plushies.
Yes, I did.
Awesome with the art style. I saw the character design the first time. He liked it. I was like, oh yeah, you got it. Yeah, this is exactly what you're looking for. But I know programming is not that easy. So awesome work with that. That's a great testament to skill, with just you going outside of your own like comfort zone and just messing around with something you're not too familiar with and knocking it out the park for your SIP. Amazing stuff. I want to ask though, for your game here, do you have any plans for getting this onto like a public place, Hinge or something like that?
So I did mention soft launching on this game for many platforms like itch.io, Game Jolt, Steam. Um, the Genesis Records will be um if there are like multiple of positive comments that I receive, feedbacks from the people that I'm familiar with. I'm just like aiming towards the people I know with, um, for positive feedbacks or something like, hey, this project's very good. You should definitely publicly post it on other softwares than what you mentioned. So if I were to receive so many positive feedbacks that want me to publicly post it, then the Genesis Records would be probably there aren't any plans for this though, for the public release, but I'm thinking the Genesis Records would be planned to publicly release in 2 or 3 years, in my honest opinion.
Okay.
It's not gonna be just like, oh, 1 year and then Genesis Records is publicly out. I'm just gonna be like honest. I'm thinking of like publicly releasing the Genesis Records for at least 2 or 3 years.
Out there anyways, positive feedback or no, you never know until you throw it out there. So yeah, definitely if you want to go.
You're getting the positive feedback right now. Do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin?
It's a very cute game. I like the characters a lot. My question is about progression. There's really two ways fundamentally on how to add progression. That is through introduction of new skills or the increase of complexity in the environment. So how would that look like in your game?
Oh, that is a good question. Minimalism is the main theme of the mechanics of the Genesis Records. I'm not trying to like make everything for the not just the players, but anyone who has not tried out video games in their entire life. So it's not that I want to make like make more of the levels becoming in a increasing difficulty. So like once you begin at the first stage, which becomes fair and simple, then more worlds wouldn't be like more complexity. It will be like stay simple and fair as always. And again, as a reminder, minimalism is like the one main element that the Janus Records is pursuing.
Thank you very much for joining us, Jinling. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So this concludes the first part of the Student Innovation Project Showcase for Fall of 2025. Thank you for joining us. Please remember to consider nominations for the People's Choice Award. Again, we're going to go on a lunch break until 12:30. We'll continue our presentations with all the other remaining programs. So please make sure that you wait to all the presentations before you go. So before we go on break, I'd like to ask all the faculty and the students that presented and will be presented to meet us right by the large common so we can take a group photo, and we'll see you at 12:30.
A lot of interesting innovations for game design / game art.
Oh, God.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. We just completed our morning portion of the Student Innovation Project Showcase for Fall of 2025. Thank you again for joining us for the remainder of our presentations. We're going to continue with the next series of programs, but I'd like to give everyone a friendly reminder about our People's Choice Awards. We are announcing the 5 winners at our semester board ceremony this Friday, but you are able to select your favorites the presentations through voting through People's Choice. So if you want to scan this QR code, that will give you the listings of all the presentations. But again, I remind you to please hold off on voting until you've seen all the presentations this afternoon and, of course, combination of this morning. For those of you joining us virtually via Zoom, welcome back. We're going to continue our presentations with robotics and embedded systems and digital maker and fabrication. Next up, we have Sean Johnson, robotics major with Root Score Addition module for commercial sections.
Have you ever been to a restaurant, ordered a beverage or cocktail, and noticed a slice of fruit sitting on the rim of your glass? Well, today I'm going to take you behind the scenes as to how those fruit slices are prepared, a little about the preparation process, and some of the challenges that the restaurant industry currently faces. Hi, my name is Sean Johnson. I'm a soon-to-be robotics major with a minor in digital manufacturing. My senior innovation project is the Fruit Score add-on module for commercial sectionizers. This idea came from many years of working in busy restaurants where I prepared thousands of fruit wedges that were scored by hand every day. Even though commercial sectionizers can quickly cut fruit into wedges, scoring them for use as garnishes still takes hours. That problem inspired this project. In high-volume bars and restaurants, citrus prep is a daily chore. Sectionizers can slice fruit into wedges quickly, but every single wedge still needs to be scored manually in order to fit on the rim of a glass. At one of my previous jobs, I prepared over 5,000 wedges every day. When wedges come out of a slicer, they bounce around unpredictably, which makes it impossible for them to be scored all at once. There is currently no tool on the market that can score all wedges simultaneously, only manual labor. When it comes to slicing fruit, there are really only 2 approaches. Either the fruit slides through the blades, or the blades slide through the fruit. Traditionally, most sectionizers push fruit through stationary blades. So for my first concept, I had the brilliant idea of taking the opposite approach and creating a design that pushed moving blades through stationary fruit. I quickly learned why this was not the popular approach. Pushing blades through fruit requires more force than you would expect. And as the blades dull over time, the force required increases. All to say, it felt inherently dangerous. This led me to rethink my approach. I would instead leverage the current sectionizers on the market and design a scoring mechanism attachment to be used alongside them. However, this posed a new problem. The biggest engineering challenge was finding a way to capture all of the wedges immediately after slicing. Without containment, they bounce around like footballs. Eventually, I came up with a design composed of a cylindrical container and a flexible insert that captures all the wedges and can be removed and laid flat, presenting the wedges in perfect alignment for a single scoring stroke. This is the current version of the Fruit Score add-on module. As an MVP, this design is 3D printed, but will eventually be manufactured from stronger materials and fit popular sectionizers like the Sunkiss S100 without any modification to the slicer itself. The idea is that this outer cylinder would attach to the bottom of a slicer, and the flexible insert would capture the wedges as they fall from the slicing blades. The insert can then be lifted out and unrolled, giving the operator a clean, organized layout for all wedges. With this system, a standard chef's knife can score all wedges at once. Here's the device in action. The fruit is placed into the sectionizer as usual, and when the handle is pulled down, or in my case, when the plunger is pushed down, the wedges fall neatly into the flexible insert. I then remove the insert, unroll it onto the cutting board, and use one clean downward motion with a chef's knife to score all wedges instantly. This turns a tedious, time-consuming job into a process that takes just a few seconds per fruit. Although the prototype works well, I have several improvements planned. First, I want to replace the current tooth and groove mount used on the outer cylinder with a magnetic system to make attachment faster. Second, I want to adjust the tolerances of the insert so it slides in and out more smoothly, as well as create it out of food-grade silicone. Third, I'd like to add magnetic connectors to the insert itself, which would allow the insert to snap into a cylindrical shape automatically. Since bars prepare hundreds or thousands of wedges per shift, even saving a couple seconds per cycle adds up to major. Thank you for watching, and thank you to the University of Advancing Technology for supporting this project. I'm Sean Johnson, and this has been my senior innovation project, the Fruit Score add-on module for commercial sectionizing.
Excellent work. Okay, questions or comments? Professor Ryan Prater.
Nice job, John. Obviously, we worked on this a little bit. Going back to the very beginning of this, we talked about how cool it would be if it was like a crank all-in-one motion would section and then slice on the output side.
Yeah.
I know this being MVP, you've had to scale things down a lot. With what you've learned, do you think you would be able to revisit that? And
Yeah, definitely. The thing was that I changed my approach to be an add-on to what already currently exists on the market. Like, I didn't want to reinvent a sectionizer. And for any of you that don't know that, for whatever reason, fruit slicers in the restaurant industry and commercial are called sectionizers. So it's just a fruit slicer, sliced it into wedges. But there are many machines similar to my 3D printed prototype that already exist. They just don't put that little cut into it so that it can slide on a rim of the glass. And like I said, when you prepare a huge volume of those, that can be a really tedious task that I just wanted to optimize. So for me, I was like, it would be better to not reinvent a whole new sectionizer just so that I can make one single motion. That is an option and a path, but I think there are many restaurants out there that already own sectionizers. So I think, like, if I were to want to sell this, it would be more appealing to be like, you don't have to, everything you already have already works, just buy this. And instead of replace what you currently have with my all-in-one solution here. So that was the reason why I kind of left going that route. But it still may be viable because I just want that process to be faster and faster and faster. And all the little improvements that I mentioned there, like, I don't know why the audio cut out in that last part, but it's basically saying a few seconds saved adds up when you're doing it 5,000 times. So anyway, that's what I would like to do. Any micro adjustment to cut that down from 7 seconds of fruit to 6 seconds of fruit times 5,000, that's 5,000 seconds and whatever. I save a couple of seconds, it's a lot of time. So just something that can be quick and easy and get those wedges sliced fast was my main goal. And for me right now, an add-on module to existing sectionizers was what I thought was the best approach.
Professor Prater?
So you use TPU for the flexible stuff, right? Which is food grade already. So he can do this now and it wouldn't hurt anything. And he knows that. I just for the audience. One thing that might help too is I noticed that they wobbled a little bit when you unroll it, they kind of wobble. If you put like a ramp on the bottom side, so they kind of it eliminates with 1 degree of freedom, so they don't wobble. That would be cool. And another thing is instead of a chef knife, have a chunk.
Yeah.
Go in and do like the guillotine or whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
And then
totally. I hear you. And there's like a lot of pizza places have those really long they're not anyway, they've got like a handle on it and there's like a big old rectangular piece of steel that they scoop, those are great for putting it. But the reason why I use chef knife is because I know every kitchen that I sell it to has a chef's knife.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have this big, massive custom knife thing to slice it. So
yeah.
I agree. If you have a better tool in your restaurant to do that over a chef's knife, go for it.
We'll make it custom, the chunk.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're doing 5,000 of them, that's a lot of kachunking.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's. I think there's plenty of different routes in which I could go. Like I mentioned in my video, the engineering challenge was just like I don't know if you saw. Well, you didn't because I had the little black container, but I can actually show you right here. When this is not on, it's just blades. And once those fruit come through their little slots here, they just bounce. They just come falling and go everywhere. And now I got to scoop them up one by one. All that takes time. So the biggest engineering challenge was slicing them without them going everywhere and capturing them. And once I figured that out and then putting them in a sort of a system that I could just take care of all of them in one motion. And all the rest was just easy. Just get some blades and follow how the other sectionizers work and cut them into slices. But this was really the key trick. And I still don't know if it's the best solution, but it was the best one that I've come up with so far. And down the road, as I give it more time, I may come up with a different, solution or something better. But I think there's it's worth optimizing this one. And then if it doesn't feel like it cuts enough time or doesn't really save enough time, then maybe I rethink it. But so far, it seems like it certainly cuts the process down by a good chunk already. So,
Professor Bellinger?
On behalf of every bartender, barback, busser, assistant manager, server, and dishwasher, and all of the above, thank you for thinking of us.
Another thing you could is the fact that this breaks down so easily will make it very easy to clean.
Yeah, that was another concern of mine. Was just like I can't make a mechanism where there's like tight corners that can't be accessed. And so with the insert comes out laid flat, and then I don't know how well TPU goes in the dishwasher, but obviously some food grade silicone or something that might make it out of different material. If it's in that form, that's a super easy clean, easy thing to clean. So that was a big concern of mine as well.
Tyler?
So that you've been through a ton of iterations on this, and it's amazing to see like how you went from your initial design where you thinking of like a lever pull down to this, and I think there's a lot of beauty in like the simplicity that you went with, but like over your entire design process from the start, is there anything you wish you did differently?
Not put it off as long as I did. But at the same time, I don't like that about myself, but I'm sure many people have recognized that about themselves, that like sometimes I almost need the pressure to get going. So and sometimes I have to put that on myself. But yeah, I just wish I was probably a little bit more consistent with it, and I may have come up with some better ideas by now that 6 months from now I'll come up with, and it could have been I could have just expedited that process. But I think that, and then maybe just going for the add-on module from the get-go, just to get something that could, because I do think, I think what Professor Murray mentioned would be like another product, and me, if I wanted to take this thing further, sort of like the upgrade, the plus option, or and this is just to solve the problem for bartenders and all that as cheap and simply as possible. And then if you really want to get fancy, you're starting up a new restaurant, maybe you don't go buy one of the sectionizers and my module, you just go get my complete package sort of product.
Yeah.
So I don't think that, I think that they solve different problems that they can exist together and not sort of compete against each other, so.
And Sean, you bring up an important point about the microseconds that it saves, because that compounds. Frederick Taylor is known for the scientific management theory, and Taylorism is literally like repeating the same process, so that way you can find the one best way. And while you articulate that it's not the best way, but it's one of the ways that leads us to that best way, is important to know, because those seconds matter when we're talking about the millions of bars and restaurants that use this. So congratulations, Sean. Thank you very much. Okay. Next up, we have Alexa Tutenhagen, robotics major with Find Beauty and Everything.
Some of the most challenging moments in life happen in quiet rooms. Rooms where people whisper, machines beep, and hands are held a little longer than usual. Rooms where nothing needs to be said, but everything is felt. It was in one of these rooms that my project was born. My name is Alexa Tuchtenhagen, and I created something for families in those moments. Find Beauty in Everything is a robotic butterfly designed to bring comfort to hospice patients and the ones who love them. Through gentle movements, soft lights, and a calming sound, it helps relieve anxiety and agitation, creating a peaceful, soothing environment for those who may not have access to traditional therapy. But this project wasn't just designed off of wanting to help people. It started with wanting to be involved in my community, but more so, my mom's world. My mom's a hospice nurse, or, in my eyes, a miracle worker. She's the calm in chaos, a peace giver for families who need it, and the reason I'm creating Find Beauty in Everything. She takes grief and turns it into something beautiful. Her hospice team created multiple programs to celebrate families' loved ones, but my favorite is Hope Takes Flight, their butterfly release, a symbolic memorial for transformation, rebirth, and hope. Find Beauty in Everything isn't just for hospice care, though. It's designed for anyone who needs access to low-cost, non-traditional therapy. It's for stressed college students, scared children, sick patients, and anyone quietly fighting battles no one else can see, but simply need a soft landing. My goal wasn't to add another therapeutic machine to the world. It was to make healing accessible and affordable for everyone. Find Beauty in Everything is designed using recycled materials to keep costs low and show that there's beauty in everything, even if you don't always understand or see it right away. Right now, Find Beauty in Everything is using a website for light control and speakers for sound, but there are plans to improve it in the future. My goal is to create an app to control the butterfly's wing speed, lights, and sound, as well as if it's on or off. Besides that, I want to add a recording device to record your loved one's voices, which was suggested by a hospice nurse. Find Beauty in Everything has been a project that has a lot of meaning for me. It connects me to my family, loved ones, and moments where I wish I had something like this butterfly to bring calm when nothing is going right. So thank you to all the people who have helped me create Find Beauty in Everything, whether by actually working on my project, guarding my project from the world, teaching it to fly, or just being a shoulder to lean on. Thank you.
Beautiful job, Alexa. Comments or questions for Alexa? Professor Murray?
Nice job. It's a great sculpture. It's a great project. My question to you, can you see this at any other scale? And then, well, let me finish a little bit on that. Inside of a like a hospital room, like what you have here, it's 1-to-1 scale. It's not the size of a real butterfly, but laying down in the room, I could see 2 or 3 of these hanging up, and at that size, something in the 2 to 3 feet might be really nice and fill the space, make it not so cold. So that's one question for you. The other one is, you said an app. I always, if there's some situation like that, an experience, and they ask me to download an app, I'm not going to do it unless it really provides like long-term value for me. I would think about having it all web-based. But so back to my question about scale for you.
As for scale, I originally decided to go with 1-to-1 scale because I wanted to be as lifelike as possible, but I can see where a bigger scale would be nice, or even multiple in a room instead of them being in like a box like this one is. The electronics would actually be more inside the butterfly, and you could put multiples like on a wall, so it's more like a collection of butterflies than just one singular butterfly. But deadlines mean it's going in a box.
In the box.
Taylor?
Never know. Awesome project. Looks fantastic. And something that like don't often see with a lot of electronics projects is you often have wires or some kind of mechanics just lying about, and you have something exposed, and you're just like, oh, I wish we could see this. But seeing it here now, like you've really got everything, typed up. It just looks beautiful. So well done.
Thank you. Actually, to comment on that, you can see all of the electronics from the bottom of it. So I'm
Okay.
going to keep with the recycled bags of my project. Fishing line actually moves this project, so I wanted to be able to like not just the wings and the stuff it's made out of is recycled, but also some of my electronics.
Nice.
Mr. Prater?
So we had the artistic side, now we'll do the scientific side. So first question is, how do you determine the wing beats? Is it like a delay, so many milliseconds, or how do you determine that?
Yeah, so in my code, I have it set up so it like randomly generates a number between like 4 seconds and 50 seconds.
Okay.
And that's how it's deciding the code. It's all random based.
Okay. Did you, because I know from the way scientists work that they've done studies to determine wing beat patterns to make it a little more realistic. Now I know you have that now, but later on you can probably get a better handle because they'll come in and do a standard deviation on times the wing beats, and it might be related to temperature. I know that cricket chirps are directly proportional to temperature. So you can do all, so just if you're pushing realism, like from the science step, the next step point would be that. But yeah, I was going to do a delay. I just was going to ornate it a little bit.
Professor Bellinger?
I don't know how deeply you've looked into the retail side of this, but in your estimation, how much would, like the unit that you're holding, how much would that retail for?
Yeah, so right now this costs about $40-ish. The most expensive piece is the glass box it's sitting in. So my goal would be actually get it out of this terrarium frame setting to make it actually cheaper. But that's where it's at right now.
I would push to rent it rather than sell it, because some people only need it, not the thing badly, but they're only going to need it for a couple of weeks.
That's a good idea, except it also turns into a keepsake for families.
Okay. Professor Green?
Awesome job. I mean, anything in a hospital setting to add some sort of sensory stimulation to people who are stuck there is just awesome. My question, I'm interested on the recycled materials. What was like the process of taking the material and morphing it into your structure? And what were some challenges?
Yeah, so the wings are actually made out of milk jugs. They're all painted, and obviously they don't look like milk jugs anymore. But the challenging part is, believe it or not a lot of students drink milk on campus. Cafe staff asking for milk jugs. Thank God our security guard has milk jugs. So that was the hardest part, but I have gotten in contact with other companies, recycling companies specifically, to, if I want to keep working with this, that they would give me recycled goods. I also want to get away from using PLA. I want to experiment with recycled filaments for 3D printing. So that's the next step, but I didn't want to mess up the school's printers.
That's an awesome idea.
Professor Derek Clark mentioned that he is a vital source of milk jugs for you. So there was Professor Bellinger, did you have another comment? I thought I saw your hand.
I liked it a lot.
Okay. That's Rodriguez.
Okay, so I'm not really a comment, but a suggestion. I like the web-based idea. So people who are at home and they want to leave a message that they can't always be there, they can leave their message through the web-based interface. So everybody can do it everywhere.
That was an idea, so I just let them out there.
Hack away.
And we have time for 2 more comments, Amari and Tommy.
So I actually work in animal health, and I'm part of a network of about 18 animal hospitals. I actually really like this product. If you get this to market, it's something that we would genuinely consider, because unfortunately, just with the way we have to build our buildings, they have to be tough and stuff. So when we deal with euthanasia, it's obviously different with pets and people, but it's still really hard. Just we don't have that level of I guess intimacy that you can get, I guess, in terms of I guess hospice, right? So something a product like that would actually be really cool to incorporate into our hospital. I would actually like that to come to market.
That would be amazing.
In terms of I guess like charging and stuff, does this use disposable batteries? Does it use or does it use like a rechargeable device?
So right now I'm just running it off of this wire that's coming out of it. It's just can be plugged into a wall and into the power source. I did at one point use batteries, but it's hard to change batteries, and I didn't want to have to deal with that at all. So for now, it's just being plugged into outlets for everyday use.
Tom?
I'm kind of taking the opposite of retail approach. My question goes into the facility as a kit, where you a hospice nurse or a family member can actually assemble it. There'd be a small degree of customizability or with plants and stuff like that, or even the shape of the little container. And since it's all recycled, I imagine this might be like arts and crafts. You can do it with, because a lot of people in hospice are still able to use their hand or cognitive. The whole point is to make it comfortable. It might be something you even create a memento of leave behind. I just love the idea of like, I guess you're saying, could incorporate that into the process to create more memories.
I haven't thought about doing like a kit of it. I did think about like having ways so people could send maybe dirt from their hometown to cover the rocks and stuff, or even adding personal touches like jewelry or things like that in the township. But as a kit, I would love that. Okay. Thank you.
Alexa, thank you for helping us, spark this beautiful conversation about a demographic that we often overlook because they're at the end of their life, but it's significant and it's a beautiful way to honor them. So thank you. Congratulations. Okay, next up we have Eloy Fernandez, robotics major with Coil Gun Project.
Hello, my name is Eloy Fernandez. I major in robotics and embedded systems, and my SIP is the Coil Gun Project, which is a kind of simple name for a not very simple project, where I'm trying to kind of resurrect this dying coil gun technology and bring it in a different direction so that it becomes much more well-known and commercialized in the public as less of this attempt to become the next generation of firearm and warfare, but more of this thing that you may see people playing out in the field, like airsoft or paintball, where these are hobbyist level people pumping in probably hundreds of dollars to play this game that they love, but where no one's really getting hurt, and it's all for fun with this nice, unique technology. But what some of you may be asking is, what the heck is a coil gun? So let's get into that. The most common image that people would get into their mind of a coil gun, or their other names being a Gauss rifle or Tesla cannon, are going to come from different media such as movies or video games, such as the Fallout series, which is a very popular video game which has a whole line of weapons within it that are these kind of Gauss rifles. Some of them mentioning how they fire a more realistic projectile of this ferromagnetic slug, which is just a long-winded way of saying a magnetic projectile. Or in other games, they're shown as being pretty much just pure energy weapons that almost fire laser beams of some sort, which simply isn't true. But at the end of the day, in all of this media, what you're going to find is that they're all viewed as these highly futuristic weapons that we couldn't possibly comprehend using now, and that they are extremely powerful and could punch a hole through anything, which is potentially true in the future, but as of right now at least, very unfeasible. Though what is feasible is getting one of these things in your hands. The GR1 Anvil is considered one of the more popular and commercially available coil guns for the low price of $4,000. There are other coil guns that were on market from Coil Accelerator and Black Rose Firearms, though those still range between $1,600 and $2,400 respectively. So you could get them, but they're going to be very expensive, and for what they do, they're not going to put out as much power as most low caliber handguns would be putting out, and some of them may be portrayed as this more self-defense style tool, which in that case there's plenty of other things on market that you can get even off of Amazon that are going to be much cheaper and much more effective. And this is even assuming that you're able to order any of these, as many of them have been off the market for upwards of 2 years with no notifications of any future plans for putting them back on market, any updates, nothing. But let's get further into this. How is a coil gun made? They require mostly 4 things that can be somewhat simple, though you can always add in more, make it more complex, get unique functionality out of them. But you're going to want your power supply, as with all things of this nature, whether that be like a big brick that you see on this table here, or if you're using AA's 9 volts, or the Nerf hobbyist community knows about lithium polymer batteries, LiPos, which even powered the GR1 Anvil that we saw before. You then want a high voltage capacitor, because one of the major parts of getting that magnetic field nice and strong for launching your projectile comes from the voltage being discharged into it, though you also want a high farad rating, so it's actually got energy to back it up. The magnum opus of your coil gun, a coil of usually copper wire. You could use others, though copper is generally the most effective. And you want it to be a fairly strong gauge. I'm using 16 gauge here. And you want it to be very long, as the number of turns is extremely relevant in getting a strong magnetic field. Now, one that's technically speaking unnecessary, but very recommended, would be a voltage booster as well, so that you can maybe have an input voltage of 9 or 12 volts, but then boost it up to that 250 volt rating that I mentioned. Now, let's have a demonstration of this coil gun actually firing.
Hello, I'm Eloy Fernandez, and this is going to be a test firing of the Coil Gun Project prototype. We are using a 250 volt capacitor and just over 100 feet of copper wire in this coil over here. Our starting height is 2 feet, being fired 4 feet to my aggressor. The capacitor is charged up to a safe 240 volts, 10 volts below its maximum off of the voltage booster that you can see here. And our projectile is simply a 1 gram Nerf dart that has a small magnetic rod that has been inserted inside of it. When I press the button over here, it will fire, though to ensure that my capacitor has not partially discharged, I will hold the other button for a couple seconds to make sure that it is at its 240 volts. And now we will be firing in 3, 2, 1, with enough force to rebound the projectile almost underneath the table itself. Thank you for watching.
And any questions?
Tyler?
So absolutely amazing. I'm so glad to see that this came together and got like working proof of concept going. Do you have any plans to turn this into a blaster?
That is the plan for the future, probably, yeah. As of right now, I didn't probably work on it as much as I would have liked to, but turning it into an actual handheld blaster design would be very nice, especially since with the current pricing, all of that stuff that you saw there was around $80, not taking into account power supply, as typically that's something the person needs to provide themselves, and that's a brick that you're not going to use for the final version anyways. But at that price point, it's not uncommon to see some higher end Nerf blasters going for upwards of $200 or more.
Absolutely awesome.
Sean?
Do you think like with the current setup of electronics right there, do you think through optimization that you can like, we obviously want to get a little bit more powerful for a final product if we were making it, right? But if it's a toy or something, obviously not too powerful. With the current electronics you were using, do you think just through optimizations you can leverage that or get the power that you're looking for with what you have, or do you think you need to step up to like beefier hardware?
I think it would be possible to get it kind of scaled up, as even the $80 price point that I'm mentioning is taking into account the packs that I bought and the electronics I bought came in sets of 2.
Okay.
So I could line up the capacitors in parallel to effectively get more power out of them, use 2 step-up boosters that I'm able to charge them faster, and then also modifying the projectile itself using maybe one of the slightly lighter Nerf darts at 0.85 grams with a slightly smaller metal rod in there that maybe doesn't affect the air friction as much, could get you a lot more distance.
Cool. Yeah, very nice to have
Professor Bellinger?
If this went to retail, what would the age range be for that?
Age range would probably need to be 18 plus, or at least that kind of supervised
Danger then.
style of
Child.
Yeah, kind of like what you'd be seeing in airsoft or paintball, where these are more grown people that understand what they're working with and aren't going to just like be rolling around in the dirt with it.
Professor Prater?
So it's great. First of all, is a railgun also considered the same type of weapon? I just remember from my Doom days being a guy, we had railguns. Is a railgun, is this a type of railgun as well, or are those different?
Technically speaking, it's not a type of railgun, because railguns work off of literally this kind of direct electrical contact with the rail inside of it. And there's a lot of technology that needs to go even into the projectile itself to allow it to fire. Whereas in this case, theoretically speaking, because it's magnetic, you could have your projectile free floating, just kind of sitting there. And then as you turn the coil on, it just magnetizes through, never comes in contact with anything, it keeps going.
And then so and another thing then too, the more coils you get, the more energy you can pump into that. Okay, because you get more coils. So you might want to go with a smaller gauge wire so you can fit more coils around. Now I know wrapping it is the pain, and I didn't realize you had mentioned that. So you might not want to do this, but if you put more coils in there, you can do that. And for the final product, you said you want to go handheld. What are the things that you exactly need just to fire?
Just to fire was pretty much what you saw there. You need some button to discharge your capacitor, some way of charging that, which I'm using that step up booster.
But if it's just firing, couldn't you have the charging be like a charging station? You pop it in, charge up that capacitor, pull it out, squeeze the trigger, the capacitor fires, then do another one, you put it back in the charging station. You could get to a handheld through that, right?
You could do something like that, though, especially in the sense of wanting something that you're going to be running around with at least a little bit, or kind of that art style. You can't as easily do that, because if you only have one shot and then you need to run off to recharge, at that point, that's almost like a special game mode in certain video games, like One in the Chamber.
I just know because they have a video, and I can get it to you, about why the military left railguns, and the reason why they're not railguns, but the reason why they went away from them is precisely because of the energy required to do them, and they had to be carrier mounted and things like that. It really it makes it untenable if you have your energy source with it, and in reality, if you're using batteries or something like that, if you want enough energy to get to do anything, your battery pack is only going to last for a little while too. You're going to be limited on your shots regardless. I just don't think, short of maybe having a backpack, getting like 3 or 4 shots off instead of one, it might be better to go to a base station idea, or have multiple guns, because it's cheaper. The gun butt by itself is cheaper than having the power supplies and all those things. Instead, you charge it up, you pop, you grab another one, charge it up, and pop. You see what I mean? I just don't think the whole, including the energy source, is going to be tenable for something handheld.
Your batteries, one with the bullets, one with the batteries.
Something
like a Ghostbusters style pack.
That's what it says. It's backpack, but I don't think you're going to get more than a couple fires from it.
Yeah. A couple of things for you to consider. And then last comment from Professor Murray.
Yeah, so in a perfect world, ignoring all the physics from Trader, as we're handheld and running around, have you put any thought how you might be able to handle multiple rounds?
Multiple rounds. In that sense, I would then be probably thinking on just actual firearms, or how Nerf blasters handle it, where you just kind of have that pretty standard spring-loaded magazine where you have the various rounds being fed in, and as you pull the trigger, they just get pushed in as the coil is released, and you discharge all the energy through it.
All right. Well, lots to ponder, Eloy. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, next up we have an online robotics major, Matthew Winter, with Field Test 420.
Hello, and welcome to this presentation on the Field Test 420, handheld 24-volt DC 4 to 20 milliamp signal generator. Have you ever tried to bring a production line back online only to find your loop calibrator is dead, bulky, or missing? If you work in plants like water, food, or pharma, you felt that pain. Technicians need a fast, portable way to simulate a 4 to 20 milliamp signal without hunting power supplies or dragging a bench tool into the field. I'm Matthew Winter, a student at University of Advancing Technologies, working on my degree in robotics and embedded systems. My senior innovation project is the Field Test 420, a rugged, battery-powered, handheld, 24-volt DC 4 to 20 milliamp signal generator for field technicians. 4 to 20 milliamp control signals are everywhere. They're in PLC, drives, actuators, recorders, and more. When a sensor loop fails, you need to know a good current source now Guessing signal integrity wastes time, creates safety risks, and drives unplanned downtime. The Field Test 420 lets you inject a precise signal into the loop to isolate faults quickly, safely, and on the spot. The Field Test 420 is designed for a variety of users, from robotics and embedded systems engineers to plant maintenance technicians. It's a valuable tool for anyone working with the 4 to 20 milliamp current loop, whether in automation, process control, and HVAC systems. It replaces bulky bench calibrators with a compact, rechargeable, technician-friendly tool, full-color LCD UI, manual sweep and ramp modes, on-device 24-volt loop power, and real-time readouts. Technical overview. Our solution is the Field Test 420. This device is handheld, battery-powered, signal generator. The internal design shows a compact and robust architecture with custom design internals to make sure everything could fit. The core innovation is the device's ability to be portable, an all-in-one solution for 4 to 20 milliamp current loop testing. Unlike other devices that require a separate power supply, every single one of them requires you to have power from an outside source. The Field Test 420 contains an internal 12-volt lithium-ion battery pack and a buck boost converter to output the necessary 24-volt loop. This eliminates the need for technicians to carry extra equipment, making it an ideal device for on-the-go field testing. The device integrated design also includes several features to enhance its functionality and user-friendliness. Under the hood, the Field Test 420 is an Arduino-based controller with a precision digital to analog converter for stable output. It's powered by the 12-volt lithium-ion battery pack, which is achieved by using three 18650 series lithium-ion batteries in series, and a buck boost converter to get it to 24 volts. The user interface is driven by a 2-inch ST7789 LCD and display driver. A potentiometer is used for adjusting scales and time frames, and a 5-way joystick simplifies menu navigation. Future plans still include USB charging and a battery fuel gauge monitor. We have an advanced prototype that is functional. It demonstrates a stable output. The manual sweep and ramp modes are all working with on-screen status updates. For the live demonstration, we will show the device in 3 key modes: in sweep mode, manual mode, and ramp mode. During early bench testing and prototyping, we proved the theory of operation and that everything was working the way it was supposed to be. After that, we took the design to the next phase, where we got everything working with custom displays, splash screens, and menus. Here you can see us going into the sweep mode and activating the output. You can adjust the time base and re-enable it, and you can see the difference in speed as that time base is changed. We exit that and we can go into manual mode, which is off currently. Once enabled, it shows that you can adjust your output using the potentiometer to whatever value you needed. Lastly, we have the ramp, which is simply 4 to 20 milliamps, where you can adjust the time frame. Why it benefits. For technicians, faster loop checks, less downtime, safer troubleshooting. For managers, fewer callouts, cleaner root cause analysis, measurable time savings. And let's not forget, for students and makers, a real tool that can bridge sensors and systems at an affordable price. In short, this device simplifies troubleshooting and testing in the field, saving time, increasing reliability for technicians and engineers, It is a versatile tool that fills a critical need in the industry. This project was guided by my subject matter expert, Professor Prater. You can find more information about this project and others at my website. Thank you for your time.
Let's see if Matthew is joining us in Zoom. Matthew, are you there? Any comments for Matthew? Professor Prater.
So, when he first came to me with this project, I couldn't believe it wasn't out there. Because there is such a need for this, that I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. And I came back and I'm like, are you sure it's innovative? Are you sure? Because I thought there'd be a million of them out there, and they're not.
Wow.
They're literally not there. So, I mean, if I had him per question, my question would be, why are they not out there? I mean, what you did is super useful, super innovative, but I just don't understand why it's not out there. And the only thing that I can come up with is maybe because of the LiPos coming into market at such a force in the last couple of years. Before that, you'd have to carry around a 30-pound lead acid battery or something like that. So being able to have LiPos being on the market might be the reason why we could do it now, we could do it there. But yeah, I couldn't believe it hadn't been done.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, thank you, Matthew. Next up, we have an online digital maker and fabrication student, Chelsea Krebs, with replica rings.
Weddings are the start of a new life. We cherish those memories. One of our favorite keepsakes from our special day is our rings. It shows a symbol of our love. But the workplace does not halt for us. Whether you're in a factory or saving lives, metal rings are not safe in these environments. Not only does the decision of not taking off your ring in these environments bring risk to your keepsake, but can also cause an injury, leading to a large hospital bill, or worse, a loss of a finger. Hi, I am Chelsea. I'm a digital maker and fabrication student here at UAT, and I'm excited to introduce you to my innovation into the silicone replacement market, replica rings. Replica rings is a game changer to the silicone ring replacement market. We create truly customized silicone rings that mirror the beauty of your metal rings. Stepping out of the bulk production worlds, Replica Rings is ready to make a ring for you. We start with an image of your own ring. From there, we create a 3D model of your ring based off that image. We then create a mold using the shape of your ring. A mold is then printed in a resin printer. And finally, your mold is ready for injection molding with the silicone. Now that you have taken a glimpse into our process, you might be wondering what makes us different than the products currently on the market. The two key things that are lacking in today's market is customization and safety. Replica Rings allows you complete control to get a silicone ring replacement that resembles your metal ring. We also strive to make our rings safe and as durable as possible. For inspiration, the safety feature, I had to look no further than my house. Inspired by my cat's breakaway collar, what if we could have a ring that is meant to snap if ripped but not break? This is why I added the clasping feature to the back of the rings. It allows for a hidden place for the ring to break away, but snap back together if it does. This will eliminate those gruesome ring avulsions that are seen with rings in unbreakable spaces. Replica rings is an exciting and heavily anticipated option for both men and women looking to gain a silicone ring replacement outside of the cookie-cutter box options that are currently on the market. With the addition of the clasping back, it'll also be the safest on the line. From proof of concept to the initial prototype, this project has taken many forms and design. With the continued knowledge I learned throughout my courses here at UAT, I was able to produce a final prototype different by original thoughts, but perfected, ready to print and for molding. Thank you so much for watching this short presentation and introduction on replica rings and how I took it from an idea to a fully functional prototype. And I hope one day I can make you your perfect silicone ring replacement.
See if Chelsea's joining us in Zoom. Chelsea, are you there? Okay, comments for Chelsea. Vice Prater?
Actually, it'd be more almost for Ryan, because Chelsea's here. Is there a release agent used when you use silicon molding?
It depends on the mold, but a lot of times you don't even need it.
Okay.
If you're doing silicone on silicone, so sometimes there's two parts of the mold, you'll need a release there. But most of the time, no.
Okay. So like, because I was afraid that maybe the BSLA material might not be adaptive or, compatible
The
with.
problem that you run into a lot of times is the SLA, those chemicals don't play well with the rubber molds.
Yeah.
So what might take 30 minutes for the mold to cure might need 3 days.
Okay.
But
yeah,
she's found a combination that works.
Yeah, if it's an individual, then you're only doing one, so you can take as much time as you need.
Mm-hmm. Professor Murray?
Great job. Glad to see. Actually, really glad to see that you went through the whole process, printed some molds, and casted some rings. Since we've last spoke, I feel like there's been a lot of advancements, and especially the image to AI 3D modeling. That might really speed up this process for you. The other one, actually watching this, that might be interesting is if you do a clear silicone and add like a silver powder to it, you'll have something that kind of feels a little bit more like metal, but still have that same flexible and breakaway.
Once again, fantastic job, amazing project, and kind of like piggybacking off what Ryan said. I've found that customizability and feasibility are always enemies of each other. If you have a ton of customizability, it can be really, really hard to do something like this at scale if you're 3D modeling every individual client. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So just something to keep in mind is like the Ryan mentioned the image to 3D model AI modeling tools. Those could really help out here, or maybe some other automated process that could streamline the whole thing.
Tommy?
To add to that, there's a growing prevalence of 3D scanning technology, and even software you can add on your phone. You just take pictures of both sides of the ring. You basically send in a scanned digital replica of the ring itself. Photogrammetry, thank you. Photogrammetry.
One more comment, Amari?
Honestly, just building off of the two things that they said there, it would be really cool to even use the built-in LiDAR scanner on the Pro iPhones to just be able to scan your ring, send it in, and then you get it all back. Once you pay, this is your wait time, and it'll be in your door at this point. That'd be very cool.
And Chelsea, I wanted to commend you on thinking of this because you identified the need based on environments where maybe it's not the safest to have a wedding ring on. But I also want you to think about, pregnant women. When I was pregnant with my son, I gained over 50 pounds. And one morning, my hands were so swollen that my ring was digging into my skin, and my dad had to actually take it off with pliers. So as women are pregnant, they gain a lot of water weight or just a lot of weight in general. So this is another, demographic that you might want to look at. Congratulations, Chelsea. Good job. Okay, last of our robotics and digital maker students. Next up, we have Tyrone Martin with online digital maker major with expendable riot shield.
Imagine for a moment, you're a protector in the field. Projectiles flying, and you constantly need to switch between moving fast and needing cover. What do? A shield may work, but it's bulky, slow, and blocks your vision. But what if that full-size protection could deploy from a compact form in seconds with a single hand motion? I'm Terran Russell Chevet Martin, and this is my expendable riot shield, a compact, telescoping, defensive system designed for fast, reliable deployment. Now, as you can see here, what we have is two examples that are so important to how a shield works. Because when you're making a shield, when you're using a shield, there's a battle going on, and that's between mobility versus protection. Current riot shields are fixed size. They're awkward in tight spaces and very fatiguing after a while, right? Then you have the users, right? Security, SWAT, private response. They need a fast transition between moving and shielding, plus clear sightlines. They need to be able to see. If they can't see, how are they going to protect people? How can they move? How do they know where they're going? Even here, I will show you that the struggle I had when I had it fully deployed. It's tricky not trying to hit anything. There were so many obstacles there to be out in the field. And this was the struggle, right? But then I had it compact. See how easy it was? I was able to see where I was going and be able to move around it perfectly. Here's a clearer view. We have 3 interlocking panels that slide like a telescope, And we have ambidextrous curved handles that keep the crane clear of the forearm and allows anyone to use the shield. Now it's just not going for left-handed, right-handed people. Anyone can use it. That's important, right? And if we look to the far left, what we see here is we have the polycarbonate windows, so you can see through it and still have the protection. Projectile's going to hit it. You can be safe. Then down at the bottom, and we can see right here are these little tiny discs that slide in. And what that does is holds up these longer pieces, which are racks. And for those racks, we have pinions as well. But before that, we also have this round device here. It is a pulley. That pulley is what's going to be moving the wire rope that will be attaching to the entire system. If we look in the middle, we have the middlemost panel. That panel also has an inside as well, same as the top one. But this one also has an axle and wheels. They look like gears, but they're actually pinions, and those pinions are going to be going against the racks. It's creating clear track, so this thing will move up and down smoothly. So important. You don't want it to get stuck, do you? On the far right, we have the bottommost panel. That one does not have an inside. However, it does still have the pinion, so it can go up and down inside the middle panel. And there's also a bolt at the very bottom. Similar to the pulley at the top one, that bolt is going to have the wire rope go around it, keeping it together. That's what's going to pull it up. Here, I want to present to you guys how this works. I apologize. There you go. As you can see here, when you roll the pulley, it's going to lift everything up. All it takes is 2 to go, and you're good. Now, another view is through seeing it cut in half. That way you can see exactly how those racks and pinions go together, how those gears are going to roll against it and keep it in aligned. which is so important. Here, again, we have those inserts I was mentioning earlier, those discs that will slide in. And here I took away the top panel so you can see exactly how it looks. For the middle panel here, we have the gears that are going to go against that rack. As you see, they have teeth. They're going to go against each other. Perfect. And then you see that disc at the very bottom holding up not only the rack, but there's also these little cubes on the middle panel that's also going to stop it, so they will never fall out. On the far right, we have the pulley and that bolt that I mentioned earlier. The pulley has a hole at the very top. That's where one end of the wire rope is going to go. And then that bolt, again, is where the other end of the wire rope is going to wrap around and stay together. And as you roll it up, it's going to pull it up. It's going to be perfect. And then the second you pull that the handle, it's going to release. And then that's just going to roll. Gravity will do its thing, and it's going to fully go out. And then boom, you're set. You are protected. Not only that, we have a brand, a logo, a character-driven industrial design that carries branded identity without compromising the function whatsoever. It's a bold one. Here, I wanted to give 3 videos. Once again, we have the pulley system going to work. Then we again have another view of the halfway view as it's going up and down, which is perfect for you to see in the inside. And then here, I created a one-to-one design so you can truly understand how big it is, what it looks like, compared to me, who is 6 foot. And you can kind of get an idea of how it works, how it moves. Granted, the true design, as you see in the models, are going to be made out of steel. It's going to be clearer, and it has more functions that are where it works better than the board you see here. And once again, I want you to see this in the field, and show how much protection you can get from this 4-foot shield. As you can see here, I am not trained, and I was happy to have my sister help me here. But with this, you'll understand. Second smaller. Compact carry means we can move faster to where we're needed. I needed to get there quickly, so I did. And fast deployment means that we're always ready to protect what's important. That same sister that's helping me there, with this shield, I can make sure that I'm always there to protect her. That's so important. Finally, thank you. When you need protection, the shield will move where it's needed and expand to keep everyone safe. And with protection as the goal, I see a future full of improvements.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Comments or questions? Professor Murray.
Yeah, nice job. I know we've gone back and forth on this quite a bit. Have you put any thought or any simulation testing on what the weight of this would be versus a traditional style?
Yes, I have. I remember actually I did this for the original design and did the math for the new design as well. I remember, I think I used the material I used is stainless steel. I remember that was I want to say 500 pounds. It was very heavy, which is why I did consider other material. I've done a bit of research into other types of metal that would be better. Aluminum is no, because that's going to be too weak. But there is there's a video I saw where someone created a armor with can't remember what type of material it was, but it wasn't metal. And he was able to form this material, and it was able to take on shots. So I'll likely be looking at something else, something like that for this if metal is not the go.
Yeah. So AR-10 is one real common metal that holds up to firearms. And then there's probably other people in the class that would know more about like Kevlar style, but.
Okay. Tyler?
This is so unbelievably cool. I love it.
Thank you.
So I was also kind of wanted to touch on the weight thing because obviously weight contributes to the mobility factor a lot. But I also wanted to talk about like obviously it looks like you've gone with like a cardboard or like 3D printed prototype. You were talking a little bit about materials that you may do for armor. For popular armors, you gotta watch out for when a projectile strikes it, it'll often deform on the back. And that'll often interrupt your mechanism a lot. So just something to consider is when it takes an impact, it'll deform on the back. That might interact with your mechanism a little bit. Just something to think on. Yeah, definitely like Kevlar, some kind of ceramics, and stuff like that are definitely lighter, but are going to help give you that impact resistance.
Oh, for sure. Because there's even a time where I was thinking of putting Kevlar within the shield itself to aid with that and just give more protection while also lessening the when I was originally doing metal and didn't really understand all the material, lessening the amount of metal and putting Kevlar in it so it's lighter, but also still holding up on that protection.
Awesome.
Professor Prater?
So, and once again, kind of piggybacking on the weight thing, Kevlar would be the way to go, and absolutely. Well, first of all, before I even begin on this, I appreciate you showing up. Fantastic, answering because these bring questions, and you're here. So I want to say, first of all, I really appreciate you being here. That's standby. Though I would go with Kevlar, and the one thing about what Tyler said is true about the deforming, but really the rush is getting to position to extend it. Once you're extending it, then you battle, and then if it's messed up, you can throw it away. It's easy to go to extension. It's tough to go to compact it again. But the other thing that's going to be tricky too is you've got your weight and you've got that. This wheel to hike it back up is going to need to be bigger. With being small like that, you're mechanically losing out on an advantage. If you make the wheel bigger, then it goes in and out a little slower. But going out, it's got weight helping you, so to help you with that. But pulling it in, you're going to be facing a lot of friction and then weight and things like that. If you use a bigger wheel on the back, it'll be slower coming in, but you'll be able to do it. If it's tiny, like what you were doing, if you make it from metal, I don't see you being able to wheel that thing back up. With the wheel on the back, you'd have to expand it out. If you make it Teflon, maybe you can, maybe you can't. And really, to be honest with you, it might be one of those things where you only need to expand once. You get it, you expand it, you use it, you chuck it away, and you grab a new one. Who knows?
All right.
Thank you.
In order to stick to today's agenda, we'll have to move forward with the next section of our presentations. But thank you, Tyrone, for joining us via Zoom. I appreciate you.
Of course. Thank you. I hope you guys have a good one, and thank you so much. And yes, my sister and I had a lot of fun, especially her.
Thank you for being here. Next, we're going to move to digital marketing, advertising art, digital video, business technology. We have our next student presenter, S.J. Campbell, who pitched his idea to business technology with 1 minute hire.
Everybody that is sitting in this room right now has, at one point in their life, applied for an entry-level position. Whether that was at a retailer, a restaurant, a local coffee shop, whether that was 5 minutes before you sat down here, or 20 years ago, we've all done it. And you know, as well as I do, that the entire process of applying for an entry-level job is a pain in the butt. It's a pain for us to submit a resume. It's a pain for us to fill out an online form that asks us the same questions we answered in our resume. It's a pain to repeat that information for a third time if you're lucky enough to get an interview, so on and so forth. But it's also a pain for the hiring manager to take time out of his or her incredibly busy day to sift through hundreds of these resumes looking for the right person, especially when you consider that the criteria for the right person in an entry-level job all boils down to two things: personality and attitude. These are two things that can be assessed within 60 seconds of speaking to someone. So, why do we, as job seekers, and them, as overworked frontline managers, waste so much of our time in the hiring process when the core of what we're trying to accomplish can happen in literally 60 seconds? Hey there, my name is SJ Campbell, and I am thrilled to introduce you to 1 Minute Hire. 1 Minute Hire is a service that builds video resumes for entry-level job seekers with little to no experience. This service aims to make video resumes the industry standard by empowering hiring managers to make that 60-second decision without committing hours upon hours, days upon days to it, and by empowering job seekers at entry level to put their best foot forward. The following video is an example of what 1 Minute Hire is capable of doing for its clients.
Hi, my name is Damien, and I'm looking for part-time work in a hands-on position. I've done restaurant dishwashing and a little bit of home renovation, and I really enjoyed the physical aspects of that. I like to write and draw, and I feel like that hands-on work really fits my personality and thought process. I'm looking forward to learning a new skill where I can work with my hands and create a solution with them in a similar way. I like to play video games where I'm forced to work under pressure and I have to solve problems and puzzles. I'm excited to apply that to a professional environment. Thank you for having me, and I hope to hear from you soon. See you later.
To give you a little peek behind the curtain here, Damien is 16 years old, and he's never had a job before. Sitting down to record this video was the closest thing he's ever had to an interview, and he's never been in front of a camera before either. He was, understandably, incredibly nervous, as we all are in any interview. But I was able to capture his personality and eagerness to work despite how nervous he was. This is one of the goals of 1 Minute Hire, empowering job seekers to put their best foot forward. Damien has said that he'll be including a link to this video in the document form of his resume that he'll be submitting to future employers for review. And for right now, that's exactly how this service is going to thrive. By offering this service to more and more entry-level job seekers, more and more major companies are going to take notice that hiring is starting to change for the better. Where before, hiring managers would spend hours scheduling and conducting interviews, only to discover that none of those applicants fit the role and go back to the hiring board, now they can watch an authentic, completely AI-free 60-second video showcasing the applicant's personality and attitude, and know by the end of the video whether or not they want to move forward with hiring them. As the climate of hiring starts to change, the hope is that these major companies will reach out to 1 Minute Hire to partner up in the hiring process. In the long term, 1 Minute Hire will evolve to become its own entire user platform with subscription-based services, generating revenue from ads in the freemium version. But what about the here and now? 1 Minute Hire offers two basic services. First, the freemium option, so to speak. A very basic video is provided to them that is cut down to just the important bits. Of course, featuring professionally edited audio and color correction, this video is hosted privately and securely on the 1 Minute Hire website and can be linked to from their resume. The second option, for $210, a fully edited video is provided, much like Damien's, including motion graphics, music, multiple camera angles, and any additional fluff that the job seeker asks for. The final cut of the video will also be provided to the job seeker digitally, in addition to being hosted privately and securely on the 1 Minute Hire website. For job seekers in the Phoenix metropolitan area, they can swing by the 1 Minute Hire office and shoot their video on a professional set, just like Damien did. For job seekers outside of Phoenix, we can connect in a video call and shoot footage that way. All of this is done entirely AI-free. And that is a promise that 1 Minute Hire makes to every job seeker and hiring manager that makes use of the service. Now, for the nuts and bolts of the SIP itself. My evaluation criteria for success in this project was determined by two things. Number one, did I build a high quality, well-produced, 60 to 90 second video resume for an entry-level job seeker in a cost and time-effective way? And number two, did I build a functioning website that advertises the service? For criteria one, for the video of Damien, it took me 30 minutes to set up, an hour to record, and 30 minutes to tear down. I then spent 2 hours editing on the following Monday and 1 hour editing on the following Tuesday, totaling 6 hours to produce a video that meets my personal standard of quality. So, I'd say criteria 1 is a yes. For criteria 2, I'm happy with the branding, colors, and typography, and the website is completely and entirely functional. So, I'd say that criteria 2 is also a yes. As far as prior art goes, this project is innovative because there is no service that currently exists on the market that builds authentic video resumes for entry-level job seekers. There are articles on websites like Indeed and LinkedIn about how to build an effective video resume, but nobody is doing this for people. There are also services out there that use AI to build video resumes in their client's likeness. But again, everything that 1 Minute Hire does is completely honest and AI free. There is absolutely a hole in the market as far as video resumes go that 1 Minute Hire intends to fill and create positive change. As a manager in retail and food service myself, hiring was always the most frustrating part of my job. I'd throw entire work days worth of time away interviewing people that I knew weren't the right fit for my team seconds after meeting them. This service promises to deliver real results in a fraction of that time. In a technology world that is constantly and rapidly evolving, there is no reason that the unemployment rate should be climbing the way that it has been. We should be leveraging our technology to make the interviewing and hiring process easier for everyone involved, and 1 Minute Hire is committed to doing that. Thank you.
Excellent work, SJ. Okay, questions, comments? Dr. Smith.
Yes, SJ, wonderful work. The video came out fantastic, which I figured it would. I know we talked about this a bunch of times. I like that you incorporated the freemium version. I guess my question for you, like you break down how long it takes. It took 6 hours to do Damien's video, right? Correct. So on a scaling situation, right? If you all of a sudden get a huge influx or a large clientele, that time frame isn't going to be feasible, in all honesty. No. So what would be your method or process you feel like you could either narrow that down without incorporating AI or in any way, shape, or form?
Forgive me for this, but 1 Minute Hire will lead to 1 Minute Hire, real quick. That's definitely going to be a, kind of scaling the organization to fit the labor, which may prove some challenge when it comes to, the way that the company is making money, right? If everybody wants the free version, we're gonna have to rely on ad revenue. So maybe at that point, I might push a little more for the $210 version. But yeah, that's a hiring situation. That's when I need to bring people onto the team.
I guess like the time frame would more manpower lessen that time frame, or would it just like spread it out?
I would have people on separate projects, because if I have 4 projects, that's going to take me 24 hours. Yes. If I split it up to 4 people, that's just the normal 6-hour turnaround. So yeah, it just comes down to that, cutting people into the ad revenue, something like that.
And then you brought up your retail, like grocery retail space, right? As my late father worked in the same space, and like I foresee, like this would be perfect, especially for that level. Is that, I guess, if the game plan for a business side of it, are you gaming towards, you brought up entry level, so that's pretty much what this is built for, correct?
Absolutely. The target is, like I said, restaurants, hiring for hosts, major retailers hiring for cashiers like PetSmart, Walmart, Starbucks hiring for baristas, things that aren't super skilled positions. Obviously, everybody in this room is about to have a bachelor's degree, so maybe it won't apply so much to them. As much as it will. Well, I mean, it still will, because I apply for part-time positions all the time, and I have to submit a resume that has a bunch of crap on it. Yep. When I could just here's a video of me for 60 seconds. I'm not wasting anybody's time. They watch the video and they go, oh, okay, he's qualified, or okay, maybe not this guy, you know, but that's a much smoother and faster process than what we all deal with right now.
Professor Bellinger?
You're a great pitch, man.
Hey, thanks. You too.
Omari?
So I am just, I guess, kind of interested in one, so the cost thing, right? No AI and stuff like that. If I'm thinking entry level job, I'm broke already.
Right,
So I'm
exactly.
looking for a job, right? And so as you hire more people, I'm assuming you'll have to hire videographers and whatnot, and at some point you're gonna need to pay them, and the freemium probably won't always work for that, possibly.
Right.
How do you keep cost low? Because if I'm thinking, you know, as a broke guy trying to get a job,
For sure.
you know, 200 is a little high, I would say. If I don't, you know, if I need more than just what the freemium offers, how do you feel about that?
I agree that 200 is a little high. And I was honestly hesitant to start this entire project to begin with because of that, because I was like, well, you know, how am I going to justify this amount of work for, you know, essentially no money? And to answer that, it actually came from one of Dr. Smith's suggestions, where incorporating kind of the ad revenue, building up to a user platform where ad revenue, if you do it right, ad revenue can pay a lot. And it cost me $0 to produce that video because I already have all the equipment. It was 6 hours of my time, right? But I mean, to that end, it's, if you want the really, really high quality version, then you're going to have to spend high quality money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that is kind of the sad truth of it. But where the tables turn, and this is kind of how I justified it to myself enough to go, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to do this. If I was in the position that I am, I have a full-time job, but I also like working part-time jobs in, you know, customer-facing situations, like being a server at a restaurant. And I send those resumes in. I would spend $200 if I didn't already have my skill set and I was in the position that I was in. I would spend that money on a resume if some guy was like, trust me, dude, this is going to get you a job way faster. The amount of time that I wasted last year on interviews is insane. It was definitely worth $200, and that's kind of how I thought about it. Yes, maybe that isn't right for the 17-year-old guy that just wants a part-time job. You know, maybe that price point isn't right for him, but that's why we offer the freemium version.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, and then, I mean, being, I guess, go the opposite way, some sort of implementation where, like a business like a Target could implement a service like this, and then they would bring on a lot of that cost if they really want to make their hiring easier versus having it be like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, and that is the long-term goal, is to get to the point where I'm able to pitch this service to Starbucks, to Target, to these larger corporations, and actually have 1 minute hire being integral part of their own hiring operation.
Okay,
That makes sense.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
not tomorrow, but
Right,
you know.
right, no, but I understand. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Like time for one more question, Professor Rodriguez?
My hand wasn't up.
Oh, I thought it was up.
Oh, no, twiddling. Anyway,
I saw it up.
In the premium version, I honestly was sitting back thinking about it. That's why I was twirling the pen. Like, where can we actually do it? I mean, honestly, you can show it where, like, unedited kind of, where it's just like, we're going to give you this stock footage, kind of like camera going left, camera going right, up and down. Like, that's you. And then the papers, you're like, or we can show you, like, we have those little, like the zoom in shots that you were doing consistently at the right time, change the entire video. Like, I was watching it and I was like, okay, he knows how to grab my attention. I'm glad your pitch went up, camera came in a little bit, and I was like, there we go. So I like the idea. I think it's great.
Thank you.
And SJ, I would argue too that when people are looking for work, they're going to purchase a suit, they're going to purchase, you know, probably new shoes, a belt. I mean, by the time you add up that cost, you know, a haircut, and it's an investment in yourself, whether you do a training class, you know, go back to college for your degree, all of that is an investment. So I see this just being another extension of what they're already doing.
Real quick, go to the freemium version. Like, getting a large user base is like the money-making scheme of any organization.
Yeah.
You have a large user base, you have data, and then you have the ability to leverage your users into whatever you want to. Yeah, like F the $200. Like, give me 1 million users and I'll make money off that. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, SJ. Okay, next up we have Emily Lobo. network security major who pitched her idea to business technology with cyber culture on Canvas.
All right, everybody, this is what phishing is. Now, phishing is when you get emails and whoa.
Hello everyone, my name is Emily Lobo. I'm the founder of Cyberculture on Canvas. You're probably asking what that is and why should I care. Let me paint you a picture, literally.
Think of it like this. I'm not just a fan of art, I'm giving PowerPoint slides a glow up. I've always been that visual learner that pages of text, long explanations, and heavy jargon never stick the way that images do. I learn by actually seeing something, by feeling something and connecting to the story. But I realized something very important, that there are many people that are just like me. People that don't just learn through those slides full of words, but they learn through the actual visuals that actually spark that emotion and spark that curiosity. Cybersecurity is one of the most important things in our world today because it affects our money, our privacy, our safety, and our identity. But at the end of the day, it's presented in a way that feels very distant, very overwhelming, and just hard to connect with at a human level. And I wanted to change that. Cyberculture on Canvas exists to turn those cybersecurity concepts into something people can actually see and feel. It's translating those invisible digital threats into visual stories that make sense just at a glance. You don't have to explain them, you just make them pause, think, and feel something. Because at its core, it's about those connections. It's about blending that technology and that creativity in a way that visual learners, storytellers, and anyone that has felt disconnected from these technical spaces, I created that something that can not just inform, but transform how people experience cyberculture. So now that you understand the why behind cyberculture on a canvas, let's dive into the heart of it, the paintings themselves. In this series, our mermaids aren't your typical heroine. She's more of a digital siren with a twist. In the first painting, you'll see her luring the sailors to her rocky shores of the digital world. She's beautiful and captivating, singing her irresistible song, but she represents the hidden dangers, like the traps and the temptations of the internet. As the series moves on, the sky changes color, the mermaid shifts her hues. She's still alluring, she's still inviting, but she starts to show the warning signs in the background. She isn't just a threat, she's a cautionary tale, showing that digital lures can be beautiful but dangerous. By the final painting, the mermaid's role is clear. She's a symbol of how online threats can disguise themselves as something enticing. The brighter colors in the distance show that there's always another sailor to save, another click to catch. These paintings are here to remind us that not everything beautiful is safe, and that's a message worth remembering. If you're wondering how to bring these stories into your own space, let me show you how easy it is. On our Cyberculture on Canvas site, we have 3 different ways that you can make these artworks yours. First is our subscription model. We offer 3 tiers. A tier that's $250 for 1 painting per rotation, a $450 tier with 2 to 3 paintings a rotation, and a $650 tier with 4 to 5 paintings a rotation. Every 2 to 3 months, you'll get a new selection where you can return and swap your paintings. Plus, you'll get a sneak peek of our upcoming collections and access to our blog for behind-the-scenes updates. Second, you can purchase our individual paintings directly from our catalog. Each painting comes with a full description and an artist note explaining the concept so you know exactly what you're getting. Finally, if you want something truly unique, you can opt for a custom commission. You fill out our contact form where you can personally reach out and tailor a painting for your vision or your organization's message. No matter how you choose to collect, every painting includes a personal artist note, so whether you go for a subscription, catalog piece, or a custom order, you'll always have that special touch. And that's the magic of cyberculture on a canvas. Each piece isn't just a painting, it's a visual key to seeing the digital world in a whole new way. So go ahead, bring these stories into your space. Let them spark your imagination and become a part of a community that sees cybersecurity through the lens of creativity and art. Thank you for being a part of this story. And let the digital world be more colorful, one work of art at a time. And remember, cybersecurity affects everyone, but people only care when it feels real and understandable. Art makes it feel real. Art makes it unforgettable.
Excellent, Emily. Okay, questions or comments?
Came together fantastic. I know we've discussed this for quite some time, so I'm very happy to see it come to fruition. I guess like to expand on what you're putting together for your canvas models, what I'm curious about is like the tiering works really well. But are you also thinking about eventually scaling them to like mural size at some point? Because a lot of times in the corporate art setting or just in the building setting, they're going to want pretty large pieces to cover wall space, things like that. Is that something you foresee in the future?
Yeah, whenever I first thought of it, of course, I'm a college student and I can't just paint a wall. For example, I have COD, let's just say, they said no. So, that's why I kind of went for the paintings. Of course, these are for kind of like the beginning stages of it. Of course, once I go bigger, probably, because this doesn't exist. Like, it concerned me that it didn't exist. So, of course, being able to have like a mural, because you see murals all around Phoenix, they love talking about their taxes. So let's just say, they'll say it's benefit.
What is your plan for like hiring artists like going forward? How like you're going to be translating the digital examples into large pieces, kind of like with
So of course, everything will go through me, of course. But when it comes to artists, it depends on the artist because each artist has their kind of genre that they do. So I would first have to meet with them and then see if they actually understand, if they can explain enough the art behind it to see if the concept actually lines up with the art that they're wanting to do. Because not every genre matches with that certain concept. So you could say fishing could not align with a scary concept because it could always fishing doesn't necessarily mean that it's a scary concept. Same with the firewall, same with identity theft. Of course, the identity theft one I made it a little scary because that is scary. But like, but when it comes to all of those, I try to make sure that the genre actually aligns. Yeah.
Thanks, Rodriguez.
First off, the video came out fantastic. Super excited. I was so like ready for this when I saw you walk up there. So I'm really happy about that.
Sorry that I put you out of the way.
And look, it worked out great. It worked out really great. With everything that you built this from the very beginning, we're coming up with these ideas. I cannot believe how far this came. And for everybody in here, I just want you to know, I used to be the guy that had to buy all of the stuff that went on the walls for cybersecurity. It is terrible. When I tell you it's bad, it's like they'll be like, here's a phishing attack, and there's literally like no expression or anything. It's the literal concept of phishing, and that's it. Most of the times, all of you will see this stuff, walk past it, never think twice. The idea was, we're changing that. We're making you stop for once in your life and be like, that's actually interesting, right? So, like, this idea, I can't believe how well it came out. I just had that comment, that's all. I don't know.
We only have time for one more comment.
So I've read something that definitely relate to you when it comes to like being like a visual learner, and a lot of the paperwork or essays that we have to write, it is boring. Sometimes it's hard, and so being able to visualize something is really important for people like us. And I think it's really cool that you're doing it creatively and using it as like a painting and stuff like that. It can be put pretty much anywhere and understood by anyone. And I was wondering if you think that you would expand anytime later on or whatever into like maybe like picture books or something for like kids or whatever.
That's actually a very interesting idea because kids also don't understand it. Whenever usually the adults are like, oh, don't click on this. While you're on my phone, don't click on this. Don't access this. Of course, kids don't understand what those all are. They're just clicking around. They're wanting to see a video. They're wanting to watch YouTube. So I've never thought about that, but that would be like a very interesting way. So that way it actually starts from the root, and then as they grow up, they already know these concepts. And then when they look at them, like, oh, I already know what they are because I saw them.
Even pop-up books. Yeah. Well done, Emily. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Lucia Reed, business technology major with voice coded planner.
Raise your hand if you've ever opened a planner or a task app, stared at everything and closed it because you didn't know where to start. Most people don't struggle with getting things done. They struggle with sorting what matters right now. Hi, my name is Lucia, and my SIP is the Voice Coded Planner, an intelligent task organizer powered by conventional input. Traditional planners can be stressful and overwhelming. They take time to update, and sometimes they don't even match how you're actually feeling or prioritizing your task. I wanted to solve that problem by creating something more flexible and easier to use. Now showing you how a user who has subscribed to the premium model of the app would go ahead and navigate throughout the app and what they would be having available as far as customization. The voice coded planner uses voice recognition. When someone speaks a task out loud, the system then captures the task into the voice, turns it into text, and then begins to organize that task into the planner system. When a task is spoken, the system then analyzes it and places it into categories like now, soon, or later. This is based off of urgency and the user's readiness. This helps the user focus on what really matters. This is the main interface of the planner. It's simple, clean, and easy to understand. You can clearly see your tasks divided into categories without feeling overwhelmed by too much information. And then also you do get special notifications throughout the app that all your tasks have been completed as soon as they are completed in your task icon.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, did it just replay? There's no audio. It looks like it's right from the beginning again, right?
Yeah, looks like it is.
Yes. Just don't think it's on my side. Bear with us.
As soon as they are completed.
Oh.
Now for the breakdown of the different tiers that would be available for users throughout their subscriptions. So there is a free tier or the starter tier. It is for new users and for students to go ahead and test out. So you'll go ahead and have the voice input as well as a basic task list and ready now later sorting. You'll go ahead and have the daily readiness check-ins as well as basic reminders and notifications. This only will allow you to sync to one device, and the overall goal would just be to go ahead and build trust with the user so that they can go ahead and explore the different options. So moving on, we do have the plus tier for busy students, working parents, or professionals who need a little bit more control. Everything is free, unlimited projects, categories for school, work, home, advanced readiness, and you do have the counter integration as well as priority levels for your safe routines, weekly summaries for how you actually use your time, cross-sync device, so you are able to use your phone, tablet, and the web, and you are able to customize your theme. The next tier available will be for team or family tier, shared spaces. For families, roommates, study groups, or small teams, everything is included in Plus. And then you are able to go ahead and share lists for rooms like families, projects, or class, assign tasks to specific people by voice. So for example, add this to mom's list. So long term as well for the optional monetization, I would go ahead and like to do institutional licensing for schools or wellness programs, branded partnerships like mental health or wellness organizations, one-time lifetime unlock, so price for people who don't like subscriptions, but for now the freemium plus the subscription and the team plan is plenty.
Example, if I say email my professor, fold laundry, and design my slide deck, the planner separates each task, understands difficulty plus energy level, sorts them into the right categories. So why it matters? This system matters because it helps reduce stress and improve focus. Instead of planning, feeling like a chore, it becomes more natural and organized. It also helps users feel more in control of their time. Who is it for? This planner can be useful for students, professionals, parents, or anyone with a busy life. Basically, it's for anyone who wants a faster and easy way to stay organized. So what is a tech? The voice coded planner is a voice activated task management system that uses speech recognition to capture what the user says and convert it into organized tasks. I designed this project using Canva as well as Photoshop to create the visuals and mockups. I also created flowcharts to go ahead and map out how the voice input and task sorting system would work step by step. In the future, this could be developed into a real app connected to calendars, reminders, or even a smart home device that could grow into a full productivity system. The voice coded planner shows how voice technology can change the way we plan and stay organized. It helps make daily life simpler, less stressful, and more efficient. Planning shouldn't be stressful or confusing. The voice coded planner makes it simple. If you can say it, you can sort it. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Lucia. Questions or comments, Dr. Smith?
Yeah, Lucia. Well, I guess the key thing I wanted to ask as far as like the priorities of the project, because when we talked about it at the beginning, that was one of the big things is being able to prioritize. How does your app specifically decide where things go as far as like urgent, soon, and later? Is it a verbal command from the user, or is it something that we would pre-program in the application before we got into it?
It would be a verbal something you would say verbally to the app to go ahead and make sure that I prioritize in the right list. I think down the line, I would eventually want it to go ahead and sort through in the premium models. You'll have your apps or your tasks sorted through routine, stuff like that. So it'll kind of be able to go through and see which ones are out of your routine and then kind of be able to sort a little bit more. But as the user starts off, it would be a verbal information.
And then I guess like to follow up to that, I mean, for the beginning portion of the project and just its creation and the portion to it, there's a lot of apps that do task orientation, right? So I guess what wanted you to go down this path where it's very, I'm going to say like, I don't want to say diluted, but there's a lot of others that do the same thing. What made you want to go down there, and then how are you specifically going to be targeting differentiation?
Yeah, so there were a lot of apps that kind of did little parts of it, like you have Siri can do that, as well as just like Google. If you want to just go ahead and open your notes up and then use your voice to text, you can go ahead and kind of go through that. For me, it felt like I had to go through different places, just kind of get little parts of what I wanted just in one place. It was hard for me to use my notes app because I had to remember to open up the notes app and then create a new note and then make sure that out of the hundreds of notes that I have, I'm looking at the right one. And then for Siri, sometimes I have a hard time just opening up my phone or enabling Siri in my phone, just because throughout the day you might say certain things, Siri turns on. I just wanted it to be more in one place, as well as you're able to kind of siphon through like the priorities, do now, do later, make sure that I call today. So just kind of keeping it all in one place rather than having people go through different apps to do different things.
You're asking for a lot of heavy lifting from this AI. So what AI are you using, or?
So with this one, it would be kind of just starting off. Do you mean like in general, or?
Like a specific, these use a large language model to translate words into action. It's like an inverse of what normal LLMs do, because it's taking your input and converting that to an action. Which AI will do that, or what AI are you going to use to do that? Because it's going to be a pretty heavy call from it.
Right, and specifically, off the top of my head, I don't know which which one would be best. That would be something that a lot more research would go into as far as like which AI can support, how much the app would need, as well as just the different tiers. So starting off, it would be pretty simple, like, hey, just call or do my homework or make sure I do my homework for today. But more of the harder tasks or even more of the more complicated ones, which would just be like, make sure that you're able to send this over to Emily's list. That would be something that I would have to research a lot more into, like which AI would be able to support as much as the app would need.
Because you're asking for a lot of differentiation just in splitting it between urgent, sooner, and later. Because you're wanting the AI to determine that from the context of your speech input, right?
Right.
That's really difficult to do, and there's a lot of ambiguity in there.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Professor Walker.
Yes, good job, good presentation. I love planners, but I don't use them, so this may be a use case for me because I could just speak to it. You mentioned something important, and the reason why I don't use Siri is because I could be having a conversation about anything, and it's off trying to call someone that I'm talking about. It's like, wait a minute, Siri, I didn't tell you to do that. My question for you with your application, have you considered or do you have some sort of two-factor confirmation so that that doesn't happen with your app? I think that could be a use case that sets it apart.
It definitely could be. Where it kind of differentiates from Siri is that anytime I have my phone near me, Siri will turn on. With this, you would have to go into the app and then click the icon to go ahead and do that. There definitely could be something where eventually it would just go ahead and be a two-factor authentication to go ahead and make sure that it is setting up and not just, reacting like Siri does. But it's definitely something that I would definitely.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Well done. We have 2 more presentations before a short break. Next up is Zoe McGowan, digital video major with ProSave.
Have you ever put something down, turned around for like 2 seconds, and then suddenly it's just gone? Your phone, your wallet, the ever so slippery TV remote. Somehow they just vanish and like they're hiding. Because that's annoying. Imagine losing track of something while you're editing a video, especially a save file. And that is why autosave exists, but Adobe Premiere Pro's autosave system, yeah, it's not very helpful. As someone who likes to edit a whole lot, I can confidently say it's a little chaotic, a little disorganized, and sometimes it feels like it's actively hiding from me. Which is why I created ProSave, a better incremental autosave plugin for Adobe Premiere Pro. Hello, my name is Zoe McGowan, and this is my student innovation project. Adobe Premiere Pro is one of the top industry standard video editing programs used by YouTubers, filmmakers, studios, and content creators everywhere. It's incredibly powerful, but like every program, it's not perfect. One of its biggest weak spots is its autosave system, especially for editors working long hours, managing multiple projects, or relying on autosaves for safety. Premiere does autosave, but versioning can get cluttered, confusing, or inconsistent, and that's where ProSave comes in. Accessing UXP plugins in Premiere is simple. Inside Premiere Pro, go to Windows, UXP plugins, and any installed UXP plugin will appear in the list. Or you can even browse or install more UXP plugins, but we'll just ignore that and jump straight into opening ProSave. From there, you can dock it wherever you prefer in your workspace, or do what I do and just leave it floating. Up to you. Now into the real meat of the plugin. The way ProSave works is actually pretty easy, even if it looks a little overwhelming at first. I promise it's not. Let's start by going over the menu layout. These first 2 buttons here, Populate Application Info and Clear Application Info, are connected to this little box right above them. Populate fills your project information for you, and Clear, well, clears it. Super simple. Next is the Run incremental save button, which does exactly what it sounds like. It creates a brand new incremental save file for your current project. It also checks where your project is located and automatically creates the new save in that same folder every time consistently, so you never have to worry about losing track of it. This button also works as a manual incremental save, and as you can see here, ProSave names each version in a clean, easy to understand way, so you always know which version you're looking for. The next buttons are pretty self-explanatory. They create an incremental autosave every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 15 minutes, depending on what you choose. Those autosaves will also appear right next to your original project file. In the future, there will be a customizable timer option similar to Premiere Pro's current autosave system, but, better. And lastly, the Stop Autosave button does exactly that. It stops the autosave process from creating any new incremental files. This has been my Project ProSave, a cleaner, smarter incremental autosave plugin for Adobe Premiere Pro. I want to thank my family, friends, and classmates for supporting me throughout this process, as well as Google and Reddit, because this project was built on a lot of determination and a lot of troubleshooting threads. And we all know how it feels to lose something important, whether it's your wallet or the TV remote, or even a save file. So I hope that ProSave not only prevents editors from losing their progress, but also inspires you to solve problems in your own world, no matter how small they may seem. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the SIP showcase.
Thank you, Zoe. All right, questions or comments for Zoe? Professor Bellinger.
Hi, hello Zoe. Did you have to learn programming to do this?
Yes, I did.
What was that like?
Really hard. Obviously I'm not a coder. So it kind of looks like for me a bunch of YouTube tutorials and Reddit thread deep diving. As well as taking a crack at looking into the Adobe forums, which is its own mess. So
Professor Prater.
I want to say it's refreshing to see something that's like programming, and you did a great job on it. It's obviously difficult. My question for you is, when you have look at your example, you moved all 3 5-minute, 10-minute, and 15-minute into the box. Which one is it going to recognize as being most important? Is it going to say 5, 10, or 15?
whichever was hit most recent.
Okay.
So if you hit 5 minutes before 15 minutes, then the 5 minutes you will be.
Okay, and then you move the stop up and it'll stop it.
Yes.
And then you can move the 5 minute back up. So it's a stack. It reads the top layer off the stack, right? Or whatever, the bottom, in your case, bottom, but in the stack it'd be the top layer. And then how many different categories you have? Because one is like timing. What are some other categories that you have 2 or more options?
Well, right now it's just timing, but in the future there could be a possibility to add more. I would like to keep working on this project in the future so that it's something that's viable on like the Adobe Premiere plugin store or whatever.
And if you don't put in the incremental, then it's just going to copy over the original name. Is that what will happen if you don't move the increment?
Cool. The answer to the best of my ability, it won't. But an example I showed in the video was that not putting the incremental would make it kind of like hard to find, because the way that Adobe Premiere Pro saves their autosave files without ProSave, it's really weird. It's not any like standard file naming convention. So instead of it's like whatever the current frame your project is on, and then the date, and then extra lines of whatever. Yeah. So it's very confusing, and I remember when I was looking into my autosave files, and wanting to throw my laptop out the window.
I think those are the numbers like the timestamp, like and like military time, the 24 something.
Yeah, something like that.
Or they could go milliseconds since January 1st, 1970, which is you next time. We'll do that a lot too.
Yeah.
I also had a question.
Go ahead. Hi, Professor Bowman.
Hi. Great job, Zoe. So proud of you for this, partly because you didn't know anything about programming when you started, and you had to learn 2 different software because you got most of the way through it and it didn't work, and so you had to learn something entirely new, which is awesome. My question is, since you've been through that process of figuring out how to use these things to create add-ons, have you considered creating something simpler or similar for different editing systems like DaVinci Resolve or something like that?
Yeah, I have. If I could, that'd be awesome. I was thinking of maybe doing a similar autosave system for Adobe Photoshop, since I know Photoshop doesn't have its own autosave. So, honestly, I would like to get into more coding because it's been a really fun process for me. I'm a person who likes to recognize patterns, and for me, coding definitely has patterns that I can recognize, sort of in like putting in like a function and then whatever it goes in my function.
Excellent.
Thank you, Professor Bowman. All right, in lieu of time, we have to move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Zoe. Appreciate your time. We have one more presentation before we take our break. We have Gregory Strickland, digital video major with video editing helper.
I was expecting a route for monetization.
She was gonna say she wasn't gonna do that.
Have you ever wanted to make a large project, didn't know how and where to find issues to fix? All video editors usually struggle with this idea. Greetings, my name is Gregory Strickland, and my project of VE, or Video Editing Helper, can help with just that. VE is an application site that focuses on finding errors in video and shows them on a timeline for you. It takes large files you put into it from video and scans through them, finding mistakes in them and presenting them to you through highlighting them and placing them in a timeline. So, one pure example is, again, if I take this simple file right here and I analyze it, pardon, I will have, and the access is just going through here, accessing your Google, signing in, and once you've signed in, you have complete access to VE. So if I simply take a video like this and analyze it, you analyze and upload through the entire video, finding each result issue. So as you can see on the timeline, it shows many different issues, such as frame buffer issues, giving you a complete description of exactly what the issue is, sync issues, and so much more. That being said, that is what my project is. And thank you for listening.
Hello, Gregory. Thank you for joining us. Questions or comments for Gregory?
Once again, Gregory, thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here. I got 2 questions for you. The first one, how many different types of errors can it find in its current iteration?
In its current iteration, it can not only find issues with video, but also audio. That being it grabbing any video, no matter from what it can do currently, it's at a maximum capacity of 2 MB.
Okay.
On the video, it scans, but any video or error it does find, it immediately will highlight, no matter what the issue is.
Okay. And then the other question, when I saw you log in with Google, you had an Outlook email address. How did that work?
The Outlook email address I use because that's normally how I sign in through Google.
I didn't know
Being
Google
my
wanted to sign in with an Outlook address. Could have be a Gmail.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting, but from what I can see, that's and use that is the simpler way to log in, giving people easy access, easy to use, and so that way people even through YouTubing content creation like Zoe was mentioning earlier, people can have easy access to it without having to go through the whole entire trouble of, finding the website, finding the app, having all these different authentications just to get to, having to go through several paywalls just to access it.
Yeah, no,
It's very
not every time. You're
annoying.
absolutely right. I just didn't know you could use an Outlook email address to sign into Google. That was part of that I didn't.
Professor Bowman.
Yes, Matt, you can. I, in fact, use my author website to sign into Google. So Gregory, you started this project, again, kind of like Zoe, with not knowing anything about how to do this, and you figured it out, which was very impressive. And your goal was to just do buffering errors. And then you added on the sync errors. So my question is, what did you learn that helped you to expand that original functionality that you planned?
Well, I'll be honest. The most thing that influenced me to figure out these different issues is through, I'll admit, my internship. I used my internship to further develop my project of mostly because, through my internship there was a lot of problems that came up. I had to keep fixing Vey. I had to upgrade it somehow. There was a lot of issues that came up with a lot of the video files. There were some video files that were much larger than what my predecessing software was, because, as you know, Professor Sharon, when I first started off, as you saw the project, it was only able to hold up to, if I remember correctly, 15 gigabytes. So I repeatedly used the internship to advance it. And because I wanted people to understand that from editing videos, there isn't always going to be just one problem in a video. Through watching several videos, there's been multiple problems in videos, and like frame buffers, time skips, audio issues, audio syncs, problems can go on. So I just thought, might as well make a website application that finds all of them at once, saving you both time, money, energy, so that way you don't have to worry about skimming through the video file, skimming through the timeline of a video file to find a single error just to correct it, wasting time.
So basically, it was just you were trying to, by working with it, you realized it needed to do more and you figured it out.
Exactly.
Awesome. Great job, Gregory.
Thank you very much for joining us, Gregory. Appreciate it. And that concludes this portion of digital marketing, advertising, art, digital video, and business technology. We take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back at 2:45 to continue with ACS, AI, data science, and HCI.
So no interviews for me then. No, like,
It's all like that area.
Yeah, don't worry.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Nice to see you. Wait, yesterday, hang on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Recognize you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Fall 2025 Student Innovation Project Showcase. We're going to continue our presentation, and I'd like to point out a couple friendly reminders. Is we do have the ability to vote for People's Choice. On Socrative, there's a QR code that will be shared throughout the day, so that way you can select your People's Choice Award. Mind you that all of the presentations will continue until about 4:30 this afternoon, so I highly recommend that you refrain from voting until you've seen all the presentations. So we will continue with today's presentations with our Advancing Computer Science, Data Science, Human-Computer Interaction, and Artificial Intelligence. Next up, we have Landon Yates, a data science major with WW Motion.
Hello, my name is Landon Yates, and this is my SIP project, WW Mogi. So this project is a web scraper application that takes, that calls an API from a leaderboard's website. This API contains the leaderboard information, all the rows and columns of it. It takes the JSON file of the leaderboard's website, converts it into a data frame. It scrubs the data from the data frame to only include the relevant information. And then it displays the relevant information, the relevant leaderboard, to a GUI application. So this project is meant to eventually be included as part of a game launcher called the Wheel Wizard that launches the game Mario Kart Wii, and the leaderboard information it's taking is from the Mogi, the competitive bracket of Mario Kart Wii currently. And each event, the scores are uploaded to this website, and this leaderboard application will take that information, scrub it, and then upload it to the GUI. This problem solves the issue of having to go to the website to look at your specific leaderboard. This website has a lot of different games on it with many different leaderboards. So this would save many players the hassle of having to go to that website and then look for their specific game and their specific leaderboard on that game. The role of this application is to essentially bridge the gap between the website and Wheel Wizard at some point. It is uploaded to an application that I've made myself, but the end goal is to eventually have this uploaded to Wheel Wizard. The claim to innovation here is sort of twofold. So it solves a problem for a niche gaming community. It solves a unique problem for it. So that problem would be having to view the leaderboard on a website that's not very intuitive. This saves people a lot of time from doing that. A lot of different games have leaderboards, but none that I know of take their leaderboards from a website. This is kind of new for me running into this. And this application, like I said, takes the API call and scrubs the data and uploads the new leaderboard with the relevant information to a GUI application that will eventually be included in a game launcher. So all the innovation lies in that. And I do have the application up and running. I'll show that in just a second. So my target market is just the people that play Wheel Wizard and Mario Kart Wii. This is what it will look like, end goal. The project is completed, but this is a future implementation idea. And before I show the project itself, I also want to show the GitHub. And this is the leaderboard that we're taking the information from as well. So there's a lot of extra stuff that I didn't want for my leaderboard. I don't think it's relevant to show on the official application. This is my GitHub for it. This is the file structure, just briefly. And then yeah, we're going to show you how it works. So this does work. You can just download the file from GitHub, run it in a virtual environment, and then just type in the name of the app. And voila. This is the refined leaderboard on the new application. And you can also refresh, but that's not going to work currently because this is from an older season, but it can be modified to include a new season and refresh the leaderboard from there. And yeah, that is my project. Thank you very much for watching.
Landon, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay, comments for Landon. Professor Rawad.
Yeah, first of all, it's very good job from you, Landon. I think the application will save a lot of time for the game fans. Actually encourage him to do the future implementation of it to actual build.
Okay. Professor Kareem?
Yeah, awesome job, Landon. I really think he nailed, especially zooming in on this target market of that Mario Kart Wii. My question would be if he's ever thought of expanding it, especially as an esports guy, thinking about like third-party tournaments, or a lot of video games have ranking systems but only show like the top players. Have this for all ranks, all players. Just think about if you wanted to expand about it.
Landon, is that you in Zoom? I hear typing. I wonder if it's you.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, your signal isn't so good right now. Sorry. Okay, no worries, Landon. We're sharing comments and this is being recorded. Are there any additional comments, Professor Prater?
My only question, and if you can answer yes or no, it would be cool. Are your parameters hard coded or are they easy to change for the search and display? Or you guys don't know if they're hard coded or if they're easy to change?
I believe that falls from the
Well, yeah, but the search term, to change it, you have to go into the source code and change the search parameters. Yeah.
So Landon, if you are able to listen to that and type the answer in Zoom, we'll certainly go back and revert to your answer. But thank you very much, Landon, for your participation. Okay, next up we have Jerome Rokes Jr., double major for ACS and data science with GitGrub.
You're not listening. This isn't about me. This is about the hangry students and the countless other food orders we'll receive. Why is made for students? Why does help them eat? Where is when people are trying to do late night study sessions?
Okay, buddy, we hear you. So, what do you want?
What do I want? I'm hungry. I want food. I want justice. I want... Hi, my name is Jerome, and I'm a computer science and data science major. You've probably seen me in the cafeteria cooking up food and serving delicious treats. And I take pride working at the late night cafe here at UAT. It's the kitchen we keep open into the evening to make sure students working on their projects or studying have the feel they need. It's a vital service that we offer, but there is a problem I see daily. The current system is completely manual. In a university that thrives on innovation, our process is holding us back and the students. These problems can lead to frustrations. While exaggerated in the very beginning, this may hold some truth to how UAT students feel. In a recent survey I've conducted, 44% of the frustrations came from not knowing what was in stock. 38% claim that not knowing is the reason why they don't visit more frequently. 70% said yes when asked if there was a better system, would they use it. And the most common requests were simple. Please let us know what's actually available. More transparency, more reliability, and a tool that respects our time. And because my obligations don't end at the borders of my own work shift, I built it. Introducing GitGrub. It's a dual app architecture with two distinct interfaces for customer role and kitchen role. This supports role-based workflow, separated but connected from kitchen staff and customers. GitGrub also has a smart cart and ordering system, preventing users from ordering out-of-stock items and showing real-time prices, adding transparency for the users. Also offering real-time updates with notifications when the order is changed from the kitchen to the user. Any order will instantly be received by the kitchen while it's open. When the kitchen staff receives an order, they either have the option to accept it or decline it. After that, the order gets moved into the archive section to make room for new ones. Furthermore, I've added an inventory integration system to let students know what we have in stock and what's available. Lastly, I gave the kitchen control on when to be open or closed. When the kitchen is closed, users won't be able to place any orders. Here's a special look of my navigations in wireframe that I did not show in the video. Every step I've made has been a difficult journey to help late night students get food easier, but it has also been so rewarding. All while being essential to support 3 groups at UAT all at once.
We love GitGrub!
Organized orders and a streamlined workflow.
I like the UI. It's super intuitive and easy to use.
I love GitGrub. It is a modern approach that will help the institution, students order late at night, and for the cafe to manage the orders, and it feels the kind of efficient, high-tech thing a student would expect from UAT. It's a really cool project.
And remember, when the sun goes down and the hunger strikes, you want...
You can't keep getting away with it!
Wonderful work, Jerome. Excellent, excellent. Okay. For the subject matter experts, questions or comments? Professor Vawad.
My presentation says a couple of things to add. Question is, what's your plan to scale it up so both people can check those things?
For right now, my scalability is honestly just to have it for late night. But later on, when I market it, I'm definitely gonna market to local kitchens and just small businesses that don't have a toast system or any sort of setup to make sure that maybe local businesses will have the same thing. Later on, I will be adding a payment integration system with it. But for right now, this is my scalability since I don't want to mess with students with cafe credits for the meal plans and anything like that.
Professor Caruso?
I just want to say, great job. I mean, what a memorable video. Like, everyone will remember this video, but it is just fantastic. And you did such a nice job with all the coding, all the behind the scenes stuff. Just great job.
Thank you. I think thank my grandmother. She said that like at first, Jerome, the project is lame. Make it better. Make it better, make it more Jerome efficient. I want to know that Jerome made this project. Like, all right.
Just opened the humor book.
Great advice. Professor Perrine.
I mean, awesome job. Presentation start to finish. The intro was amazing, but also the reviews and even that side by side you had demo was very impressive. And that was my question. What was the biggest challenge having to design both sides of the application? You know?
The biggest challenge is definitely getting my API set up through my databases and having it take from the database, present, and then send back through the database to tell when the order is ready or if the order is denied. That was definitely my biggest factor.
Awesome work. Very nice.
Professor Prater.
I'd have to say, first of all, presentation is Larry part 2. And then the one thing that I thought was really good, and I don't know if this was your grandmother making you do this or not, but doing the research behind it is huge. I mean, that's not even doing the project, that's doing the research and doing student surveys and talking with Dr. Bowman. That is, I mean, it crystallizes that.
That was actually Stace Dixon's idea to help get some research. So I think her, she's my marketing professor, and has been a big help. So yeah.
Any other questions from the SMEs? Okay. Professor Marquis?
You've been ignoring me the whole time.
I'm making my way this way.
Whatever. Anyway, so Jerome, I'm only here. I'm actually in class right now. I had my class come in with me, so I apologize that we're all going to leave right afterwards. But that obviously it was awesome. I did think it was lame at first too. But no, I'm just kidding. Actually, it was really good. And it's one of those things where sometimes local needs are things that we always want to think global. We want to think so big. And sometimes it's like we solve tiny problems that are in our own area. We can actually make a difference. But we kind of talked about it where you can expand on this, right? It can be more than just what you did, but it can start just in this area. So these are small ideas. And I do appreciate you going out of your way to really spend more time inviting people and advertising and whatever. You're one of the few students I can actually say is an extrovert at UAT. It shows what you're doing. And then, of course, you really, really wanted to present well. And let's be fair, the reactions you saw, you presented really well. So congratulations. Yeah.
I wanted to ask, maybe I missed it, but will you incorporate something where you can determine what the student's meal plan is?
I'm going to say no, since that is a UAT external thing. I do not want to factor in for the meal plans and that money wise. I still want to do in-person ordering as well. I don't want to take away in-person ordering. That also has been a big help. So once students get the order, says this is they could come in and pay in person. That's what I was thinking overall.
Kevin.
Adding on to what you said, if you do collect data on the items they buy, you can send them back to UAT.
Yeah, that's also part when you saw the login, there'll be a profile page for profiling and just data for what the students like to order the most, how many times they ordered from the cafe through my app, and just small databases like that. I can filter out and put it through another database through SSV. So I can do more data science stuff for my major.
Yeah.
So.
Well done, Jerome. And I also want to commend you for incorporating the experiences and skills that you learned from your internship right into your SIP project. You and other students have done that, and I think it shows. So well done. Congratulations. Okay,
Have you
next
ever
up,
picked up a snack at
we have Alexander Garcia Garnica, ACS major with Nutri Detect.
the grocery store and felt overwhelmed by all the ingredients? The text is extremely small, and the allergens are sometimes in between all the ingredients. For people with allergies, this can be quite risky. Even when you're just trying to check nutrition, it can feel like you're going through a maze. And the crazy part is that people with allergies have to do this every single time they want to try a new snack or get a quick snack. So I was thinking, why is there not an easier way to read these food labels? That's when I got the idea to build a NutriDetect. That could do the hard work for the user. The idea was as follows. What if the user could just take a picture with their phone's camera and the app instantly highlights and detects the allergens automatically and gives the user an easy breakdown of any and all allergens found? My name is Alexander Garcia. I am an AC student here at UHC. This project started back in September 2011. I built the first prototype with almost no stalls, just a rough idea of where each function would go. Here's a video of how my app works. Okay everyone, this is my app. As we can see here, it can detect for nuts, dairy, and wheat. The first item I'm going to scan does not have any allergens. Alright, let's get going. Okay, it's finished. As we can see, it's safe to consume because it did not detect any allergens, so anyone can consume this. Okay, it's free of nuts, dairy, and wheat. This is the extracted text that detected using OCR. Okay, so my second item is gonna have some allergens. Okay, it detected nuts, dairy, and wheat. It also detected that it contains tree nuts, milk, whey, wheat, and flour. This is the extracted text. As you can see here, it also detected the calories. It has 120. Okay, now I'm going to show what happens if the picture gets a bit crammed. Alright, so you want to make sure to scan within the lines. Alright, it's finished. It detected nuts, dairy, and wheat. It says it contains tree nuts and milk. It also detected from the raw text, it detected trans fat, cholesterol, sodium, carbohydrates, sugars. This is the second part of my app, Daily Goals. Each day the user logs in, they receive a new goal to complete. If they complete it, they earn 10 points. In the future, I plan to add a store where users can spend these points on premium features. How does OCR work? Behind the scenes, my app uses OCR, or Optical Character Recognition. OCR converts the text from an image into digital text the app can analyze. Nurture the text then checks the ingredients list against known allergens and shows the user what foods are safe and what foods need to be avoided. Thank everyone for watching, and a special thank you to Professor Ray and Professor Hinton for helping me with this project.
Alexander, are you joining us via Zoom?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Alexander. How are you?
Pretty, how about you?
I'm good, thank you. Okay, we have questions for you from Professor Rawad.
Very good job, Alexander, on this project. I'm happy that you were able to distinguish your product from other competitors by using the points in your product. And I know it's been a long journey for you, so the final project is fantastic.
Thank you.
Professor Perrine?
Yeah, just to echo that, I know we had a lot of revisions with your project, and I'm very happy you found this unique kind of take with it. And that kind of leads to my question is if you were to continue, if you're interested, what would be that next step? Do you want to include more allergies? Do you want to take this maybe back to one of the previous ideas we talked about, you know?
I was thinking of just adding more allergens and also probably incorporating so like each user can choose their own allergy. So if they have shellfish, they can choose shellfish. If they have soy, they can choose soy.
Awesome. Great job, Alexander.
Professor Crusoe?
Yeah, great job. When I was actually watching your demo here, I was thinking about how this would be useful too if you could support multiple languages. So like when we were traveling in Europe with one of my kids has a lot of allergies and it's always a challenge to read those. We're using Google Translate to try to soft shelf that for so that if it has both in language support that would be
Great addition.
I think it's great. One thing that might help with the gamification to keep it cheap too, when you're saying earning points to do stuff, then you gotta develop the stuff and there's money involved with that. Instead, if they meet a certain goal, they get a smiley face on their app. And if they don't meet the goal, they get a sad face. So if that's cheap for you, that's free for you essentially. And it can help drive that gamification. Because I have that for my toothbrush. It does that when I use my electric toothbrush, it gives me a smiley face.
Feedback.
It works well.
Yeah, feedback loops definitely work for sure.
Thank you for the suggestion. Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Alexander. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have an online ACS major, Sean Burchett with Open Oxnard.
It's a growing problem that likely affects you already, and if not, it soon will. Media in the digital age is susceptible to loss of function or outright disappearance. If this happens to a piece of media you fondly remember, it will be highly difficult for you to experience it again. There have already been efforts to reverse this trend for individual cases. They have been piecemeal, amounting to small bites off the big problem. What we need to think about is more than individual cases. We can address those too, but what we really need to think about is tooling. Imagine deduplicating even foundation work, simple in hindsight, but difficult to decide and do in the moment. I'm Sean Burchett. The tool I present is OpenXNaut. It is a game server for a particular game, the decade-deceased Project Exonaut, but it is also a project which can easily be torn down and repurposed for games using a similar, rather common technology stack. Project Exonaut is a free web game made by Cartoon Network which lasted from 2011 to 2014. It was a 2D third-person shooter, and they called it an MMO for having a leveling system and currency. The actual gameplay, though, was small rooms. I had played it a couple of times and wanted to play it more, but it had shut down. Fortunately, I don't have to work by my memory alone. I could decompile the game code to get most of the info, and there exist a couple tens of videos on YouTube to fill in gaps regarding calculations of rewards. Some of the data is still lost, but it is unimportant. The game server is a set of software which runs on a computer. Client computers, which are running the game, connect to it, and it connects to an account database, which is used to store account credentials for verification, as well as account inventories, balances, experience, etc. Part of the software's job is to pass information between two machines or among all client machines. This may involve a layer of translation, such as the translation of a client's request to purchase a suit into a set of database commands. Another part of its job is to run a simulation of the game and to send messages to players, such as that a bullet hit a player, to interrupt them as necessary. Another part of its job is to retain information for reuse, such as using the kills for a player to give XP and credits. The server software to implement Project Exonaut consists of two pieces of software: the web server to service asset requests and basic account queries, and the game server to service matchmaking and gameplay logic. In 2024, when I started this project, I was on the right track from the get-go for the game server. As for the HTTP server, I used Nginx, and that was also fine enough for getting into the game, as you will now see from this footage. However, Nginx does not have facilities for real programming logic, so it is not suitable for servicing account logic. For example, when the player wants to buy a suit, the HTTP server has to have the smarts enough to transform the request into a set of database queries and return a success value to the client. Nginx does not have the smarts for that. So as well as the fact that it was rather cumbersome to use, Nginx had to be thrown out. I looked at peer projects and found that OpenHTTP was using an express web server controllable with a JavaScript runtime, which gives access to the ability to conduct program logic and thus accounting logic triggered by HTTP queries. OpenATBP's architectural oddities made it mostly unable to be reused, but a portion of this web logic survives in OpenXNOT. The game is currently fully playable. The software as it exists now is essentially ready for internet deployment. Lastly, if you're making anything like this, do yourself a favor and make a visual debugger. It does not have to be fancy. All mine shows is level collision, player hitboxes, item hitboxes, and bullets. Being able to see, for example, that bullets were going in the wrong direction saved me a lot of headaches early. So that was how I directly attacked the big problem, and that is also how I developed a tool for use in similar projects. And I do not consider myself especially capable when it comes to programming. What I hope to soon see is people who also do not consider themselves especially capable in programming, growing the courage to use these tools to attack their own missed game, and make and refine these tools to attack the problem from more angles. And before we know it, we'll have made big progress against the big problem. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see you join the fight.
All right, let's see if Sean is joining us in Zoom. Sean, are you there? Okay, any comments for Sean? That's free.
Just again, very impressive framework he laid out there, and I appreciate the passion for the old video game out of Campo. He said it was ready for internet deployment, so all I was going to ask is if you wanted to eventually incorporate like multiplayer kind of gameplay, get more people involved in this kind of community.
A lot of retro games are definitely coming back. Any comments or other questions?
I'm a little confused on what the project it is. This seems to be a restoration project, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he also, I think as part of it, there'll be a framework that you could restore other games that are built similarly.
Okay.
And it's web-based.
Yeah.
He has the, a remote, a cloud server and things like that, rather than it being like a cartridge or a locally stored game.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your presentation, Sean. Okay, next up we have Amari Bullard, a triple major ACS Business Technology Network Engineering, pitched his idea to ACS with Interpause.
Hi, my name is Amari Bullard, and I'm introducing Interpause. Veterinary medicine as an industry has grown exponentially and changed quite a bit, but the software running it hasn't. Most tools are static, manual, and super inefficient. Interpause is different. It's the first agentic practice management system. It doesn't just store data, it performs work. While our competitors rush to send patient data to the cloud, Interpause runs locally on your machines. We use secure on-device AI to guarantee privacy for both the client and the clinic alike. Normally, booking an appointment with an animal hospital requires a phone call. With Interpause, clients just chat. Our local models analyze your complaints in real time and understand exactly what you're looking for, as you can see on screen. As you can see on screen, Michael Green, a patient at an animal hospital, was able to quickly schedule an appointment for his dog Bella. There was no difficult phone call, no waiting in line. Our local models intelligently looked at his complaint and found the best solution for him. As a safety precaution, Interpause also handles emergency recognition and will recommend somebody to go to the nearest emergency hospital if an emergency is recognized. I have years of experience working in high-performing animal hospitals seeing hundreds of clients a day. Things can get inefficient quickly, especially when you have software that doesn't actually help you. This presented a special challenge for me when developing Interpause. Not only did the experience have to be great for the client, it also had to be great, if not better, for the animal hospital staff. As you can see on screen, staff also gets access to their own AI assistant. The staff assistant and the client assistant were developed separately, but they use the same principles: local, secure AI. As you can see, our staff member is using plain language to assist with the day-to-day operations of this animal hospital. Gone are the days of having to try to look through the endless menus in most veterinary practice management systems to find exactly what you want. Just type it in plain language. It's all right there in front of you. You may be asking, why does any of this matter? The less amount of time that a doctor has to spend looking through the endless menus of the current veterinary practice management system gives them more time to be able to actually treat patients, to treat our pets. This is something they want to do. Doctors do not go to veterinary school hoping that they will spend endless hours in veterinary practice management software. No, they go because they want to help pets. Animal hospitals come in all sizes. There are some hospitals with only one doctor, and there are some hospitals with over 14 doctors. I've seen both personally. Interpause is able to actually intelligently learn how a hospital functions over time. It is then able to use that knowledge to better its recommendations to both the clients and the staff alike. Interpause was also developed to be able to be easily deployed to any new animal hospital that would like to use it. Most software on the market today for veterinary practices also requires extensive training. Interpause doesn't. It's very intuitive. While there is some training needed, once you start using plain language, that's really all you need. Interpause is also trained on large amounts of veterinary medical data, such as Plum's Veterinary Drug Handbook and Ettinger's Textbook of Veterinary Internal Medicine. These books and many more are found in animal hospitals to serve as a reference for veterinarians to use when they need to go back over some information. They no longer need to go over all of this data through these big books because Interpause is trained on it. The goal of Interpause is to make the industry better for everyone involved, whether it's clients, veterinarians, or receptionists. I believe it has achieved that goal. The ability to have better scheduling for clients, veterinarians, and human-like interactions is valuable for everyone. Thank you for your time today.
Great job, Amari. All right, question, Professor Awad.
Job, but useful, so again, the same question. What's your plan to let every animal hospital?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Yeah, what's your plan to scale your application and let every animal hospital use?
Well, since it is a vet practice management system, it'll come in, it won't be preloaded with data. Obviously, if we need to, we will take current data from their current system, whether that's the veterinary systems, Cornerstone, the existing systems, and we can easily port that over to our system. And it's very easy to deploy, especially because most veterinary practice management systems already require an on-site server of some sort. You just deploy. It's a very low intensity project, and if the need arises, then Interpause as a company would provide a server with the software where applicable.
And I think, Amar, that's an important point when you are, pitching this to existing practices, is that it easily integrates with legacy systems, because otherwise they think that they have to just change everything out that they already worked on.
Exactly.
All right, Professor Caruso?
Yeah, great job. I love the interface. So clean and nice. I know when you first pitched this to us, it had a very large scope, and we were like focused on like just a small part of it because of how much data and all the work that would go into that. So now that you've done like this piece of it, are you still interested in doing more of that? The other pieces like the inventory and all that?
I definitely am interested. This really is a project that I would like to get to market. I mentioned it before during another presentation, but I work with a large group of animal hospitals based out of Las Vegas, Nevada, and there really is a need for something like this. We have 18 hospitals. All of them are very high performing hospitals. We're seeing hundreds of clients every day, and being that I've worked in these hospitals for so long, I get to see all the inefficiencies. So that's overutilization of rooms, underutilization of rooms, clients on the phone for too long. So then you have people that are unhappy, and this makes people want to end up leaving the hospital. So this costs us money, right? So that's part of the reason I built this, and I do want to implement it in the future.
Okay. Professor Perrine?
Awesome job, incredible job. I think we said this in the meeting, and just to echo the statement, the user interface, incredible. And also seeing all those features you've incorporated in each of those looking very clean is awesome job. Which also kind of leads me to a question. You just listed all these issues you've seen being around the industry for so long. Which one of those features, which one of those parts of your application do you think would bring the most value to these clinics, to these vet clinics?
Well, one thing that I have heard a lot of veterinarians complain about is one, that's scheduling. I mean, we're having to hire in a lot of receptionists, a lot of people to handle phones. That scheduling is really important. Scheduling is tough, and it's also, this is also internal scheduling. So that's going to be another element that's added on, making sure that we're efficiently scheduling our surgeries, making sure that we're handling our pre-medding, because that has to be done at a certain time before surgeries. If this is something you forget, then you cannot do that surgery in the same day. It just won't work. Things have to move efficiently. If one thing stops moving efficiently, then everything else falls apart. And I've had those days where we're understaffed, where we overbooked, and it is an enjoyable experience.
Mr. Prater?
So real quick, so you're actually using their data from existing systems to train the AI on your system, right?
Yes.
Okay, which is very good. It's very smart too, because a lot of problems are geography. Like here we have a valley fever. In New York, you're never going to see valley fever.
Right.
So to train them on locally owned businesses' data is an excellent idea. So just on a question from a regulatory aspect, so do you have to follow FDA requirements or anything like that? I know that FDA isn't for human use with AI, because I faced that, but I didn't know if you had to worry about that.
No, in terms of AI, really, within animal health, I mean, we do have obligations to keep, to keep.
Yeah. You want to be good, but not people go to jail.
Right, not people go to jail. No, basically on with the research I've done, no, and we also, even though we do follow good practice to follow the same like HIPAA regulations, we're not bound by those bound to those by law. So
okay, cool.
That also helps.
That's a fun area to work in. It makes life easy.
Professor Rodriguez?
Strongly recommend moving to the platform as a service or pass. And don't ever say you're going to offer a company a server, because what you're offering may not be compatible, and they're still going to expect you to get the server. Don't ever say that. Very expensive. Like when you said free server, I looked at it and I was like, you're offering thousands of dollars for free. Like, that's really nice. Things to think about.
I'll definitely take that into account.
All right. Thank you very much, Amari. Well done. Okay, next up we have Preston Chapman, double major for ACS and Network Engineering, pitched his idea to ACS with AstroTune.
All of us listen to music on a daily basis. Whether this is on our phone, in our car, or on our computer, we all use these devices to enjoy music. However, it is exceedingly difficult to be able to control your music on one device with another. This is why I've invented AstroTune, a mobile app for Android that lets you control your desktop music player. Hello, my name is Preston Chapman, and this is my student innovation project. When listening to music locally with either a server or just a computer, it's difficult to control the playback of your music remotely without the need of a very complicated setup. This project is unique because all current mobile or even web applications to control the existing mobile music player, Foobar 2000, are currently outdated, hard to use, unappealing, missing features, or not supported well. They also rely on proprietary APIs, and some of them even need payment. For those who use the current version of the mobile Foobar 2000, they have expressed that they like the customizability and features that it has to offer. However, it does lack support to control a desktop instance. Even with Foobar 2000 being published in 2002, it is still receiving updates, a very active community, and lots of support. And what exactly is Foobar 2000 and the other application, Deadbeat? These are both local music players, allowing you to play music files that are locally stored on your computer. They are freeware applications, with Deadbeat even being open sourced. They are highly customizable, where every aspect of the application can be changed or modified to the user's liking. They are advanced. These players have features such as tagging, DSP, various codec support, and more. And lastly, they're component-based. Users can create and code their own components, install it onto these applications, and change features that are there by default or completely add something new. Now, Astro Tune is a mobile app that uses the BFET API to allow users to control FUBAR 2000 and Deadbeat remotely while having features such as a library, playlist, playback queue, themes, now playing, phone media player, ratings, and many more features. Our target market goes into mainly 3 different groups: audiophiles and music enthusiasts who want high-quality audio and full control over their library. This is commonly people who did physical media transitioning to digital. Power users. These are tech-savvy people who love customization and modular designs. They also highly prefer open source software so they can modify it as needed. And lastly, home theater users. These people want a reliable app, something they can have securely, and as well as something they can do remotely if necessary. There's many different ways people listen to music, with people using paid streaming, video streaming, radio, and local/physical media. The focus for this application is going to be the 10% of local/physical media users. Around 90% of people globally listen to music regularly, according to Suzek. That means a total of 7 billion people are listening to music on a regular basis. Based off of this, we can use 10% from that earlier number to have a possible total users of 700 million. There are 2 existing solutions that currently work. You got Bubble UPnP, which uses the UPnP protocol to control FUBAR 2000. It's not always the most secure and it tends to be outdated, but it is working. It's missing features such as a playback queue, reliable album art, and a customizable UI. Monkey Mo, however, does solve all of these issues that Bubble UPnP has. However, it is a paid application. It also uses proprietary API that you can't use for any other software, which makes things pretty difficult for any of those advanced users. These are good solutions, but they didn't fit the requirements we had. Let's go and go take a look at the prototype. When the user opens the application, it will show the current connection, the version, and information about their connection. You'll see the music playing. The person will have the options to play, pause, stop, skip, go back a track, seek your position, and change your volume. You can see this updates directly with what is in the playback on the computer. This is simply a remote to control your desktop computer playback. You can see everything right here. And if we go to the library, go to playlist, choose a playlist, for example, the one we're using, and now we have all of the songs. We can choose a song, press play, and just like that, the song is playing up. We have so many more features, but that's just kind of the basics of the application. Like I was mentioning, we have features such as the library, now playing, settings, and many more screens and features that we have. All of these features that I have and more that I haven't mentioned are all fully working as of right now. They're fully coded out and publicly available. Speaking of which, we have made a lot of progress within the last 8 months. There's been a total of 10 different releases, each one of them including a downloadable APK, and app additions, changes, and fixes, documentation, source code, and we even have a full wiki going over everything. We've gone from version 0.1 to version 1.0.0. I want to thank everyone who's helped me with this project so far. Connor, who helped out with the graphics, logo, and app testing. Seb, who helped out with the feedback, branding, and moral support. Gab for the app testing, Deadbeat testing, and bug testing. Tommy, who helped out with the app testing, feature requests, and bug testing. And last but not least, Jill, who helped out with graphic feedback, UI UX feedback, and branding feedback. Here are my references. Thank you. Feel free to check out the GitHub, and do you have any questions?
Excellent job, Preston, presenting live. Professor Mawad.
This project, we're always ahead of the game. Great. My question is, can you control music playing in your product?
So this would work, let's say you had a server that was hooked up to a bunch of different TVs or hooked up to speakers. This will work because it's network based. As long as you're on the same network, you can control the device. Even if you had a VPN, you can still control it, which I have technically tested. So regardless of what device it is, as long as the music player is running, you can control it.
Press Kareem?
Yeah, just super well done again. Very professional, both the web and the application. So incredibly well done. I think it's an awesome project. My question is more about the open source aspect. What do you think was the value added? Why did you make that decision?
The main reason I made that decision is because of the values of FooBar 2000 and Deadbeat. They're both freeware applications, so that means anyone can use it for free always, and Deadbeat is even open source. What really bothered me when stuff like Monkey Moke were a paid software, I felt like it really went against the ideals that it had. So I really wanted to value having open source. And in my opinion, I enjoy having open source. I think everyone should use an open source software. And I'm totally okay with someone modifying my project and using it for their own need. Awesome.
Mr. Prater?
I appreciate you going to open source for the physiological reason, but also it also brings in where other people can look at your code and help you with bugs too. So it's huge in that case too. Whereas the monkey, whatever, they're not. The only issue I have is your name. You should do like Snafu or something, because we've got FooBar. But the other thing that I was wondering as well, and I don't know if you've implemented this or if you're going to implement it. You talk about audio files. Is one of your search criteria, can it be coding or codecs used or fidelity of fidelity rating or something like that for the music?
As of right now, the application does not directly do it, but everything is set up in a very optimized way to where I could add thousands of different criterias. I have queries that can go based off of anything, and I can even have the user enter in their own custom values. So we can have it to where the person wants to have a value that goes based off of instead of the album, goes on a custom tag that they themselves add. That will be completely supported. You can even go based off of your file structure, albums, library, folders, and as well as artists and many more.
Could you set it up so it could do like song length and amount of memory used for the song, so you could kind of estimate how exacting your music playback?
I have access to data on all of the songs, including the duration, the file size it takes up, how many segments there are. I can gather a lot of that data and allow the user to select from there.
Professor Caruso?
I just want to say nice job. I've heard about this project for a long time now and seen you working on it, and it's just nice to see the final product.
Thank you.
We have time for one more comment. Amari?
Just a comment. It's a really cool project. Yeah, but like Professor Prater said, being able to access those codecs would be super cool. I just say that as somewhat of an audiophile myself. But different codecs, different media.
Yes.
Very
And it
nice
helps,
project.
yeah, thank you. And it helps that with FooBar 2000 and Deadbeat, they are meant to work with almost any audio codec.
Yeah.
And the good thing about it is even if the codec was, for example, doesn't have tagging, you can do your tagging externally. It'll still show up in my app and on the player. And it works really well with formats that aren't natively supported. With the component base, you can add a component to have it support for a format that was not there by default.
That's awesome. Having a tool like that. That's exactly what somebody.
Did you want to add a comment?
I have a question.
Yes.
Would it be possible to implement a feature where, say, if you're not home, you could access your library and play it on your friend's surround sound or something like that?
So if the surround sound was directly connected to the host machine, yes, that would work perfectly fine. I personally use a VPN called Tailscale, which I can hook up 2 different devices on there, and I can remotely control one through the API. So if I wanted to, I could pull up my phone right now and start playing music on my computer and tell it to switch over to my speakers, and now I have full control over the speaker. That was one of the things I really wanted to do, especially for those home users, is having it where they can control it regardless of where it is. And the benefits of the VPN is it has full encryption.
Excellent job, Preston. Thank you very much. Next up, we have an online AI major, Jacqueline Britton, with Mystic Card Forge.
Have you ever seen a custom Magic the Gathering card online and thought, wow, that's fun, but it doesn't really feel like a real card? Fans all over the world love to create their own cards, but until now, the tools available look clunky or fake. My name is Jacqueline Britton, and my student innovation project is called Mystic Car Forge. It's a web app that lets players and creators design their own Magic the Gathering cards with authentic detail and style, all inside a simple, easy to use interface. Why does this matter? Magic the Gathering has over 40 million players worldwide and a huge community of fans who create custom cards for fun, memes, storytelling, or even prototyping new mechanics. The problem is, most cards makers out there look outdated, clunky, and nothing like the real thing. Mystic Card 4 changes that. Technically speaking, Mystic Card Forge is built with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That means it runs directly in the browser, no downloads required. In non-technical terms, you open it and you start making cards immediately. Users can choose their card frame, select font, colors, upload images, and even save their designs using local storage so their work isn't lost. Alright, so let me show you how this works, okay? So this is already the section in Forge Car in my website for Mystic Car Forge. So we have two options here, either let the AI to generate the image or choose from file. So let's say, for example, I want to use the AI generated card. So I'm just gonna describe, like, for example, a red baby dragon crying in the middle of the lava in a volcano. And then we're just gonna hit the generate card button. I left this ones like this just in case you, like, while the AI is working on generating the image, you guys get the chance to, like, change the card title. Like, if you don't like it, you have that power still, not just everything will do with the AI. So I thought that was neat. If you still want to change the color theme or the card color, I actually like it. It looks pretty cool. Obviously, it's not displaying the name yet because I haven't saved it. So mana value, it's gonna be here automatically chosen for me, but I can still change my mind if I want to. Let's say, for example, instead of colorless, I will go with a black one. So it changed mana from colorless to black, and we still kept the red one. So now, yeah, and obviously it's going to also give you, like, a description and what the creature does. Power and toughness. Let's say I want to switch it to 4, but keep the toughness 1. Now it's gonna, oh, yeah. Now it's gonna show. There we go. Now, the signature. Let's say at the end of the day, I was the one finishing the job, right? And then save card to gallery, and then it's gonna take us to see the final thing. It's so cute. Oh my god. And then people can vote. I can delete it. But, okay. With just a few clicks, you've created a professional looking magic card. No design software required. What's unique about Mystic Card Forge is how it recreates the authentic MTG design while staying accessible for casual users. It bridges creativity and technology in a way no other card maker does. This matters because Magic isn't just a card game. It's a global culture. Fans are constantly creating, sharing, and connecting through custom content. With Mystic Card Forge, players can design cards that feel real, and that sense of authenticity makes the experience so much more rewarding. Mystic Card Forge is for every fan who ever said, "I wish this card existed." Now you can make it happen, and it will look like it belongs in your deck. Forge your fantasy. Thank you.
All right, let's see if Jacqueline is joining us in Zoom. Jacqueline, are you there?
Hello, sorry for the delay. I just got a little break from work. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Jacqueline. Thank you for joining us. I know you're busy. Congrats on your presentation. Any comments or questions? We have a question from Professor Rawat.
They could work on this project. I'm not sure if you already have, but can you create account in your application? So you can create your own like gallery, your own album.
Yeah, pretty much that's my next step, working on allowing users to create accounts, kind of like saving a gallery, because when you make it with the AI, it kind of like disappears in the next 24 hours, because obviously you are creating the card as a guest. But yeah, that's the next step, pretty much allowing you to create an account and save your gallery and things like that. So yeah, you can be on the lookout for that update.
Professor Kareem?
Awesome, awesome job, Jacqueline. Again, a really fun, super cool idea that you come up with here. I'm just curious, is your plan, if you were to continue this project, to stay more in like the card game domain, or have you ever thought about doing other like fantastical events where you're making stuff for like Dungeons and Dragons per se?
You better believe I will.
I'd love to hear it.
Yes, that'll be my next step. Pretty much my husband introduced me to that world. I come from Guatemala City, Guatemala, Central America. That doesn't exist over there. I mean, at least Magic the Gathering, I had no idea about it. But when I came to the US, my husband introduced me to that and I fell in love. My first deck was black color and I immediately fell in love with it. And then, yeah, later he's like, oh, ready for the next level? Let's play D&D. And I'm like, yeah. So, yeah, that'll be my next project.
I think it would be a perfect fit for sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
Evan?
If you consider expanding these features to other card games, like for example, Pokemon TCG and Yu-Gi-Oh, those are also extremely massive card games. So, are you planning to make a 4D system for those card games as well?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a great idea. For now, I'm just in trying to finalize, allowing users to create an account for the MTG one, and then once that's done, I'm moving to the D&D one. But yeah, I mean, if people are happy with it and the feedback it's positive and things like that, or things that we need to work on, and then after we, polish those little details, then we can move into other. We take recommendations, by the way. There will be like a section there where you guys can leave suggestions. So what would you like to see next? And yeah, we will love to work on those.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Jacqueline? All right. Thank you very much, Jacqueline, for joining us. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Going back to work. Bye.
Next up, we have Nathan Delu, online student for game design, who pitched his idea to AI with Copy Clipboard.
Hello, my name is Nathan Delu, and this is my presentation on my student innovation project, Copy Clipboard. How many times have you been working on something important when you hit that frustrating moment? You need to understand text in another language, but the process of translating it completely breaks your focus and workflow. Whether you're a student researching international sources, a professional working with global teams, or just someone trying to understand that recipe in another language, we've all experienced that translation frustration. That moment when you have to stop everything, open a browser, find a translation site, paste your text, wait for it to load, then copy the results back. It's a workflow killer that can completely derail your concentration. In our connected world, language barriers shouldn't mean productivity barriers. Every time you break your focus to translate something, you're losing precious mental momentum that's hard to regain. My name is Nathan and I've created Copy Clipboard. Copy Clipboard is a smart translation assistant that lives right here in your system tray. Instead of that multi-step translation process, now you just copy text like normal, click the icon, and get instant translation without ever leaving your current application. What makes this innovative is how it transforms a complex, disruptive process into a single seamless action. While other solutions make you adapt to their workflow, Copy Clipboard adapts to yours, working exactly how and when you need it. Behind the scenes, it integrates with your computer's clipboard system and uses professional translation services. But the technical magic is in making that complexity completely invisible to you. It runs efficiently in the background, supports over 30 languages, and gives you a clean, professional interface. Here is a video demonstrating how to use Copy Clipboard. Hello, my name is Nathan DeLu, and I will show you a demonstration of how to use Copy Clipboard. First, I will input in the text field some random text. Hello world. Then I will copy the text. Then in the system tray down here, you right click it to open, and you can say change language. And for this example, I'll choose Japanese. Then you say confirm selection. Then you right click it again, say translate clipboard, and there you go, it translated it. Now you say copy translation, and then you can paste it here. And then to prove that it works, you can copy it again, right click again, change the language. This time let's set it back to English, confirm, right click, translate, and there you go. It's back to the normal English hello world. Another feature of Copy Clipboard is that you can change the theming to either a light theme, dark, or blue. I will show the dark theme because I think it's the best looking one. And now if you go to say change language, this is how it looks. That was the demonstration of Copy Clipboard. Thank you. Remember that workflow interruption we started with? Copy Clipboard eliminates it completely. This isn't just about saving time, it's about preserving your focus, maintaining your creative flow, and keeping you engaged with what matters most. Whether you're researching, learning, working, or just exploring online, Copy Clipboard gives you the power to understand any text instantly without ever breaking your stride. It turns language barriers from obstacles into opportunities. The next time you encounter text in another language, imagine how much smoother your workflow could be when translating is just one click away. That's the future I've built with Copy Clipboard. Thank you for watching.
All right, let's see if Nathan is joining us. Nathan, are you in Zoom? Okay, keep in mind that our online students have technically completed SIP, so if they're able to join us, they can. But any comments for Nathan? Maury?
I said it's a very good project. It's convenient.
Okay, Professor Perrine?
Yeah, I would just like to mention kind of on the same thought that it just is very simple, very user friendly.
Okay. Kevin?
I actually like to rebuttal that. So my biggest issue I see with this feature is the fact you need to open the function twice, once to import the text and next to get it translated. If you could get that running at the same time, or at least have a ability to keep the tab open, that would make it a lot easier to use. Because right now, that is like, so you copy text, open the function, paste the text, then you gotta open it again, copy the text, and then paste it back on to the website. That is 6 steps that you gotta go through in order to get your text. So if you're able to get that down to at least 3, that will make it a lot easier and a lot more user friendly for pretty much anyone who wants to use this function.
Okay. Go ahead.
Kind of go with that as a solution to implement it so you can actually access it in context when you right click.
Yeah, like it could be like a web, but ironically, you can make it into like a web page or a app. Though having you need something to quickly access like that. That's what we need.
Context menu, so it wouldn't interrupt like your tabs or any other open apps.
Yeah.
It would be right wherever you're working, like right there.
It's a shortcut or something like that.
Yeah.
Professor Road?
I would love to know if this application uses internet or not, like where they bring the translation from. Because if it doesn't internet, the translations are like stored in the application. That's a very useful application. If I can use it, that would be connected.
Okay. All right. So Nathan, you have some comments to consider. And if you watch this recording, you can always revert back and reach out to your SME. So thank you very much, Nathan. The last of our ACS AI, HCIs, and data science majors is Sanurlis Kamakaro, online AI major with Art Bias AI.
Imagine a world where creativity has no limit, where you can explore
and create anytime, anywhere without worrying about privacy or connection. Our Vice AI makes that possible by running locally on your computer, online or offline, providing personalized feedback that helps your creativity grow while keeping your data completely secure. It is more than just a tool, it is your creative partner always ready when inspiration strikes. My name is Angeliska Macaro, and my student innovation project is Arvice AI. Most AI art tools today require internet connection and send your data to the cloud, which can limit your creativity and raise privacy concerns. Users often feel constrained waiting for connection, worrying about who might access their work. I wanted to change that. Arvice AI runs locally on your own computer, giving you full control of every piece of artwork you create, while still offering the option to run online if you prefer. The app is built in Python using Tkinter, which allows a clean, simple, and interactive chat interface. At the top, you'll see the Arvice AI logo, giving you a friendly, approachable presence. Below, a scrollable chat history that displays your conversation so you can follow along easily. You can type a message or upload images to receive detailed feedback on your artwork. I even included text-to-speech functionality so the AI can read its advice out loud, making the experience interactive and engaging.
I hope you enjoy Arvice AI.
Arvice AI uses the Lava 1.5 multimodal model to understand both text and images. When you upload a piece of artwork, it first describes it poetically and insightfully, highlighting the unique quality of your creations. Then it evaluates the work with using a detailed 1 to 10 rating scale, analyzing aspects like color balance, composition, clarity, lighting, and completeness. But it doesn't just give you a score, it also provides constructive suggestions on how to improve, helping you grow as an artist and refine your skills over time. As I've been speaking, you can see Arvice AI providing a rating for artwork. You can also ask Arvice AI general questions, request recommendations for artists with similar art style, or get technical advice. It can act as a personal art coach, assistant, or curator, always ready to help you explore from every angle. Whether you're looking for inspiration, guidance on a project, tips on artistic techniques, Arvice AI is designed to respond intelligently and personally, making it feel like a collaborative partner in your creative journey. I added extra features to enhance usability and organization. Time trackers, both the total app uptime and response time, and how long AI takes to respond, keeping you informed. Text-to-speech instantly reads AI feedback out loud, making it accessible and interactive. Conversation management allows you to save or load conversations in chat in JSON format so you can keep track of your progress and revisit previous sessions. Altogether, these features make Arvice AI organized, interactive, and professional, helping you focus on your creativity. Unlike most AI platforms that rely solely on the internet and send your data to remote servers, Arvice AI works offline and locally on your computer. This ensures that every artwork you upload, every question you ask, and every insight you receive remains entirely private. You have full control over your data, giving you the freedom to explore your creativity without worrying about security or connectivity issues. So let's ask, is this application secure? Let's find out.
Yes, the application is secured.
Arvice AI bridges the gap between art and AI, making advanced tool approachable, educational, and inspiring. It is here not to replace creativity, it is here to enhance it. It's giving artists the guidance and feedback they need to grow. Whether you're a beginner or a professional, our Vice AI adapts to your needs, providing instant, private, intelligent feedback and becoming your creative partner anytime inspiration strikes. Thank you.
Let's see if Senrilis, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay, any comments for Senrilis? Professor Puri?
I think stuff like this is going to be where AI really, really shines. Having your own local assistant to a specific task is awesome. I wonder if she's ever thought about incorporating into like a phone, like pictures of your art while you do it, get like feedback on that. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Okay, Amari?
Yeah, I agree. Local is everything.
Mhm.
Just with the cost of APIs and whatnot, and then privacy concerns. So
Mhm.
anything AI local, I support. It's good.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Senrilis. Okay, that concludes the AI, ACS, HCI, and data science. Now we are going to conclude our SIP showcase with network security, network engineering, and tech forensics with 3 students presenting. Next up is Daniel Driljaka, network security major with Argus Net Protector.
Quick show of hands. Who here has checked their home's network for open ports or knows what Wi-Fi security type you currently have? Now imagine this, your home network has an open port or remote access is enabled or you have a vulnerable password. This is exactly how the average person has their home network broken into, not through some Hollywood level attack, but through a simple weakness in their home's network that they never even noticed. So I ask you this question, what if checking your network was as easy as checking your credit score? Hello, I'm Daniel Driljaka, and I created Argus Net Protector. It's cross-platform, works on both Windows and Linux. This network scanner gives everyday users a straightforward visual way to secure your home network without needing cybersecurity background or knowledge. What makes this project innovative? Now this is a great question. Argus Net Protector is a desktop application that is 100% written in Python using a modern graphical interface to perform 4 core tasks. Scanning your network for dangerous open ports while detecting your Wi-Fi security type, followed by analyzing your password strength with an internal scoring system, all while checking for risky system settings like disabled firewalls or remote access. Instead of having you jump through command lines or complex cybersecurity tools, users get a easy, color-coded dashboard and a security score, all without having your information harvested. I built Argus Net Protector using the following libraries: Custom tkinter for the GUI, Python Nmap for the TCP security scanning, System commands for firewall and remote access checks, and Report Lab to generate PDF reports. As you'll see, everything is modular, ensuring that the app is expandable and easy to maintain. This right here is the code for the GUI. This is the code for the scanner portion. And this is the code for the report portion. Who is it for and what does it solve? Argus is aimed to help non-technical users, people who are just getting into network security or IT, or just anyone that wants to secure their home's network, by offering a starting point without them needing to use complex tools. Over the past year, I've had the opportunity to work with people in my local community, helping them with their IT needs. And over that time, I noticed that there's a big problem, which is visibility. I would often get asked what to do to check if there are attackers on their Wi-Fi, or how do I know that my Wi-Fi is safe? And this inspired me to create Argus Net Protector. What makes it different? Now, if you're saying that there are other professional tools like Nmap or Wireshark, I 100% agree with you. And there are some simple antivirus apps like Malwarebytes, or there's even a commercial port scanning tool called Thing that is both for consumers and for companies. But these either require advanced knowledge or hundreds of dollars a month to use. While Argus combines port scanning with Wi-Fi evaluation, password scoring, firewall and remote access status checks, and it's coupled with a PDF security report all in one package that is free for life. Why should you care? Everyone in this room wants their home to be safe, and this should include your home's network. Argus allows you to make your home's network just as safe as your physical home. While most applications just want your data, my application only wants you to be safe. As the cybersecurity expert Bruce says, security is not a product, but a process. Argus is the first step in helping people every day start that process. Without further ado, let me introduce you to Argus Net Protector. This right here is Argus Net Protector. Real quick, I want to show off the quality of life feature that I implemented. Going off of your system settings, if you have light or dark, the app will go right to that setting. So in this case, I'll have it set to light. All you would need to do is to make sure you are connected to your home's network, and then press Run Scan. As you can see, the application status bar goes to complete. We also see the SSD that I'm connected to, which is my home network, followed with the common ports that attackers would use, my Wi-Fi security protocol, which is WPA2 personal, my firewall status, which is enabled, and my remote access status, which is disabled, which is great, and my password strength, which is 70%. And that all gets combined into your overall network security score, which mine is at 70% because of the weak password. Now, if I wanted to generate this report, all I would need to do is press Generate PDF Report, give it a name, click Save. I would go to where I saved that file, open it, and as you can see, we have a security report that has the time and date that the security port was created, the name of the SSID that was scanned, a summary of the overall report, as well as a detailed details of the ports that were scanned. We get recommendations, as well as a disclaimer. Thank you so much for your time.
Great job, Daniel. Dr. Bagodi.
Hey, great work, Daniel. I really appreciate you taking the time to walk us through the technicals. I think Argus is an excellent example of consumer level security. And I really appreciate it being available for use. Take it over there.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I think the simplification of the process of what you're actually doing is massive. If all of you would actually sit back and understand that report in detail, it's a lot of information that we all go looking for immediately at the first start of an attack, systems going down, any of that stuff. So having one place to go and have it's fantastic. And I really love that you actually got the scoring system in there now. It looks great. The application worked perfectly. I couldn't be more proud of the way.
Thank you so much.
Fred Spring.
Yeah, Dan, awesome job. I think, again, not only is the network side of it very impressive, but I think the programming, the way the app looks, how you incorporated the light and dark mode, and especially that report and how popular it is, all very well done. As a non-network security guy, this question might seem a little terrible, but have you thought in the future of maybe adding like recommendations if they see that there's an error or something, or maybe a weak password, to help clients figure out like what they do in these situations?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. And I do plan to add like future features to it, as well as I was debating on like a scripting feature, so like you can try to.
Absolutely. Great job. Great job.
Mr. Prater?
Okay, quick questions. So for that password, is that the password for the router that it judges, or what?
Yeah, it's whatever Wi-Fi you're connected to.
And how does it get that password? Do you have to type it in, or
It goes through the OS. It gets it from the system.
okay? And then my other question then is, or another thing that might be a good idea is, I know with a lot of like routers and things like that, that's a common way to attack. It's really popular now. And there's still some default stuff we're running around out there. You might have it where it always checks the default passwords too, just to see if it can get an easy one from that, and then give a score of 0 if it finds a default password, and it tells you to change it. That's a low hanging fruit.
Yeah,
that's fun to get.
Yeah, I plan to add something to that would go and check to see like what your login is for your router.
Yeah.
Comment?
I really like how it's accessible through Linux. I feel like in like the network community, as of right now, a lot of people are moving towards that and starting to learn more about that. And then also do have a question, I guess like later on, you plan on like working on the project more. Would you add it where like you can like add more ports that you would want to like check, I guess, like make it a little bit more customizable in that type of setting. Does that make sense?
Definitely, yeah. I plan to add like as many ports as I can. Well, I would like to just do like a full scan. So definitely plan to add that in for like advanced settings.
So would it also be possible to have it pull all your local IoT devices and then check them against one instead of it was flagged for any firmware issues or any snags like recently a lot of cameras offline and back for a firmware issue. So help people kind of make sure that their fridges, their smart devices are up to date. And once something flagged, they can go and take an update or take off the network.
Well, that's a great idea, and I do definitely plan that. Now hearing that, that is something that I would like to add.
That'd be great, especially people that just don't follow that stuff, really understand that whole, that would really add to the consumer level of really just making a one-step shop.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you.
Excellent work, Daniel. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Keegan Eaton, double major in network security and tech forensics for Client.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keegan Heaton, and today I'm presenting Client, an application designed to support a healthier digital habit and improve mental well-being in a very social media heavy world. We all use social media, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, or just to name a few. And for many of us, it's the first and last thing we check every day. After these sessions, do you ever feel mentally tangled? That foggy, overstimulated feeling where your thoughts aren't quite settled? I'd like a show of hands.
Okay, good. We like to do that. Because I have an audience.
Great. That's what Client is here to help with. Most of us don't even notice how automatic scrolling has become. We scroll in the morning, while waiting for class, procrastinating, driving, before bed, walking across campus, even while we're hanging out with friends or sitting in class. Social media has slipped into every transition moment of our day. An alternative designed to help is Client. Client is designed around mental health and the hidden effects of constant social media use. What makes Client unique is that it doesn't stop you from using social media. I'll get more into this later. Instead, opting to help you reset and detox after every scrolling session. The innovation behind Client lies in 4 key features. It sends push notifications right as you close a social media app. It collects but does not store usage data to show honest analytics. It recommends targeted meditations and breathing exercises to detox your mind. And it rewards users for completing repeated reset sessions. Here's how Client works at its core. After each social media session, Client sends you a short, gentle notification. It guides you into a quick reset, a breathing exercise, or a moment of mindfulness to help clear out whatever unhealthy stimuli you may have absorbed. Right now, Client can be downloaded from Chrome. Exciting, right? It's built using React Native, and the demo shows the application on my home screen running like a typical app would.
Doesn't have audio, just so you know. It is 0 audio. And that's fine. Because I originally wanted to go into the policy and stuff, but I think I'll do that during the question.
Client takes your usage data and turns it into meaningful insights, not to shame you, but to help you understand your habits and see where small changes can make a huge impact. My target audience includes teenagers 13 and up, Heavy social media users, people who care about mental health, and individuals dealing with social media induced anxiety disorder, or SMAD. And the reason is simple. Most people don't want to restrict their social media use, period. So instead of forcing limits, Klein offers an alternative: honest analytics paired with short mental health exercises. The inspiration for Klein comes from my sister, Everly. She's a freshman in college and struggled with anxiety stemming from time management and the fear of missing out. She needed something simple, not another app with long meditations or things telling her to quit social media. She needed a quick reset. So I built Klein for her, and for everyone else feeling the same way. Klein is still evolving, and more features are in development, but the mission remains the same. Scroll, reset, breathe, repeat. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Go ahead, Dr. Brigodi.
You good?
Yes.
That's good.
Hi. Hello.
Hey, brother, appreciate the presentation and what a beautiful application. I remember when we were first iterating over this idea, we were talking about a number of the technical challenges, and it wasn't that long after that, you were coming to me explaining to me the technical challenges. Yes. And it has just been an honor and a pleasure to work with you throughout this process. So
thank you for your advice.
Mm-hmm. I do have a question. Will this be available soon, like now, in the marketplace?
We're working on the back end of it. So all it really needs right now is a server, so it can host. And that's about it. Right now it's running on a development server that's hosted on my computer. But once I get a, I guess, commercial server for it, it'll be something you can download out of the store.
Yeah, I appreciated the ease of the messages that are meant to not, stop you from being on social media, but rather acknowledge that perhaps you've been on it a bit long before taking a break.
That's the core purpose of it. No one wants to block what they like to do, right? I mean, people can spend 8 hours doing scrolling sessions and not feel bad, but there are some times when you're scrolling and you get not great for you pages. And so that is what Klein is there. It's to help you move away from all those negative emotions you got from scrolling and kind of reset and allow you to focus on whether you work.
Professor Bellinger.
Hi. Did you test this on like your sister?
It's actually my sister's birthday present. My sister's birthday was yesterday.
So. All right. Any feedback there?
It was good. I mean, the search doesn't work because there's something called a document directory within TypeScript, and essentially what it does is it pulls files into like a readable state, and you can't pull files that are bundled. I learned that like last week. I didn't know how to fix this, and my search doesn't work, so it's not like you can listen to meditations because they don't exist according to the search bar. I could actually, if we were to like pull up and search up meditation, it'll show nothing because the server can't read the directory where my videos are from, and I was trying to figure that out. But yeah.
Professor Prey.
So it gives you like messages to like rethink your life or
it'll give you a quick notification saying, hey, I do scrolling for at least 8 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my.
So now, those messages canned messages, or are they customizable? Have you thought about using AI to develop your messages?
So my plan was to use AI for the targeted meditations. So it would read how long you've been on a certain amount of apps. Let's say you spent like 4 hours on TikTok and another 5 on YouTube Shorts. Based on how much time you spent on those applications, it would pull up specific recommended like breathing exercises. They won't be long. The max that I want to have each session be like 30 seconds, maybe. I want them to be short, concise, because you don't need a breathing exercise to be 30 minutes.
Yeah. I'm just saying because you could in your prompt to AI implement the things that they were looking at, give it a more customizable message specifically to say, hey, you spend a little too much time on Facebook or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I'm old, it'd be Facebook for me,
but I understand.
But yeah, you might want to incorporate that LLM, or have it come up with 100 messages or 200 messages. So they'll be canned, but they'll be semi-custom canned messages. If you don't need the internet access to gain knowledge.
Yes, I mean, you don't need internet access for the thing to work.
Yeah.
I mean, core thing, for this to operate and be sellable online, you have to follow COPPA, because my target audience is 13 and up, so I have to follow COPPA. I have to follow HIPAA because it's following people with SMAD, which is anxiety-induced or social media-induced anxiety disorder. So I have to follow HIPAA guidelines. And then the ECPA, which is another information security and data policy that I have to follow. And then there's also an FTC, a Federal Trade Commission Act, which essentially dictates how I can go about telling the user, hey, this is how I'm going to use the data, which is why there's a terms of service at the end.
So they report it, they have that in the diagnosis?
In some ways, yes.
Okay, because if they don't directly say, hey, I've got SMAD, then it's not that you have to follow it as tightly. But if they say it, if there's a checkbox for it, then yes, you're solid HIPAA. But if it's something where they look like they could have it, as long as you don't tell them you might have or anything like that.
Yes.
Because then you get in a diagnosis, and then it becomes a medical device, and we have a whole thing associated with that.
Yes. Yes.
Mason?
So what happens if you turn off your phone while using social media? Would it still collect that info, or if you fall asleep or something?
I understand. So let's say you turn off your phone, but you don't actually close the app.
Yeah.
So it only reads it when it's called the foreground. Yes. So that's when you're actually looking at it. So whenever you turn your phone off, it's not recording anything. It's only whenever you're actively looking at the app.
Okay, any other comments, questions, Chuck? Any other comments, questions? Yes.
Now, is this actively analyzing what you're looking at, or is it just based off of time you're in the app?
It's just based off the time. In order to comply with policies like COPPA and the FTC Act, I can't store the information. So essentially what it does is it does an API call to something called the Usage Stats Manager. That's how things like digital well-being tracks how much time you spend on apps. So it does an API call to that, and then I have some custom utilities that will kind of parse it and then create not a list, but it'll parse it and then format it by date and time. And then that'll get fed into a hook, and then the hook will be used to print it or display it on your phone. But none of that, with any of that process, does it store that data.
I guess I store, you mean on the server?
On the server and the phone. There's no storage other than just the code that's used.
It's all real time.
Yes, it's all just real time. It does. So the nice thing about digital well-being and stuff like in the usage stat manager is that it has a timeline built into it already. It does a 24-hour timeline. And so essentially what I'm doing is I'm taking that, reformatting it, and applying it to my context.
I'd be curious to know if we apply it, if in real time you could use the tensor on the phone that have AI, so you could real time do a stat on a general sense of the content. So instead of storing the physical data, you can store metrics on the impact of it.
Yeah.
And if you do that on device, only metric, not the data, through I think Android has a screen view mission as well. You can do. I don't know if that might or may not be fine with the standard, maybe 18 plus for that.
Yeah, maybe. It's definitely interesting when it comes to policy and stuff, because you have to get into it and just read it. But it might.
I know in some Android apps they have the permission where it can read your screen data, but
Uh,
those aren't ones that are being.
Yeah, they're considered special permissions whenever it does anything to do with usage permission and stuff. And then that follows the whole, in order to use it freely, you have to have user consent to using it.
Yeah,
which is why I had that whole alert with you have to go into your own settings to turn it off.
Well, thank you, Keegan, for observing your environment and identifying an issue that many of us don't even recognize and potentially giving us a solution. So I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, our very last presentation, Melanie Owens, network security major with tailored learning.
Hello, business owners or IT teams, officials, or even you, a personal user. If you're tired of seeing these emails and sometimes can't even tell if they're real or not, then I have just a thing for you. Hello, my name is Melanie Owens, and this is my project Tailored Learning. Tailored Learning is an extension that can be downloadable within Chrome and used with Gmail. It helps you identify phishing and impersonation scams and malicious links by you highlighting the email and clicking Analyze within the extension. It also includes a chat box that lets you communicate back and forth with an AI that can give you tips and bullet points on how to look out for these links or malicious scams. This project was inspired by Clippy, the paperclip that Microsoft would use to help users guide them on their experience through Word. I wanted Tailored Learning to kind of replicate that, where it's able to sit in a corner but also guide you when you need it most. Something that I wanted to prioritize with this project was being able to keep all the information that is being scanned within emails safe. So this extension runs locally through your computer, and all data is not sent anywhere but through your computer. So that adds an extra layer of security. After each scan within the extension, all data is uploaded within the audit logs. In the back end, it shows ID, the created date, the action, and the email ID, as well as details included. It also shows this in the front end as well. And speaking of the front end, this is what average user who is using Tailored Learning would see when opening up our front website. So you get the dashboard, and this lets you see all recent emails that have been scanned, as long as details along with the emails, and also a legitimate score on the side. You get the Analyze page that lets you do exactly what you can do through the extension, but just manually. Also a settings page and a day and night switch. Now this is the back end. The back end is mostly for people who are running this application locally on computers for others. It's to make sure that everything is running properly and all scans are being made, especially the analyzing features within an extension. It also includes the admin page for the logs as well. So right now you're seeing me scan another example of a malicious email and letting you see the page, the front end, update to let you see what it can look like. I am also showing you how to analyze the email through the website manually. It's as simple as putting in the sender of the email, putting in the subject if there is one, and also the body of text. Before we wrap everything up, here is a quick preview of me starting everything within my computer locally for this to all work. I have a script that allows me to start everything to make it a little quicker and easier, and I also go into another command tab and start up the front end as well. After that, I just go to the local links that are provided within the command tabs, and everything should be all booted up and ready to go. Thank you to everyone who is here and to the SMEs who have helped me, and I'm excited to see where Tailored Learning will go. Bye.
Great job, Melanie. Dr. Bagodi?
It looks fantastic. The scoring system is great. It's one of those systems that a lot of people wish they had on their computers don't have, right? The fact that you use Flippy, I didn't even know that that was part of it. That's fantastic. I love that little tie-in. Most of them have never heard of that. What are the big things that you want people to take? Because Because obviously phishing is going up a lot right now. So in your head, when you created this, who were you thinking of?
So at first I was thinking of like IT teams. Whenever it comes to like large companies or small companies, they have a lot to deal with to begin with, and then they also have like nice tasks that they can do for the company, and then also make sure that their employees are not thinking on risky links and stuff like that, and trying to educate them. But it can be hard to do that when they don't really understand, you know, how dangerous it can be. And I also realized like on the internship that it is kind of needed because they would ask me to teach them or make an email about phishing. So I thought it was like kind of ironic, and it's easier because it's in the Gmail and a lot of people use that.
Any other comments, questions? First Prater. Sorry. I did call on you first, just saying.
Well, Bobby, I feel like this project was always code name clipping.
Yeah.
So like we heard about front end, back end, AI, security considerations, combating one of the most serious cybersecurity vulnerabilities that organizations face. What was the most challenging element of the process of developing the project?
Honestly, I would have to say like the coding part of it. There's like a lot of things that I've never really heard of, not gonna lie. And it was a struggle at first, but a lot of research got into it, and I was able to learn a lot of things as it went. And after it all, I think that I learned a lot from it, and I want to keep adding to it, and I think it's very valuable.
So incredibly proud of the presentation and work. Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Pagodi. And Professor Prater.
So a quick question. Instead of highlighting the whole email, will Control A highlight everything for you? So you can just do a Control A, then Control C?
I'm not sure about that. I think that's mostly so if you are already like typing something
Yeah,
that I know of, at least.
I'm just saying, to just click on the screen and Control A, it might highlight everything for you, and then you can go over and do Control C.
Yeah.
So
it would highlight context.
Yeah. So would it get the from line too, you think?
It would get everything on your screen.
It's just on that window though, right?
Yeah, but it would get like your mail inbox.
Okay.
Your name up in the ground.
The search term, because it's just searching for funky stuff that you wouldn't expect though.
Yeah.
So it would still work. And then because the other thing is I think it's great. I think it's a great idea. I just wish we could get rid of the manual portion. And if there's a way we could intercept it and have it run it, and then let it pass through or something like that would be even better. But I mean, it works great now, and I'm cool with it now. But I'm just saying it would be really cool if you could just have it running in the background and it's searching for phishing emails without you needing to copy and paste.
Yeah, that actually does sound like something that I would look into and I would want.
Mason?
To do with emails, with scam emails, like a big image that's linked to something.
A big image that's
like it does have like a word sentences in it, but it's like a big, huge image.
I think honestly, I would implement like a type of like protocol for that specifically. So if it does see that, then it's more so like it would show that. But I do get what you mean because I know images are kind of being linked to malicious stuff, and they can get into your computer. So that's something that I would have to research more.
Preston?
When it's gathering the information about whatever the email is it just reading the text, or is it actually reading the HTML? You can send HTML image. Is it reading the raw version, or is it just reading what is visible?
So right now in this video, it's just reading text, and it's trying to look for flagged words I put into it. And it's not really, there's no context behind it right now, but that is something that I do want to ask.
So if there was a hyperlink, for example, where the text wasn't the actual URL, it wouldn't be able to detect it. But that's something you would want to do.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
One more comment? Sure.
So So this is more consumer facing, like user orientated.
Yeah, more so that, maybe it's increased more so towards like the company and industry wise, but yeah, just for like kind of like everyday users and you know, make it ease for IT teams and stuff like that.
Thank you very much, Melanie. So that concludes the network engineering, network security, and tech forensics. And that also concludes the entirety of our fall 2025 Student Innovation Project Showcase. Thank you to everyone for being here from the morning all the way into the afternoon. I know it's a long day. We had 32 wonderful presentations. I'd also like to remind you to please vote on Socrative. The code name is Fall 2025 SIP Showcase for you to select your people's choice. And then join us this Friday on December 19th at 10 a.m. here in the theater and via Teams, so that way we can announce our best SIP pitch, most market ready, people's choice, and most creative. Thank you to the subject matter experts. I appreciate each and every one of you, all of your time, your effort, morning, evenings, weekends. Thank you to the students for all of your hard work as well. And also to all of our leadership and staff, faculty, and cafe for providing their yummy treats. Also, a big thank you to everyone who joined us virtually. I appreciate you while you're multitasking, and also to our very own Professor Derek Clark. A big round of applause for Derek Clark. Administer Zoom and the SIP Showcase virtually, so that way everyone can have a wonderful experience. We are night owls into the wee morning. Wait, night owls early bird simultaneously. So thank you, Derek, for all of your efforts, and I appreciate you very much.
All right, everybody. We know who we need to really thank, though. Deb Story's not kidding. Late nights, early mornings. But everybody online, everybody in the theater, let's give it up for our hostess with the mostest, the SIP queen, the one and only Professor Dapzuri Valenzuela, for pulling this whole thing off. Nice job. Thank you so much.
So it takes a team. So enjoy. Make sure that you join us on Friday. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And we will be sharing the Zoom recording. This will also be uploaded to our UAC YouTube channel. So thank you again. Thank you. Great job.
Judges, we'll start in 10 minutes right in here.
Congrats. Nothing. Incredible. That's so good.